New Left Review 50 Mar April 2008. Tariq Ali. Afghanistan. Mirage of the Good War. Rarely has there been such an enthusiastic display of international unity as that which greeted the invasion of Afghanistan in 2001. Support for the war was universal in the chanceries of the West, even before its aims and parameters had been declared. NATO governments rushed to assert themselves all for one. Blair jetted round the world, proselytizing the doctrine of the international community and the opportunities for peacekeeping and nation-building in the Hindu Kush. Putin welcomed the extension of American bases along Russia's southern borders. Every mainstream Western party endorsed the war, every media network with BBC World and CNN in the lead became its megaphone. For the German Greens, as for Laura Bush and Cherie Blair, it was a war for the liberation of the women of Afghanistan. One for the White House, a GHT for civilization. For Iran, the impending defeat of the Wahhabi enemy. 3 years later, as the chaos in Iraq deepened, Afghanistan became the good war by comparison. It had been legitimized by the UN even if the resolution was not passed until after the bombs had finished falling and backed by NATO. If tactical differences had sharpened over Iraq, they could be resolved in Afghanistan. First Zapatero, then Prodi, then Rudd, compensated for pulling troops out of Iraq by dispatching them to Kabul. France and Germany could extol their peacekeeping or civilizing roles there. As suicide bombings increased in Baghdad, Afghanistan was now for American Democrats keen to prove their editorial. 6 NLR 50. Security credentials. The real front of the war on terror, supported by every US presidential candidate in the run-up to the 2008 elections, with Senator Obama pressuring the White House to violate Pakistani sovereignty whenever necessary. With varying degrees of reamness, the occupation of Afghanistan was also supported by China, Iran, and Russia, though in the case of the latter, there was always a strong element of schadenfreude. Soviet veterans of the Afghan War were amazed to see their mistakes now being repeated by the United States in a war even more inhumane than its predecessor. Meanwhile, the number of Afghan civilians killed has exceeded many tens of times over the 2,746 who died in Manhattan. Unemployment is around 60%, and maternal, infant and child mortality levels are now among the highest in the world. Opium harvests have soared, and the Neo-Taliban is growing stronger year by year. By common consent, Karzai's government does not even control its own capital, let alone provide an example of good governance. Reconstruction funds vanish into cronies' pockets or go to pay short contract Western consultants. Police are predators rather than protectors. The social crisis is deepening. Increasingly, Western commentators have evoked the specter of failure usually in order to spur encore on effort. A Guardian leader summarizes, defeat looks possible, with all the terrible consequences that will bring. 3. Two principal arguments, often overlapping, are put forward as to what went wrong in Afghanistan. For liberal imperialists, the answer can be summarized in 2 words: not enough. The invasion organized by Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld was done on the cheap. The light footprint demanded by the Pentagon meant that there were too few troops on the ground in 2001-02. Financial commitment to state building was insufficient. Though it may now be too late, the answer is to pour in more troops, more money, multiple billions over multiple years, according to the US ambassador in Kabul. For the second answer advanced by Karzai and the White House, but propagated by the Western media generally, can be summed up in one word: Pakistan. Neither of these arguments holds water. Political failures. True, there was a sense of relief in Kabul when the Taliban's Wahhabite emirate was overthrown. Though rape and heroin production had been curtailed under their rule, warlords kept at bay and order largely restored in a country that had been racked by foreign and civil wars since 1979. The end result had been a ruthless social dictatorship with a level of control over the everyday lives of ordinary people that made the clerical regime in Iran appear an island of enlightenment. The Taliban government fell without a serious struggle. Islamabad, officially committed to the US cause, forbade any frontal confrontation. 5. Some Taliban zealots crossed the border into Pakistan, while a more independent faction loyal to Mullah Omar decamped to the mountains to GHT another day. Kabul was undefended. The BBC war correspondent entered the capital before the Northern Alliance. What many Afghans now expected from a successor government was a similar level of order, minus the repression and social restrictions, and a freeing of the country's spirit. What they were instead presented with was a melancholy spectacle that blasted all their hopes. The problem was not lack of funds but the Western state-building project itself, by its nature an exogenous process aiming to construct an army able to suppress its own population but incapable of defending the nation from outside powers, a civil administration with no control over planning or social infrastructure, which are in the hands of Western NGOs, and a government whose foreign policy marches in step with Washington's. It bore no relation to the realities on the ground. After the fall of the Taliban government, 4 major armed groups re-emerged as strong regional players. In the gas-rich and more industrialized north, bordering the Central Asian republics of Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, the Uzbek warlord Rashid Dostum was in charge with his capital in Mazar-e-Sharif. Allied RST to the Communists, later the Taliban and most recently NATO, General Dostum had demonstrated his latest loyalty by massacring 2,000 to 3,000 Taliban and Arab prisoners under the approving gaze of US intelligence personnel in December 2001. Not too far from Dostum, in the mountainous northeast of the country, a region rich in emeralds, lapis lazuli, and opium, the late Ahmet Shah Massoud had built a gang organization of Tajiks, who regularly ambushed troops on the Salin highway that linked Kabul to Tashkent during the Soviet occupation. Massoud had been the leader of the armed wing of Burhanuddin Rabbani's Jamaat-e-Islami, which operated in tandem with an allied Islamist leader, Abd al-Rabb Sayyaf. Both men were lecturers in Sharia at the law faculty of Kabul University in 1973, where these movements were incubated. Until 1993 they were funded by Saudi Arabia, after which the latter gradually shifted its support to the Taliban. Massoud maintained a semi-independence during the Taliban period, up to his death on September 9, 2001. 6 Massoud's supporters are currently in the government, but are not considered 100% reliable as far as NATO is concerned. To the west, sheltered by neighboring Iran, lies the ancient city of Herat, once a center of learning and culture where poets, artists, and scholars flourished. Among the important works illustrated here over the course of 3 centuries was a 15th-century version of the classic Miraj-Nameh, an early medieval account of the Prophet's ascent to heaven from the dome of the rock and the punishments he observed as he passed through hell. 7 In modern Herat, the Shia warlord Ismail Khan holds sway. A former army captain inspired by the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ismail achieved instant fame by leading a garrison revolt against the pro-Moscow regime in 1979. Backed by Tehran, he built up a strong force that united all the Shia groups and were to trouble the Russians throughout their stay. Tens of thousands of refugees from this region, where a Persian dialect is the spoken language, were given work, shelter, and training in Iran. From 1992 to 95, the province was run on authoritarian lines. It was a harsh regime. Ismail Khan's half-wit effrontery soon began to alienate his allies, while his high tax and forced conscription policies angered peasant families. By the time the Taliban took power in Kabul in 1996, support had already drained away from the warlord. Herat fell without a struggle. And Ismail was imprisoned by the Taliban, only escaping in March 2000. His supporters meanwhile crossed the border to Iran where they bided their time, to return in October 2001 under NATO cover. The south was another story again. The Pushtun villages bore the brunt of the gang during the 1980s and 90s. 8 Rapid population growth, coupled with the disruptions of war and the resulting loss of livestock, hastened the collapse of the subsistence economy. In many districts this was replaced by poppy cultivation and the rule of local bandits and strongmen. By the early 1990s, 3 militant Sunni groups had acquired dominance in the region: the Taliban, the group led by Ahmet Shah Massoud from the Panjshir province, and the followers of Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, once Pakistan's favorite, who had been groomed by the Saudis as the new leader. The jihad was long over, and now the jihadis were at each other's throats, with control of the drug trade the major stake in a brutal power struggle. Under Benazir Bhutto's second premiership, Pakistan's military backing for the Taliban proved decisive. But the overthrow of the Mullah Omar government in the winter of 2001 saw the re-emergence of many of the local gangsters whose predations it had partly checked. Anointment of Karzai. Washington assigned the task of assembling a new government to Zalmay Khalilzad, its Afghan-American proconsul in Kabul. The capital was occupied by competing militias, united only by opposition to the toppled Taliban, and their representatives had to be accommodated on every level. The Northern Alliance candidate for president, Abdul Haq of Jalalabad, had conveniently been captured and executed in October 2001 by the Taliban when he entered the country with a small group from Pakistan. His supporters alleged betrayal by the CIA and the ISI, who were unhappy about his links to Russia and Iran, and tipped off Mullah Omar. Another obvious anti-Taliban candidate was Ahmet Shah Massoud, but he had also been killed by a suicide bomber of unknown provenance 2 days before 9.11. Massoud would no doubt have been the EU choice for Afghan president, had he lived. The French government issued a postage stamp with his portrait, and Kabul airport bears his name. Whether he would have proved as reliable a client as Khalilzad's transplanted protege, Hamid Karzai, must now remain an open question. Aware that the US could not run the country without the Northern Alliance and its backers in Tehran and Moscow, Khalilzad toned down the emancipatory rhetoric and concentrated on the serious business of occupation. The coalition he constructed resembled a blind octopus, with mainly Tajik limbs and Karzai as its unseeing eye. The Afghan president comes from the Durrani tribe of Pashtuns from Kandahar. His father had served in a junior capacity in Zahir Shah's government. Young Karzai backed the Mujahedin against Russia and later supported the Taliban, though he turned down their offer to become Afghanistan's ambassador to the UN, preferring to relocate and work for UNOKAL. Here he backed up Khalilzad, who was then representing Centgas in their bid to construct a pipeline that would take gas from Turkmenistan across Afghanistan to Pakistan and India. 9. After his appointment as interim president, the Saudi daily Al-Watan published a revealing prole of Karzai, stating that he had been a CIA pawn since the 80s, with his status on the Afghan chessboard enhanced every few years. Since then, Karzai's ties with the Americans have not been interrupted. At the same time, he established ties with the British and other European and international sides, especially after he became Deputy Foreign Minister in 1992 in the wake of the Afghan Mujahedin's assumption of power and the overthrow of the pro-Moscow Najibullah regime. Karzai found no contradiction between his ties with the Americans and his support for the Taliban movement as of 1994, when the Americans had secretly and through the Pakistanis supported the Taliban's assumption of power to put an end to the civil war and the actual partition of Afghanistan due to the failure of Burhanuddin Rabbani's experience in ruling the country. 10. Karzai was duly installed in December 2001, but intimacy with US intelligence networks failed to translate into authority or legitimacy at home. Karzai harbored no illusions about his popularity in the country. He knew his biological and political life was heavily dependent on the occupation and demanded a bodyguard of US Marines or American mercenaries, rather than a security detail from his own ethnic Pashtun base. 11. There were at least 3 coup attempts against him in 2002-03 by his Northern Alliance allies. These were fought off by the ISAF, which was largely tied down in assuring Karzai's security while also providing a vivid illustration of where his support lay. 12. A quick ex-presidential contest organized at great expense by Western PRRMS in October 2004 just in time for the US elections failed to bolster support for the puppet president inside the country. Karzai's habit of parachuting his relatives and protégés into provincial governor or police chief jobs has driven many local communities into alliance with the Taliban, as the main anti-government force. In Zabul, Helmand, and elsewhere, All the insurgents had to do was approach the victims of the pro-Karzai strongmen and promise them protection and support. Attempts by local elders to seek protection in Kabul routinely ended nowhere, as the wrongdoers enjoyed either direct US support or Karzai's sympathy. 13. Nor is it any secret that Karzai's younger brother, Ahmed Vali Karzai, has now become one of the richest drug barons in the country. At a meeting with Pakistan's president in 2005, when Karzai was bleating about Pakistan's inability to stop cross-border smuggling, Musharraf suggested that perhaps Karzai should set an example by bringing his sibling under control. The hatred for each other of these two close allies of Washington is well known in the region. New inequalities. Also feeding the resentment is the behavior of a new elite clustered around Karzai and the occupying forces, which has specialized in creaming off foreign aid to create its own criminal networks of graft and patronage. The corruptions of this layer grow each month like an untreated tumor. Western funds are siphoned off to build fancy homes for the native enforcers. Housing scandals erupted as early as 2002, when cabinet ministers awarded themselves and favored cronies prime real estate in Kabul where land prices were rocketing, since the occupiers and their camp followers had to live in the style to which they were accustomed. Karzai's colleagues, protected by ISAF troops, built their large villas in full view of the mud brick hovels of the poor. The burgeoning slum settlements of Kabul, where the population has now swollen to an estimated 3 million, are a measure of the social crisis that has engulfed the country. The ancient city has suffered cruelly over the past 30 years. Jade Maywand, the modernized Oxford Street cut through the center in the 1970s, was reduced to rubble during the warfare of 1992–96. An American-Afghan architect describes how Kabul has been relentlessly transformed. From a modern capital, to the military and political headquarters of an invading army, to the besieged seat of power of a puppet regime, to the front lines of factional conflict resulting in the destruction of two-thirds of its urban mass, to the testing elds of religious fanaticism which erased from the city the null layers of urban life, to the target of an international war on terrorism. 14. Yet never have such gaping inequalities featured on this scale before. Little of the supposed $19 billion aid and reconstruction money has reached the majority of Afghans. The mains electricity supply is worse now than VE years ago, and while the rich can use private generators to power their air conditioners, hot water heaters, computers, and satellite TVs, average Kabulis suffered a summer without fans and face a winter without heaters. 15. As a result, hundreds of shelterless Afghans are literally freezing to death each winter. Then there are the Ngos who descended on the country like locusts after the occupation. As one observer reports, a reputed 10,000 NGO staff have turned Kabul into the Klondike during the gold rush, building office blocks, driving up rents, cruising about in armored jeeps and spending stupefying sums of other people's money, essentially on themselves. They take orders only from some distant agency, but then the same goes for the American Army, NATO, the UN, the EU, and the supposedly sovereign Afghan government. 16. Even supporters of the occupation have lost patience with these bodies, and some of the most successful candidates in the 2005 National Assembly elections made an attack on them a centerpiece of their campaigns. Worse, according to one US specialist, their well-funded activities highlighted the poverty and ineffectiveness of the civil administration and discredited its local representatives in the eyes of the local populace. 17. Unsurprisingly, NGO employees began to be targeted by the insurgents, including in the north, and had to hire mercenary protection. In sum, even in the estimate of the West's own specialists and institutions, nation building in Afghanistan has been odd in its very conception. It has so far produced a puppet president dependent for his survival on foreign mercenaries, a corrupt and abusive police force, a non-functioning judiciary, a thriving criminal layer and a deepening social and economic crisis. It beggars belief to argue that more of this will be the answer to Afghanistan's problems. An Afghan surge? The argument that more NATO troops are the solution is equally unsustainable. All the evidence suggests that the brutality of the occupying forces has been one of the main sources of recruits for the Taliban. American air power, lovingly referred to as Big Daddy by frightened US soldiers on unwelcome terrain, is far from paternal when it comes to targeting Pashtun villages. There is widespread fury among Afghans at the number of civilian casualties, many of them children. There have been numerous incidents of rape and rough treatment of women by ISAF soldiers, as well as indiscriminate bombing of villages and house-to-house search and arrest missions. The behavior of the foreign mercenaries backing up the NATO forces is just as bad. Even sympathetic observers admit that their alcohol consumption and patronage of a growing number of brothels in Kabul is arousing public anger and resentment. 18 to this could be added the deaths by torture at the US-run Bagram prison and the resuscitation of a Soviet-era security law under which detainees are being sentenced to 20-year jail terms on the basis of summary allegations by US military authorities. All this creates a thirst for dignity that can only be assuaged by genuine independence. Talk of victory sounds increasingly hollow to Afghan ears. Many who detest the Taliban are so angered by the failures of NATO and the behavior of its troops that they are pleased there is some opposition. What was initially viewed by some locals as a necessary police action against Al-Qaeda following the 9.11 attacks is now perceived by a growing majority in the region as a fully edged imperial occupation. Successive recent reports have suggested that the unpopularity of the government and the disrespectful behavior of the occupying troops have had the effect of creating nostalgia for the time when the Taliban were in power. The repression leaves people with no option but to back those trying to resist, especially in a part of the world where the culture of revenge is strong. When a whole community feels threatened, it reinforces solidarity, regardless of the character or weakness of those who back. This does not just apply to the countryside. The mass protests in Kabul, when civilians were killed by an American military vehicle, signaled the obvious targets. Rioters chanted slogans against the United States and President Karzai and attacked the Parliament building, the offices of media outlets and non-governmental organizations, diplomatic residences, brothels, and hotels and restaurants that purportedly served alcohol. The police, many of whom disappeared, proved incompetent, and the vulnerability of the government to mass violence became clear. 19. As the British and Russians discovered to their cost in the preceding 2 centuries, Afghans do not like being occupied. If a second-generation Taliban is now growing and creating new alliances, it is not because its sectarian religious practices have become popular, but because it is the only available umbrella for national liberation. Initially, the Middle-Qatar Taliban who ED across the border in November 2001 and started low-level guerrilla activity the following year attracted only a trickle of new recruits from madrasas and refugee camps. From 2004 onwards, increasing numbers of young Waziris were radicalized by Pakistani military and police incursions in the tribal areas, as well as devastating attacks on villages by unmanned US drones. At the same time, the movement was starting to win active support from village mullahs in Zabul, Helmand, Ghazni, Paktika, and Kandahar provinces, and then in the towns. By 2006 there were reports of Kabul mullahs who had previously supported Karzai's allies but were now railing against the foreigners and the government. Calls for jihad against the occupiers were heard in the northeast border provinces of Takhar and Badakhshan. The largest pool for new Taliban recruits, according to a well-informed recent estimate, has been communities antagonized by the local authorities and security forces. In Kandahar, Helmand, and Uruzgan, Karzai's cronies, district and provincial governors, security bosses, police chiefs are quite prepared to tip off US troops against their local rivals, as well as subjecting the latter to harassment and extortion. In these circumstances, the Taliban are the only available defense. According to the same report, the Taliban themselves have claimed that families driven into refugee camps by indiscriminate US air power attacks on their villages have been their major source of recruits. By 2006 the movement was winning the support of traders and businessmen in Kandahar, and led a mini-Tet offensive there that year. One reason suggested for their increasing support in towns is that the new model Taliban have relaxed their religious strictures, for males at least no longer demanding beards or banning music, and improved their propaganda, producing cassette tapes and CDs of popular singers, and DVDs of US and Israeli atrocities in Iraq, Lebanon, and Palestine. 20. The re-emergence of the Taliban cannot therefore simply be blamed on Islamabad's failure to police the border, or cut command and control links, as the Americans claim. While the ISI played a crucial role in bringing the Taliban to power in 1996 and in the retreat of 2001, they no longer have the same degree of control over a more diffuse and widespread movement, for which the occupation itself has been the main recruiting sergeant. It is a traditional colonial ploy to blame outsiders for internal problems. Karzai specializes in this approach. If anything, the destabilization functions in the other direction. The war in Afghanistan has created a critical situation in two Pakistani frontier provinces, and the use of the Pakistan Army by CENTCOM has resulted in suicide terrorism in Lahore, where the Federal Investigation Agency and the Naval War College have been targeted by supporters of the Afghan insurgents. The Pashtun majority in Afghanistan has always had close links to its fellow Pashtuns in Pakistan. The present border was an imposition by the British Empire, but it has always remained porous. It is virtually impossible to build a Texan fence or an Israeli wall across the mountainous and largely unmarked 1,500-mile frontier that separates the two countries. Older models. The current occupation of Afghanistan naturally recalls colonial operations in the region, not just to Afghans but to some Western mythmakers, usually British, but with a few subcontinental mimics who try to draw lessons from the older model, the implication being that the British were good imperialists who have a great deal to teach the brutish, impatient Americans. The British administrators were, for the most part, racist to the core, and their self-proclaimed competence involved the efficient imposition of social apartheid in every colony they controlled. They could be equally brutal in Africa, the Middle East and India. Though a promise of civilizational uplift was required as ideological justification, then as now, the facts of the colonial legacy speak for themselves. In 1947, the year the British left India, the overwhelming majority of Midnight's children were illiterate, and 85% of the economy was rural. 21. Not bad intentions or botched initiatives, but the imperial presence itself was the problem. Kipling is much quoted today by editorialists urging a bigger Western footprint in Afghanistan, but even he was fully aware of the hatred felt by the Pashtuns for the British, and wrote as much in one of his last dispatches from Peshawar in April 1885 to the Civil and Military Gazette in Lahore. Pathans, Afridis, Logas, Kohistanis, Turkomans, and 100 other varieties of the turbulent Afghan race, are gathered in the vast human menagerie between the Edwards Gate and the Gorkutri. As an Englishman passes, they will turn to scowl on him, and in many cases to spit gently on the ground after he has passed. One burly, big-paunched Rufin, with shaven head and a neck creased and dimpled with rolls of fat, is specially zealous in this religious rite, contenting himself with no perfunctory performance, but with a whole-souled expectoration, that must be as refreshing to his comrades as it is disgusting to the European. One reason among many for the Pashtuns' historic resentment was the torching of the famous bazaar in Kabul, a triumph of Mughal architecture. Ali Mardan Khan, a renowned governor, architect, and engineer, had built the Charshada, four-sided, roofed and arcade central market in the 17th century on the model of those in old Euro-Arabian Muslim cities Cairo, Damascus, Baghdad, Palermo, or Cordoba. It was regarded as unique in the region. Nothing on the same scale was built in Lahore or Delhi. The bazaar was deliberately destroyed in 1842 by General Pollock's Army of Retribution, remembered as amongst the worst killers, looters, and marauders ever to arrive in Afghanistan, a contest in which competition remains strong. Defeated in a number of cities and forced to evacuate Kabul, the British punished its citizens by removing the market from the map. What will remain of Kabul when the current occupiers nally withdraw is yet to be seen, but its spreading mass of deeply impoverished squatter settlements suggests that it is set to be one of the major new capitals of the planet of slums. 22. The Western occupation of Afghanistan is now confronted with seemingly intractable, interrelated problems. The systemic failures of its nation-building strategy, the corruption of its local agents, the growing alienation of large sectors of the population and the strengthening of armed resistance are all compounded by the distortions wrought by the opium-heroin industry on the country's economy. According to UN estimates, narcotics account for 53% of the country's gross domestic product, and the poppy elds continue to spread. Some 90% of the world opium supply emanates from Afghanistan. Since 2003, the NATO mission has made no serious attempt to bring about a reduction in this lucrative trade. Karzai's own supporters would rapidly desert if their activities in this sphere were disrupted, and the amount of state help needed over many years to boost agriculture and cottage industries and reduce dependence on poppy farming would require an entirely different set of priorities. Only a surreal utopian could expect NATO countries, busy privatizing and deregulating their own economies, to embark upon full-scale national development projects abroad. NATO's goals. It need hardly be added that the bombardment and occupation of Afghanistan has been a disastrous and predictable failure in capturing the perpetrators of 9.11. This could only have been the result of effective police work, not of international war and military occupation. Everything that has happened in Afghanistan since 2001, not to mention Iraq, Palestine, and Lebanon, has had the opposite effect, as the West's own intelligence reports have repeatedly confirmed. According to the official 9.11 Commission report, Mullah Omar's initial response to Washington's demands that Osama bin Laden be handed over and al-Qaeda deprived of a safe haven was not negative. He himself had opposed any al-Qaeda attack on US targets 23, but while the mullah was playing for time, the White House closed down negotiations. It required a swift war of revenge. Afghanistan had been denominated the RST port of call in the global war on terror, with Iraq already the administration's main target. The shock and awe 6-week aerial onslaught that followed was merely a drum roll for the forthcoming intervention in Iraq, with no military rationale in Afghanistan. Predictably, it only gave al-Qaeda leaders the chance to vanish into the hills. To portray the invasion as a war of self-defense for NATO makes a mockery of international law, which was perverted to twist a yookishly successful attack by a tiny, terrorist Arab groupuscule into an excuse for an open-ended American military thrust into the Middle East and Central Eurasia. Herein lie the reasons for the near unanimity among Western opinion makers that the occupation must not only continue but expand many billions over many years. They are to be sought not in the mountain fastnesses of Afghanistan, but in Washington and Brussels. As The Economist summarizes, defeat would be a body blow not only to the Afghans, but, and more importantly, of course, to the NATO alliance. 24 As ever, geopolitics prevails over Afghan interests in the calculus of the big powers. The basing agreement signed by the US with its appointee in Kabul in May 2005 gives the Pentagon the right to maintain a massive military presence in Afghanistan in perpetuity, potentially including nuclear missiles. That Washington is not seeking permanent bases in this fraught and inhospitable terrain simply for the sake of democratization and good governance was made clear by NATO's Secretary-General Jaap de Hoop Scheffer at the Brookings Institution in February this year. A permanent NATO presence in a country that borders the ex-Soviet republics, China, Iran, and Pakistan was too good to miss. 25. More strategically, Afghanistan has become a central theater for reconstituting, and extending, the West's power political grip on the world order. It provides, RST, an opportunity for the US to shrug off problems in persuading its allies to play a broader role in Iraq. As Obama and Clinton have stressed, America and its allies have greater unity of purpose in Afghanistan. The ultimate outcome of NATO's effort to stabilize Afghanistan and US leadership of that effort may well affect the cohesiveness of the alliance and Washington's ability to shape NATO's future. 26 Beyond this, it is the rise of China that has prompted NATO strategists to propose a vastly expanded role for the Western military alliance. Once focused on the Euro-Atlantic area, a recent essay in NATO Review suggests, in the 21st century NATO must become an alliance founded on the Euro-Atlantic area, designed to project systemic stability beyond its borders. The center of gravity of power on this planet is moving inexorably eastward. The Asia-Pacific region brings much that is dynamic and positive to this world, but as yet the rapid change therein is neither stable nor embedded in stable institutions. Until this is achieved, it is the strategic responsibility of Europeans and North Americans, and the institutions they have built, to lead the way. Security effectiveness in such a world is impossible without both legitimacy and capability. 27. The only way to protect the international system the West has built, the author continues, is to re-energize the transatlantic relationship. There can be no systemic security without Asian security, and there will be no Asian security without a strong role for the West therein. These ambitions have yet to be realized. In Afghanistan there were angry street demonstrations against Karzai's signing of the US Bases Agreement, a clear indication, if one was still needed, that NATO will have to take Karzai with them if they withdraw. Uzbekistan responded by asking the United States to withdraw its base and personnel from their country. The Russians and Chinese are reported to have protested strongly in private, and subsequently conducted joint military operations on each other's territory for the RST time. Concern over apparent US plans for permanent bases in Afghanistan and Central Asia was an important cause of their rapprochement. 28. More limply, Iran responded by increasing export duties, bringing construction in Herat to a halt. 29. There are at least two routes out of the Khyber impasse. The RST and worst would be to balkanize the country. This appears to be the dominant pattern of imperial hegemony at the moment. But whereas the Kurds in Iraq and the Kosovars and others in the former Yugoslavia were willing client nationalists, the likelihood of Tajiks or Hazaras playing this role effectively is more remote in Afghanistan. Some US intelligence officers have been informally discussing the creation of a Pashtun state that unites the tribes and dissolves the Durand Line, but this would destabilize Pakistan and Afghanistan to such a degree that the consequences would be unpredictable. In any event, there appear to be no takers in either country at the moment. The alternative would require a withdrawal of all US forces, either preceded or followed by a regional pact to guarantee Afghan stability for the next 10 years. Pakistan, Iran, India, Russia and, possibly, China could guarantee and support a functioning national government, pledged to preserve the ethnic and religious diversity of Afghanistan and create a space in which all its citizens can breathe, think, and eat every day. It would need a serious social and economic plan to rebuild the country and provide the basic necessities for its people. This would not only be in the interests of Afghanistan, it would be seen as such by its people physically, politically, and morally exhausted by decades of war and two occupations. Violence, arbitrary or deliberate, has been their fate for too long. They want the nightmare to end and not be replaced with horrors of a different kind. Religious extremists would get short shrift from the people if they disrupted an agreed peace and began a jihad to recreate the Taliban emirate of Mullah Omar. The US occupation has not made this task easy. Its predictable failures have revived the Taliban, and increasingly the Pashtuns are uniting behind them. But though the Taliban have been entirely conated with Al-Qaeda in the Western media, most of their supporters are driven by local concerns. Their political evolution would be more likely to parallel that of Pakistan's domesticated Islamists if the invaders were to leave. A NATO withdrawal could facilitate a serious peace process. It might also benefit Pakistan, provided its military leaders abandoned foolish notions of strategic depth and viewed India not as an enemy but as a possible partner in creating a cohesive regional framework within which many contentious issues could be resolved. Are Pakistan's military leaders and politicians capable of grasping the nettle and moving their country forward? Will Washington let them? The solution is political, not military. And it lies in the region, not in Washington or Brussels. Benedict Anderson. Exit Suharto. In 1971, the Indonesian presidential machine informed the public that Suharto and his wife were planning a mausoleum for themselves on a spur of Mount Lawu, the dormant, 3,000 m sacred volcano that lies to the east of the sea Idavant Royal Javanese city of Surakarta. 1. The site had been carefully chosen, respectfully situated some meters below the early tombs of the Mangkunegaran dynasty, the second most insignificant of the 4 small central Java principalities instituted by colonial authority in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Mrs. Tien Suharto, by then already quietly mocked as Shinj, 10%, claimed some connection with the little dynasty which had barely survived the revolution of 1945–49. For Suharto, who always insisted that he was of simple peasant stock, but was rumored to be the illegitimate son of a Chinese tycoon, the site represented a social step up, and a normal one, since hypergamy was common among the Army officer corps in the 1940s and after, and families were traditionally Aksara local. Still, the construction of this expensive, unprecedented mausoleum for the future dead had something creepy about it, since Suharto himself was a healthy 50-year-old at the time. I visited Surakarta in the spring of 1972, after the Suharto government had discovered that I had entered the country by roundabout methods and had informed me that I would be deported. After some negotiations, I was allowed 2 weeks to wind up my affairs and say farewell to friends. I took to the road with my Vespa and stopped in Surakarta for a meal in the city's pleasant amusement park. In those days, young white men on Vespas who could also speak Indonesian gently were a real curiosity, so my table was quickly surrounded by locals. When the topic of the mausoleum came up, I asked my new acquaintances what they thought of it. After an awkward silence, a skinny, intelligent old man replied, in Javanese, "It's like a Chinese tomb." Everyone tittered. He had 2 things in mind, RST, that in contrast to Muslim tombs, even those of grandees, which are very simple, Chinese tombs are or were as elaborate and expensive as the socially competitive bereaved could afford. Second, in the post-colony, many Chinese cemeteries had been abandoned by bulldozers to make way for high-end construction projects by the state and by private realtors, speculators, and developers. During the long noontide of the Suharto dictatorship, from the 1970s to the early 90s, 3 things happened to the mausoleum. It was gradually LLED, almost to bursting, with the remains of Shinj's para-aristocratic relations, but none of Suharto's. It was heavily guarded by a unit of the Red Beret paratroopers who had organized the vast massacres of the left in 1965–66, and it became a tourist attraction, especially for busloads of school children, so that it was always crowded with village women selling t-shirts, baseball caps, snacks, drinks, and plated bamboo fans. One thing did not happen, even after Shinj joined her relations not long before the crash of 1997, the mausoleum never became sacred or magically powerful. After I was nally allowed back into the country in 1999, I often went to observe the site. No paratroopers, no busloads of children, only a desperate handful of vendors, a melancholy caretaker and the smell of a decaying building that had already endured a quarter of a century of annual monsoons. It remains to be seen what will happen to the place now that Suharto has nally joined his wife. To paraphrase Walter Abish, how Chinese is it? If the mausoleum marked an early version of Suharto's death foretold, I caught a later variation in Jakarta a few years ago. I had been interviewing an elderly Javanese communist, who had once held a high position at the party newspaper Harian Rakyat, People's Daily, and spent many years in Suharto's grim gulag. At the end of the interview, to cheer him up, I asked casually whether he thought Suharto would soon be dead. It worked, but not in the way I expected. With a big smile he said, "Not at all. It will take a long time, and will involve much suffering." How could he be so sure? He replied that the secret of Suharto's enormous power, vast wealth, and remarkable political longevity was that, early in his adult life, a renowned shaman had inserted a number of susuk under the skin, in various crucial places. "But the shaman died quite a while ago," he said cheerfully as he went on his way. There is an old belief that such susuk, tiny slivers of pure gold impregnated with magic spells, bring the bearer wealth, power, and a long life. But there is a catch: for a man to die peacefully and speedily, the susuk have to be withdrawn, and this can only be done by the shaman who inserted them in the RST place. Otherwise death will be a drawn-out agony. One life and times. What sort of man was he? How did he manage to rule his country without much serious opposition for more than 3 decades? Suharto's start was humble enough. Born in June 1921 in a village near Yogyakarta in central Java, he joined the Dutch colonial military, NIL, at the age of 19, just about the time when the Wehrmacht overran the Netherlands, and Queen Wilhelmina and her cabinet scuttled off to London. The NIL, like its sisters in other European colonies, was trained to suppress internal rebellion rather than to combat external enemies, and was organized racially, mostly Dutch and Eurasian officers, and native NCOs and foot soldiers with very limited education. Suharto himself had never niched his private Muslim high school. In less than 2 years, however, he had risen to the rank of sergeant, as far as it was usually possible to go. At that point, Hirohito's armies invaded the Dutch Indies and the NIL surrendered virtually without a GHT, except for its small air arm. But in October 1943, when he was just 22, the Japanese military in Java, fearing an Allied assault, formed a small auxiliary military force called the PETA to support a planned guerrilla resistance. Suharto immediately joined this force, and by 1945 had achieved the second highest rank available company commander. After the Japanese surrender to MacArthur, and the hurried proclamation of Indonesia's independence by the seasoned nationalist politicians Sukarno and Hatta, a national army was established. It was composed of former NIL, former PETA, and former members of various Japanese armed youth groups, but with PETA officers in the dominant position. There was, naturally, a huge ination of ranks, a swarm of generals and colonels with immediate backgrounds as lieutenants and sergeants. Suharto joined the rush and, by the spring of 1946, was a lieutenant colonel. More importantly, he was posted just outside Yogyakarta, which became the infant republic's capital city when the British and Dutch seized Batavia Jakarta early in 1946. There were not many people in the new army who had served both the Dutch and Japanese regimes within the space of just 6 years, but Suharto was one of them, and proud by the experience. In 1946, at the age of 25, he was already a relatively senior military man. It was at this point that he can be said to have started his political career. On the night of June 27, 1946, a group of armed militiamen, attached indirectly to the political opposition, a mix of pre-war nationalists, most of whom had collaborated with the Japanese, kidnapped the civilian Prime Minister Sultan Syahrir, charging him with weakness in dealing with the returning Dutch. Sukarno took direct control of the government and demanded Syahrir's immediate release, which was eventually forthcoming. But the conspirators, backed openly by the Yogyakarta military commander and less openly by the 31-year-old Commander-in-Chief General Sudirman, retired to Suharto's command post. From there they attempted a coup d'état on July 3, which was, however, easily broken up. The civilians involved went, to jail, as did the Yogyakarta military commander, but Sudirman made sure that no other officers were affected. Still, the coup might have ended Suharto's military career, and he was very careful thereafter. Rise to power. From the autumn of 1945 up to January 1948, the core leadership of the ruling multi-party coalition in Indonesia consisted of a variety of socialists and communists, including some returnees from Holland who had taken part in the anti-Nazi underground. They were not contaminated by collaboration with the Japanese, a strong card domestically and internationally. It was also believed that since the RST post-liberation government in Holland was led by socialists, there was a chance of a diplomatic route to independence. By 1947, however, the Dutch cabinet had shifted to the right, and in July of that year a large and successful military attack caused the new republic a considerable loss both of territory and of access to the outside world. The socialists and communists were forced to accept a highly disadvantageous interim agreement in January 1948, and so fell from power, replaced by a coalition of Muslims and secular, bourgeois and petty aristocratic, nationalists. Meantime, the Cold War was setting in and the left was radicalized all over Southeast Asia, abandoning parliamentary for military means to come back to power. In the summer of 1948, a civil war was looming in Indonesia between the left and its various adversaries, with both sides backed by military units and armed militias. Sudirman tried to overcome the crisis by appointing two men to mediate: Wicana, the then communist civilian governor of Central Java, and Suharto. In 1963 I interviewed Wicana in Yogyakarta, where he had retired after being sidelined by the party's younger leadership. The gentle elderly man told me that Suharto had been excellent, taken no sides, and done everything he could to prevent warfare between the armed backers of the cabinet and the opposition to no avail. The civil war, which took place only in Republican-held areas in Java, was brief but bloody, and the left was completely crushed. A good number of the leaders were killed in action or executed after surrendering. After the formal transfer of sovereignty at the end of 1949, the new member of the United Nations faced an enormously difficult situation. The colonial economy had been devastated by wartime Japanese rule and the military struggle with the returning Dutch. The huge popular mobilizations that began against the Japanese and continued during the revolution created a large body of people who expected to be rewarded for their sacrifices. But the lightly populated eastern part of the archipelago had been successively occupied after the war by Australia and then by the Dutch, so that republican activism there was difficult. Furthermore, the Dutch-Indonesian agreement, supervised by the US, required the Republic to return all pre-war properties of Dutch capitalists. Finally, no political party had even come close to monopolizing the revolutionary upsurge. Hence, a multi-party constitutional democracy came into being, which even permitted the surviving communists to rebuild their strength. One could also say that there was no alternative. Given the country's geography, the military was powerful, but it had no air force and not much in the way of a navy. In this environment Suharto started to make his mark, by a successful amphibious attack on pro-Dutch and other dissidents in Celebes. This in turn led to him being appointed in 1957, aged 36, the military commander of Central Java, a key position in the army hierarchy. Then he made another serious mistake, not so much political. He was very careful, but financial. He and his trusted staff became involved with certain dubious Chinese tycoons in extensive smuggling operations and other businesses. This resulted in his being dismissed by the High Command. Two of these Chinese friends later became key cronies under the dictatorship. But armies usually take care of their own, and Suharto was sent off to the Staff and Command School in Bandung, where he did well, and after that was appointed commander of the Army Strategic Reserve, planned as the High Command's strike force against provincial dissidents and other national enemies. In the early 1960s he commanded the joint operations designed to liberate West Papua from residual Dutch colonialism. There was no military victory, since the Americans intervened diplomatically against the Dutch, but Suharto was treated by the press as a kind of national hero. When Sukarno decided, in 1963-64, on a military confrontation with the London-arranged Malaysian Federation, Suharto was named deputy commander, and secretly, fearing the growing power of the Communist Party in Java, opened contacts with the enemy. By then he was so senior that he was the automatic replacement for the Army Commander General Yani, when the latter was overseas. Meantime, political polarization between right and left was increasing rapidly as hyperination embedded a Sov-ki-put mentality which persists to this day. It is an indication of Suharto's penchant for secrecy and maneuver that he was by then a trusted army leader, his secret contacts with Malaysian intelligence and, indirectly, with the CIA were well hidden even from Yani, and an apparent Sukarno loyalist. Feint, massacre, coup. The crisis nearly exploded on the morning of October 1, 1965, when a small group of mostly middle-ranking army officers kidnapped and later killed 6 senior generals on the grounds that they were planning Sukarno's overthrow. Most of these disaffected officers had long personal associations with Suharto, and it is virtually certain that they informed him of their plans. They made no attempt to seize him, though he had operational command of all seasoned military units in the capital. Nor did Suharto make the slightest effort to warn Yanni and his comrades of what was afoot. Instead, he crushed the conspirators with ease and proclaimed that they were tools of the Communist Party. Almost all the military officers involved in what was then called the coup, though the actors themselves claimed that they were protecting Sukarno from a military coup steered by the CIA, were executed, via death sentences in kangaroo courts, or outside any legality. Only one, barely, survived the dictatorship. Colonel Abdul Latif, who was tried and sentenced to life imprisonment, probably avoided execution because of his long and close association with the Suharto family. Perhaps Shinj intervened. After enduring 32 years in prison and unimaginable suffering, the wounds he received when arrested were allowed to fester to the point that half his body was riddled with maggots. Latif was released by Suharto's successor, Habibi, but suffered a crippling stroke. When I interviewed him not long before he died, much of what he said was unintelligible. But when I asked him how he felt on the evening of October 1st, when Suharto had crushed the coup, he said, brokenly, but clearly, "I felt betrayed." With the mass media closed down except for the mouthpieces of the military, the Suharto group published photographs of the decayed bodies of the dead generals and announced that their eyeballs had been gouged out, and their testicles slashed off with razors, by sex-crazed members of the Communists' Women's Organization. Some years later, by accident, I discovered the text of the doctor's post-mortem, which stated that the generals suffered only wounds from bullets and rebuts, with eyes and genitals all intact. Within a few days all communist offices in Jakarta had been occupied or destroyed. On October 17, the elite Red Berets arrived in central Java and began the mass killing of men and women of the left. The same killings started in East Java with the arrival of the paratroopers in mid-November, and in Bali when they landed there in mid-December. 3. In every case, the military enlisted the panicked and murderous help of the mass organizations of the party's many enemies. The strategy of involving large numbers of civilians in the massacres achieved two goals. First, it allowed the military to announce, and a good number of foreign reporters to believe, that the citizens had run amok on a vast scale. Second, it ensured that there would never be any investigation of the killings, since blood was on too many civilian hands. No one really knows how many people were killed. Figures offered run from 500,000 to 2. On his deathbed, the by then marginalized General Sarwo Ethi, who led the Red Berets in 1965–66, even said he had been responsible for the death of 3 million people. For nor does anyone really know how many were imprisoned for years without trial in the grimmest conditions, but certainly the number exceeded 500,000. The intelligence apparatus was also cunning enough to enlist the help of a number of captured communists, some quite senior, who betrayed their comrades and even participated in their torture. By the end of the year, the party had been completely destroyed for good, as they say. President Sukarno struggled vainly to stop the killings and rally his supporters, but he no longer had access to the mass media. In early March 1966, paratroopers in mufti surrounded the palace where an emergency cabinet meeting was being held, broke up the meeting and arrested 15 ministers while Sukarno ed to his summer palace in Bogor. On the evening of March 11, 3 generals visited him there and demanded that he sign a document transferring all executive power to Suharto. Feeling himself at gunpoint, Sukarno signed the authorization letter, which gave the general, who had often sworn loyalty to his president, the opportunity to replace him the following year, and keep him under house arrest till his death in 1970. Curiously enough, the original of this famous letter has never been seen by the public, and was said to have been lost. Many years later, after Suharto's fall, a young aide of Sukarno who was with him that night told the press that the signed document had carelessly been typed on army headquarters stationery. By this time Suharto had achieved full power in legal terms, but he continued to deepen it in the years immediately following. All state institutions, including the armed forces, were massively purged of communists, communist sympathizers, Sukarnoists and other subversives. No ruler in the archipelago had ever had such a chance to pack the bureaucracy, the legislature, the judiciary, and parastatal agencies with supporters, sincere or opportunist. This initial packing was later systematically continued. By the early 1990s, the number of bureaucrats was triple what it had been in 1970. Mindful of the niceties of protocol in the international community, Suharto did not eliminate the party system altogether. But all the connecting Muslim parties were forced into a single United Development Party, led by a sly opportunist recruited by Suharto's personal political intelligence agency, nanced, modestly, by the regime, and forbidden to use religious symbols when campaigning. The same thing happened to the rest of the tolerated surviving parties, variously Protestant, Catholic and conservative secular nationalist, which were compressed into an Indonesian Democratic Party, also funded by the regime and led by intelligence nominees. The regime had no trouble winning two-thirds majorities in every election held till the dictator fell, thanks to a state party, but it was not called a party, which included all members of the civilian bureaucracy, the military, the police, assorted technocrats and mercenary journalists and academics. Development. Suharto's difficulties lay elsewhere. By the end of Sukarno's Swadizan revolutionary regime, guided democracy, 1959–65, the economy was in ruins, and the rate of ination staggeringly high. But fortune and Washington were with the general. At a moment when the Vietnam War was going very badly, and huge numbers of American troops were poised to cross the Pacific, Suharto had completely destroyed the largest communist party in the world outside the USSR and China. For this the American political elite was naturally grateful. Furthermore, Indonesia was strategically located and had vast mineral and timber resources. New oil fields were just beginning to be productive. Suharto understood what he had to do. The legal system was promptly revamped to open most of the doors to Western capital that Sukarno had tried to close. The Americans accordingly rounded up the Western Europeans and the Japanese to create the Intergovernmental Group on Indonesia, which for many years thereafter essentially paid for Indonesia's development budget. 5. The formation of OPEC and the huge rise in oil prices in 1973 gave Suharto riches undreamed of hitherto. In the late 1960s, the government began the systematic destruction of the country's primary forests by favored cronies and military men, as well as foreign corporations. The main beneficiary of all this was the dictator himself, who is generally thought to have had something like $73 billion in various accounts by the mid-1990s. 6. To say nothing of his greedy children and assorted close relations and cronies. During the 1970s and 80s, Suharto had many admirers in the West for what they saw as his sincere campaign to modernize the Indonesian economy, to promote rapid growth, to institute the Green Revolution in the countryside, to bring rapid population increase to a halt and to expand that middle class so commonly believed to be the harbinger of real democracy. These claims are by no means entirely mistaken, but they need to be looked at comparatively, especially if one remembers the vast subsidies provided over 2 decades by the IGI. The most obvious comparisons are with Indonesia's neighbors, Malaysia and the Philippines. If one considers health RST, by the beginning of the 21st century, all 3 countries had about the same life expectancies, males in the late 60s, females in the lower 70s. But the statistics on infant mortality look quite different. Indonesia shows 33 deaths per 1,000 live births, the Philippines close to 23 and Malaysia 17. On the other hand, thanks to extremely invasive and coercive policies, the natural rate of population increase was 1.38% for Indonesia, 1.78% for Malaysia and 1.95% for the Philippines. Literacy in all 3 states was around 90%. The economies show much greater differences. If one divides the labor force between the agrarian, industrial and service sectors, the comparison looks like this: Malaysia, agriculture 14.5%, industry 36%, and services 49.5%, the Philippines 36%, 16%, and 48%, Indonesia 46.5%, 11.8%, and 41.7%. Per capita GDP in the three countries was about $12,100 in Malaysia, $5,100 in the Philippines, and $3,600 in Indonesia. In fact, given the enormous inequality prevailing especially in the Philippines and Indonesia, the real annual product for the mass of people is substantially lower than these figures suggest. Most strikingly of all, in a larger context, almost all the countries whose currencies were severely damaged in the Asian crisis of 1997-98 have today more or less retrieved their old position vis-a-vis the dollar. The biggest exception is Indonesia, where the collapse exchange rate has remained largely unchanged. East Timor's torment. There were other fronts on which Suharto's grip was slipping. Of these the most important was internal security, with East Timor as the exemplary case. When the Portuguese dictatorship nearly fell in April 1974, he was persuaded that his intelligence agency's black operatives could manipulate the internal politics of the decolonizing entity to prevent the Communist Friedland Party from taking power. But the gamble failed. After a brief, bloody, and Indonesia-instigated civil war, Friedland did take power, and hastened to forestall Jakarta by declaring the ex-colony an independent state. After some initial hesitation, Suharto, basking in a sea of oil money, decided on military invasion, followed by annexation. All the messages from the US were positive. Ford and Kissinger arrived in Jakarta on the eve of the expedition, and the latter is said to have told Suharto, "Just do it quickly." Virtually all the armaments used for the invasion were American, but Washington winked at what was a clear violation of the existing arms agreement between the two countries, which specified that they could not be used externally. The Americans had another reason to be complacent. In a secret agreement Suharto had permitted, against international law, US nuclear submarines to pass through the Timor Strait without surfacing, thus evading Soviet monitoring from the heavens. A few weeks before the invasion, a high-level team of military and civilian intelligence, 38 NLR-50 operatives, on a propaganda tour in the US, dropped by Cornell University. When I asked one of them about plans for East Timor, the cheerful reply was, "Don't worry, it will be over in a few weeks." The initial invasion was a disaster, with Indonesian planes bombing their own ground troops in several places. 2 years later, Friedland still controlled more than half of the demi-island's territory. Jimmy Carter, the human rights president, then secretly sent Suharto some of the OV-10 Broncos that had had so much to answer for in Vietnam. They turned the tide. Thousands upon thousands of Timorese ed to the Indonesian-controlled lowlands. There they were herded into resettlement camps, and large numbers died of hunger and disease. But the resistance never gave up, gradually regained strength, and started a steady underground penetration of the lowlands. Suharto tried everything he could think of, but nothing really worked. The land of East Timor, famously arid, had no mineral resources and scarcely any forests. Its people were desperately poor and largely illiterate. Teachers hated being assigned there, as did bureaucrats. Attempts to settle migrants from other islands failed in the face of popular hostility and intermittent sabotage. The territory's one high-class export, coffee, became a military monopoly. The deeper problem was that in East Timor, Indonesians, often half realizing it, were in the position of colonialists. Hence the regular colonial complaint that the East Timorese were so ungrateful, language that would have been taboo anywhere in Indonesia itself. Furthermore, East Timor could not be accommodated in the standard our centuries-long struggle against the Dutch narrative of nationalist ideology and school textbooks. Worse still, they were Catholic in a 90% Muslim national population. Irritatingly, the Vatican refused to merge East Timor's priests into the pliant and often cowardly Indonesian Catholic hierarchy. but there was still another factor which has not generally been much noticed. Virtually all the soldiers at the time of the 1945-49 Indonesian Revolution were in their 20s. So large and so young was this force that a military academy was not opened until 1957. The RST class graduated in 1960, with only childhood memories of the struggle against the Dutch. They had been green lieutenants, with no important role to play, during the massacres of the left in the mid-60s. East Timor, their RST experience of war, came 10 years later when they were in their 30s. Anderson, Suharto 39. Since the invasion was just to them as a campaign against communism, the model they were given was 1965-66, no mercy, torture, burning of villages, rapes, crude intelligence operations and, most notoriously, in the spirit of 65, the organization and nancing of lumpen pro-military militias among the local population, who got accustomed to using methods from which even the army officers occasionally shrank. Characteristically, Army HQ prepared a secret manual on effective torture techniques and how to avoid being caught trying them. One of the best-known younger commanders, who had successfully ambushed and killed Friedeland's RST military chief, Nicolau Lobato, had himself camcordered with his triumphant booted feet on his enemy's corpse. He would tell occasional reporters that he fought off boredom of an evening by replaying the videotape. In November 1991, increasingly bold demonstrations by youngsters in Dili, the small capital city, were answered by a characteristically brutal and stupid outburst of killing. Unfortunately for Suharto, a brave young English journalist called Max Stahl managed to LM the bloodshed and smuggle the videotape out of the country. The LMS international circulation destroyed overnight the Suharto regime's constant assurances to the international community that the East Timor problem was over, and enormously encouraged the resistance. The capture of Zanana Gusmao, the heroic successor to Lobato, could not be handled any more by a quick execution. Jailed in Jakarta, his prestige undamaged, he became a hero even to some Indonesian youngsters in the opposition, who would joke, "If only we had Zanana as our president." The same methods and the same lack of success marked the regime's military suppression campaigns in Aceh and West Papua. Aceh had been a quiet and prosperous province in the 1970s and early 1980s, but the discovery of a vast eld of natural gas led to the creation of exploitation enclaves, heavily guarded and LLED with workers and managers brought in from other parts of Indonesia. Military rule set in, armed resistance followed, responded to by East Timorian methods. The end was a terribly costly stalemate in which neither the military nor the resistance had the power to come out on top. It turned out that some of the Aceh resistance commanders had earlier had some Red Beret training. More or less the same was true in West Papua, where timber mad cronies and Western mining conglomerates worked in a vast forbidding terrain where a small armed resistance continued right through the era of the dictatorship. 40 NLR 50. In the long run, all these adventures undermine the prestige and self-confidence of younger generation military leaders, not one of whom ever emerged as a hero in the mold of some of the veterans of the older generation. The Asian crisis of 1997 gave striking evidence of how the institution had been hollowed out. The military newspapers, which no one but military people willingly read, and which depended on large subsidies, were forced to close down and never re-emerged. After Suharto fell, newspapers reported that the head of military intelligence was being investigated for forging large amounts of currency. When reporters questioned the general about this, he engagingly replied, "Look, what could I do? Our budget had been cut to nothing, and the high command couldn't give me any more money, but there were all these militias in East Timor who hadn't been paid for a long time and were getting really upset." So he went on to become, BRI, the army commander. Father of bankruptcy. The secrets of the ultra-secretive president: security failure, industrialization failure, financial failure, moral failure, parental failure, all his children either monsters or non-entities, even political failure came oozing out bit by bit. For the irony of Suharto's story is that he was nearly undone by the forces that had made his long dictatorship possible. In the early 1990s, he had been persuaded by Washington to open up his country more widely to global financial capital. A lot of fast money owed into a plethora of shady new banks created to take advantage of this sudden bonanza. By then Suharto was living on borrowed time. Indonesia had become a net importer of oil, and the forests were largely gone. Local industrial development was weak, and the education system had been decaying for years. When the Asian crisis broke out, Indonesia was hit harder than any other country. Within a few weeks the rupiah lost 4/5 of its exchange value. Dozens of banks went bankrupt. Millions of people lost their jobs. The national debt climbed dizzyingly. His toadies had long honored him with the title of Bapak Pembangunan, Father of Development, but by the beginning of 1998, bitter local wits had turned it into Bapak Pembangkrutan, Father of Bankruptcy. Nothing more cruelly demonstrated this Waterloo than the photos of the haggard dictator at his desk while the capo of the IMF, arms akimbo, stands behind him, ultimatum symbolically in hand. Anderson, Suharto 41. What was he to do? The thinking that led to Suharto's stepping aside in 1998 could be formulated in two quite separate ways. The RST is cultural. Suharto had no oratorical gifts whatsoever. Almost always he scrupulously droned his way through tedious, statistical, cliché-written speeches written for him, in bureaucratic Indonesian, by the State Secretariat. As John Rusa has pointed out, no one remembers a single phrase Suharto coined in 33 years in power. Syed Bar? Franco. Probably he did not even think in Indonesian, which he had to acquire in his late teens. Occasionally, however, he would let his guard down, especially when he was furious. A few braver souls would mock his Indonesian for its Javanese accent, imported Javanese grammar and Javanese moral clichés. Once, enraged by student criticisms of one of his wife's more extravagant projects, he blurted out that he would gabuk anyone who dared to criticize her. Gabuk is Javanese for beat the hell out of someone. On another occasion, privately addressing the group of ambitious toadies who ran his National Youth League, many of them non-Javanese, he astounded his listeners with a long digression about the mystical meanings of the names for the letters in the Javanese alphabet. The State Secretariat made sure this curious rant was never published. Late on in his dictatorship, Suharto was seduced into helping an experienced journalist ghostwrite his autobiography. What blazes out from the pages is burning resentment of all those who thought he was stupid, uneducated, a mystical novice, manipulated by his aides, and so on. The central motif is I, and only I, decided everything. But rancune led him uncharacteristically to claim correctly that in 1983 he had personally ordered the execution of several thousand small-time thugs. 7. The book was barely out when Suharto had second thoughts and ordered its recall, a rare case of a dictator banning his own book. In fact, he was Javanese to the bone, secretly consulting shamans and astrologers, and visiting magically powerful caves, tombs, and so on. In late 1997, shaken to his core by the financial collapse, Suharto let it be known to the press that he was prepared to lengser kapraban and become a pandito. The Javanese words are a kind of cliché drawn from the old chronicles of Javanese kings and from the even older shadow play repertoire, based on the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Lengser kapraban can be translated as abdicate the throne, while pandito means great, mystical, sage. In effect, the great king, in old age, passes the kingdom to his successor and ends his days as a revered sage and counselor. This utterance was received with bitter mirth among his many young enemies, who believed not a word of it. In fact, he probably meant it, at least at that moment. For Suharto here let slip what many had long suspected, that in some moods he thought of himself as a monarch, and maybe really expected to play a key further role as the wise man of whatever next. Calculating the succession. The second reason for Suharto's decision to retire was straightforwardly political. seasoned with several tablespoons of rancune concentrate. Stalwart to the last, he would show them what would happen without him. Re-elected president for the last time unanimously, as always in March 1998, he had picked as his running mate the aeronautical engineer Habibi. 8. This was something new and remarkable, since over the past 2 decades the vice president had always been an unthreatening, retired general. Habibi, who came from celebs, was often regarded as an amiable, lightweight gasbag, who had persuaded the dictator to spend untold sums of money on building an export aviation industry along the lines of the German company Messerschmitt, where the engineer had worked for many years. The US, in the person of Boeing, made sure that these planes would never meet international standards, and in any case the crash of 1997 had ended the whole enterprise. But Habibi's candidacy also served another purpose. In the late 1980s and 1990s, Suharto increasingly felt that the armed forces might be slipping out of his control. So he started to manipulate high-level promotions in the military, in the RST instance Shinj's non-entity brother, and later a visibly unbalanced and fascist-minded son-in-law, and in the second instance former personal aides, whom military wits joked about as Praura Pinanjit. Praura is Javanese for officer, while Pinanjit refers to the old aristocratic tradition of putting daughters, after their RST menstruation, into seclusion until they were successfully married off. In effect, virgin officers. But Suharto was also thinking about how to create a political counterweight to the active senior officer corps, a generation younger than his own. The solution was remarkable. Throughout much of his dictatorship Suharto had been visibly hostile to political Islam. In the 1970s, his political spymaster Ali Murtapo had created a commando jihad, partly formed by released and desperate prisoners from the failed Islamic State rebel movement of the 1950s and early 60s. Some of these sad mercenaries had carried out an amateurish bombing of part of Borobudur, the famous 9th-century Buddhist stupa in central Java. It suited the regime's book to have Islamic terrorists secretly on its payroll. Then, suddenly, in his old age, Suharto took his family on a highly publicized, deluxe pilgrimage to Mecca, from which he returned not only as a Haji but with an entirely fictitious, new RST name Muhammad. Habibi was now instructed to create what was known as the League of Muslim Indonesian Intellectuals, ICMI. The engineer learned fast. He had previously astonished pious Indonesian Muslims in the US by telling them that the Prophet was akin to a television set, faithfully transmitting Allah's programs to serious viewers. But Muslim intellectuals, excluded from power for decades, rushed to join the ICMI, also with Machiavellian intentions. Suharto might wish to use them, but they would also use him, and they were much younger. As it turned out, ICMI, which had no social or religious base, disappeared in a puff of smoke when the dictatorship collapsed. But Suharto's calculation had been that, although Habibi would have general Muslim support in counterpoise to the army, he would be too weak not to need to turn to the great sage for instructions and help. In this the ex-dictator would be gravely disappointed. Habibi, an affable, garrulous Gur, quite aware of the enormous public hostility to Suharto after his fall, struck out on his own, and Suharto is said never to have spoken to him again. He released almost all surviving political prisoners, including Colonel Abdul Latif, and ended virtually all mass media censorship. Out of this came a torrent of abuse for the great sage, demands that he be tried for his crimes, and a strong push for total 44 NLR 50 reform of the political system. Habibi also made a start at organizing the RST-free elections that Indonesia had experienced since 1955. More strikingly still, he agreed that the East Timorese should be allowed a referendum on their future, monitored by the UN. The military were at RST furious about this, but then told Habibi that, with the help of their notoriously violent militias, they could guarantee that the natives would opt for Indonesian citizenship. Unfortunately for them, they had not reckoned with Zanana's guile. Against vehement opposition within the resistance, he had sent word from jail that all East Timorese should massively support the ex-dictator's electoral machine in the national ballot held in June 1999. So huge was this machine's success in the territory that military intelligence let down its guard. They were livid and bewildered when the great majority of the population voted for independence in the referendum 2 months later. In retrospect, Habibie's brief presidency had many good moments. Unluckily, he believed that these earned him a full term as a real president, at which point his stock plummeted and he felt compelled to return to his second patria, a coal-created United Reich. From this moment on, Suharto disappeared from public view, successfully fending off demands that he be put on trial thanks to faithful doctors' reports that he was too ill or too senile to face the courts. Nor was the political elite he had created eager to go after him. He knew all their miserable secrets. Some legacies. From the later 1980s on, I used regularly to ask young Indonesian visitors and new students arriving on the Cornell University campus, who is the living Indonesian that you most admire? Almost invariably, the reaction was merely a puzzled scratching of the head, as if the question were ridiculous. Sometimes a youngster would hesitantly name a popular folk singer whose lyrics were mildly critical of the way things were. One or two would mention Premo Edaya Anantatur, the country's greatest writer, whose oeuvre was banned throughout Suharto's New Order. If the same question had been posed in the 1950s, the answers would have been completely different. Many heroes of the colonial-era nationalist and Islamic movements and the revolution were still alive and publicly active. The contrast points to a central legacy of the long. Anderson, Suharto 45. Dictatorship: the production of an overwhelmingly timid, corrupt, and mediocre political class. Resentful, suspicious, and cunning, the dictator made sure that no potential rivals, military or civilian, could develop any independent social or political base. Even his abject cabinet ministers believed they were under surveillance. The amiable, intelligent son of one of these ministers studiously avoided me during his RST 3 years at Cornell on parental orders. But in his last year, now socialized to American campus norms, he suddenly became very friendly. His father, he reported, had forbidden him ever to mention anything political when he telephoned home, since he was sure his lines were tapped. Well educated in some ways, the boy turned out to know almost nothing about his country's history and had never read the many important books about Indonesia's politics. Suharto tarried people, not only on the basis of his blood-stained record, but by his demeanor: chilly, silent, masked, except for occasional eruptions of real or staged rage. But with international backing he also acquired the resources to buy people on a massive scale. In the early years of the regime, it was his fellow generals who were the main beneficiaries of his largesse, but after 1973 and OPEC it was increasingly the so-called technocrats, economists, and engineers of many different types who became the richest, non-Chinese, people in the country, as they were given control of the ministries of oil and gas, basic and light industry, finance, foreign trade, employment and so on. They had no political base and were reliably loyal and compliant. In his null years, however, it was Muslims, often of Arab descent, especially Muslim technocrats and intellectuals, on whom the cornucopia fell. A whole generation and a half of politicians grew up within and absorbed the authoritarian, corrupt, and clientelist political culture that Suharto created. He liked to play them off against each other, but would tolerate no substantial or animatory rhetoric. Deliberately or not, he created over time the Indonesian national oligarchy of today, quarrelsome, but intermarried, competitive, but avoiding any serious internal conflict, without ideas, but determined to hang on to what they have, at all costs. This is the main reason why Suharto remained above the law after his fall, and why his children, except for the murderer Tommy, continue to control many of the country's television stations, tollways and other strategic assets. The crucial thing is that this national oligarchy and its hangers-on are largely incapable of thinking outside the old regimes. 46 NLR 50. Box. Cynics joke that there used to be one big Suharto, now there are hundreds of little ones. How did the oligarchy survive the popular demands for reform after the mass protests that erupted as a result of the 1997 financial crisis? One reason was the deep-seated fragmentation of the electorate, reminiscent of the elections of 1955. The biggest winner in 1999 was the secular nationalist party led by Megawati, a lazy and overweight daughter of Sukarno. But it failed to get even one-third of the votes, and lost support in succeeding elections. All governments since then have had to be coalitions. Second, under the constitutional rules inherited from the Suharto era, the president was not popularly elected, until 2004, but rather selected by the party-dominated Supreme People's Consultative Assembly. After the national elections of 1999, when the reform tide was still high, this body elevated Abdur Rahman Wahid, whose party won 10% of the vote partly because of his popularity with the reformers, but mainly because he was too weak to prevent his cabinet being packed by nominees from all the other political parties and the military, with Megawati as his vice president. Rather full of himself, "I got a message from Allah summoning me to be president," Wahid felt humiliated by his position, and tried to extract himself by conspicuous interventions into internal army affairs, a drastic reshuffling of his cabinet and various other maneuvers. He lasted only a year and a half, at which point all the parties except his own agreed to impeach him and remove him from office. When Megawati succeeded him, she promised and delivered a rainbow cabinet, in which all the parties, if one includes a renegade from Wahid's who became defense minister, had their quotas. The target of the oligarchy had been achieved, a parliament without an opposition, and every party clique sharing in the perquisites of power. Sukarno's daughter was not an energetic gur in any case, but the absolute lack of any creative initiatives during the 3 years of her presidency was also due to what Dan Slater has nicely termed the cartelization of the political system. 9. A third factor was the general outlook of the oligarchy, which feared popular mobilizations outside their control, fully accepted the neoliberal international order, and had no interest in anything that smelled of the left. The army leaders not only accepted the cartel but were important players within it. Nonetheless, as the popularity of the parties visibly declined, the oligarchy felt forced to change the method of electing the president, by opening the office to the sentiments of the national electorate. This is how, in 2004, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, an unassuming but intelligent Javanese, retired general, a key behind-the-scenes member of the oligarchy and Megawati's senior minister for security and defense, became Indonesia's RST popularly elected president. But the party he created for himself did not do well, and he has largely succumbed to the logic of cartelization, passivity, systematic incorporation of any possible parliamentary opposition, and Catholic division of the emoluments in his gift. It is not very likely that he will be re-elected in 2009, but his replacement will not be very different, barring some popular upheaval which seems for now over the horizon. Characteristically, when Suharto Nali died on January 27, 2008, the president presided tearfully over the funeral, worked things out with Suharto's children, who own many TV stations, so that no negative reports on the dead man would be aired, and ordered AGs all over the country to be half-mast for a week. Luckily, in many places this order was scornfully rejected. Cloaks of faith. A second major legacy relates to the political parties and their competitors. Like many military men, Suharto despised such parties and, as we have seen, corrupted and castrated those that he tolerated. Other than that, he paid them no attention. Since the legal parties were completely marginalized and had no influence on policy, they bore their impotence without attracting much in the way of political support or funneling social protest. Under these conditions, people soon realized that the only institutions which Suharto was usually cautious about subverting or directly suppressing were those based on religion. After all, one of the ideological banners under which the slaughter of the communists had been organized was the primordial battle against atheism. Suharto's religion was a characteristic Javanese syncretism of Islam, Hindu-Buddhist mysticism, and shamanistic animism, but this was usually concealed from the public. 48 NLR 50. Christians, though a small minority, had high educational qualifications, a heritage of colonial-era state favoritism and missionary energy. Generally sycophantic, eager for protection against phantom Muslim fanaticism, they were useful to Suharto's cynical ideological campaign for national unity. But they also had crucial support in Rome, Western Europe and, above all, the US. Catholics were not a real problem, since their power was largely based in Java, and their hierarchical leadership was easily bought off or cowed. Protestantism was a very different story. In the colonial period, Protestant evangelism had its main successes with minority groups in remote or upland regions, which were divvied up among different sects with different overseas sponsors. Hence even in the colonial period Protestantism became closely associated with outer island ethnicities, creating separate ethno-cultural churches for the Toba Bataks, the Karo Bataks, the Ambonesa, the Turajans, and so on. It is telling that the largest circulation newspapers in Jakarta under the Suharto regime were controlled by Catholics and Protestants, the most easily intimidated and therefore the most tolerated. It was not long before the obsequious Catholic compass was quietly mocked as Kemps, like a tire, and the Protestant signer Harapan, light of hope, as Serna Harapan, all hope is gone. As for the vast Muslim majority, Suharto closely followed the advice of the Panjandrum of Dutch colonial Islamic studies, C. Snoek Hergroenje, who had had the courage to go to Mecca disguised as a pilgrim. Give them everything they want that is not political. Hence, until the 1990s, Suharto donated enormous sums for the building of high-tech mosques in the bourgeois neo-Arab style, schools, charities, and subventions for airplane pilgrims to the Holy City, while brutally repressing any manifestations of political Islam. Today, any serious visitor to Indonesia should visit the beautiful old mosque in Surabaya dedicated to Sunan Ampel, said to be one of the 9 founders of Islam in the country. It is located in the center of the old town, next to the traditional Arab and Chinese quarters. Visitors will end a civilized warning posted against disturbing the peace of many tired and hard-working neighbors. This mosque is, to my knowledge, the only significant one in the country that still uses the beautiful unmediated human voice for calling the faithful to prayer. Everywhere else, and this is another Suharto legacy, the calls to prayer are made fortissimo with the help of high-amp loudspeakers, and often lazily taken from tapes. Anderson, Suharto 49. The relative immunity of religious institutions from Suharto's increasing insistence on his own form of Gleichschaltung had consequences that he failed to predict. All kinds of political, economic, ethnic, and even criminal interests which, under other circumstances, would have gravitated to political parties clustered round different religious denominations. The late Suharto period thus saw the emergence of something unimaginable before he came to power: Protestant street thugs, Catholic extortionists, Muslim mercenaries. After his fall, the consequences became bloodily evident. Protestant Ambonesa hoodlums who had long controlled part of Jakarta's brothels, bars, and gambling dens were evicted by Muslim gangsters loudly proclaiming Muslim morality. 10 forced to return to Ambon, the defeated Protestant hoods convinced almost all the local Protestants that they had been victims of Muslim aggression. Meantime, the corrupt, but quietist, colonial-era local Protestant church was being undermined by fanatical American and German evangelical missionaries, who provided much-needed social services but insisted that Islam was the work of Satan. The outbreak of cruel religious conflict in the Moluccas, which had never experienced anything of the kind before, was initiated by a Protestant massacre of an entire Muslim village. No surprise that this was not reported in the Western press. No surprise either that the alliance of gangsters with fanatical Protestants led sizable numbers of other gangsters and fanatics to come to the rescue of their fellow Muslims. The police and military, who should have prevented the bloodshed that followed, often broke up along religious lines. The result was a savage local civil war in the Moluccas, from which no one but gangsters procured arms and assets. Suharto rightly believed till the very end that the one Indonesian institution capable of felling him was the army. After the massive purges of 1966–67 he could be sure of the loyal support of a now completely anti-communist officer corps, composed mainly of people of his own generation, veterans of the revolution. Still, he took extra precautions. The most striking of these was a budgetary allocation policy which in no way sufficed for a modern military, especially one in power. At various points in the 1980s and 90s, senior military officials would even say in public that the budget covered only about one-third of their needs. This also provided plausible evidence to foreign reporters, scholars and, of course, officials that democracy was up ahead, somewhere along the yellow brick road. The Nanchal solution was ingenious and had its roots in the short period after 1949 when Indonesia was a constitutional democracy. The country was desperately poor after the ravages of the Depression, the Japanese occupation and the revolution, and the demands on a series of weak governments were substantial. Some provincial military commanders, headed towards warlord status, began to create their own hidden budgets by protecting smugglers, controlling local export revenues and practicing extortion, especially of Chinese entrepreneurs who nonetheless found these commanders useful at the price. We have earlier observed Suharto getting into this game in the mid-1950s. The big change, however, came in the year 1957. The very free elections held in 1955 had shown that no political party was able to win more than 1/4 of the electorate, but about 77% of the vote went to 4 large parties, 3 of them based on the heavily populated island of Java. These 3 were a so-called secular nationalist party, a traditionalist Muslim party and the Communist Party, while the 4th, a modernist Islamic party, was strong above all in non-Javanese areas. That the 2, usually, mutually hostile Islamic parties could not together win even a small majority in a country which is nominally 90% Muslim points to the real peculiarity of Indonesia in today's Islamic world. Prior to the generally peaceable political arrival of Islam in the mid-15th century, 800 years after the Prophet and his immediate successors had achieved astounding military successes in the Near East and on the Mediterranean, littoral Old Java for centuries had been culturally dominated by an eclectic mix of Hinduism, Mahayana Buddhism, and local Animaism. Virtually all of the grand monuments which earn Indonesia a substantial tourist income are pre-Islamic. The arrival of the Dutch at the beginning of the 17th century helped block any thoroughgoing Arab-Muslim transformation. Thus even today the Javanese are divided between, mostly urban, modernist Muslims who have no patience with syncretism and superstition, traditionalist Muslims, mostly rural, whose outlook is both nationalist and syncretic, and statistical Muslims who are circumcised, married and buried according to Muslim rites, but Anderson, Suharto 51. Whose real faith still shows strong traces of old Java's religious outlook. In 1955, the secular nationalists and the communists competed for the votes of the statistical Muslims, while active Muslim voters were divided between traditionalists and modernists. The post-election cabinet was necessarily unstable, weak, and incapable of halting the spread of outer island warlordism which increasingly took on local ethno-linguistic features. Behind the scenes, the CIA, alarmed by the communists' surprising electoral strength, and by President Sukarno's anti-imperialist rhetoric, was looking towards a major rebellion which would get rid of Sukarno and bring about an army-backed right-wing regime. In March 1957, the country was put under martial law. In the autumn, negotiations between the center and the outer island opposition broke down. At the same time, Sukarno, increasingly enraged by Dutch obstinacy in hanging on to West New Guinea, with American support, decreed the nationalization of all Dutch enterprises and the eviction of almost all Dutch citizens. The High Command, using its martial law powers, took over the huge welter of Dutch factories, banks, export, import RMS, mines, shipping and plantations, and promptly moved to immobilize the communist-dominated trade unions attached. In one blow, the army thus seized almost the entire advanced sector of the economy, and made use of these resources to win the civil war that broke out at the start of 1958, despite heavy CIA assistance to the rebels. Most of these enterprises were parceled out, and either mismanaged or effectively looted, making a major contribution to the economic crisis that undid Sukarno's guided democracy. As noted above, Suharto had far more resources to dispense than his predecessor, while the army's overwhelming political power helped it to build a huge, ramshackle economic empire independent of the national budget, often with the cooperation of favorite Chinese tycoons. It was, however, not an effectively centralized empire, since the army was organized territorially, right down to the village level, and each predatory level created its own sources of funds. Furthermore, most sizable private enterprises were forced to accept security units, ostensibly to protect them from scarcely existing labor unrest, but actually as agents of systematic, hierarchical extortion. 52 NLR 50. But this was by no means all. For the rest 2 decades of Suharto's rule, military officers were parachuted into all the state ministries and parastatals, and most important positions in the territorial civil bureaucracy were occupied by generals and colonels. The armed forces had a large, Suharto-selected bloc in parliament, and dominated the electoral machine, Golkar, which always won elections without difficulty. Perhaps most important of all, the officer corps was essentially above the law. Not a single senior officer was ever put on trial for corruption or abuse of power, let alone for murder. Yet, as we have also seen, by the mid-1980s the last of the revolution's veterans had retired, replaced by former cadets from the military academy. They had adapted fully to the regime, but failed to produce a single moment of glory, and not one of the new generation of generals enjoyed any independent public prestige. After Suharto's fall, and Habibie's ending of the old order's strict censorship, the mass media began to be LLED with devastating stories of military malfeasance and brutality. The popular anti-military movement was strong enough to get rid of the appointed military bloc in parliament, and restore much of the bureaucracy to civilian hands. 11 But other legacies of Suharto have remained. The officer corps is still largely above the law, the territorial organization of the army has not been undone and, after enormous losses in the 1997 Nanchal crisis, the soldiers have clung still more earnestly to their extra-budgetary enterprises. But the drastic decline in the army's prestige and the mediocre quality of its leadership appear to rule out for the foreseeable future any return to military rule. National amnesia. Since the cultural legacy of Suharto is a vast and complicated matter, it makes practical sense to focus here on just 2 crucial policy initiatives. The RST and most important was the introduction of a new spelling system for the national language, inaugurated in 1972-73. Actually, this policy was just as a way to open up a common print market with Malaysia. But the real motive behind it was to mark a decisive break between what was written under the dictatorship and everything written before it. One had only to read the title of a book or pamphlet to know whether it was splendidly modern, or a derisory residue of Sukarnoism, constitutionalism, the revolution, or the colonial period. Any interest in old orthography materials was automatically suspicious. The change was sufficiently great that youngsters could easily be persuaded that old printed materials were too hard to decipher, and so not to be bothered with 12. The effective result was a sort of historical erasure, such that the younger generation's knowledge of their country's history came largely from the regime's own publications, especially textbooks. Needless to say, the decades of anti-colonial activity against the Dutch largely disappeared. The revolution was renamed the War of Independence, in which only soldiers played significant roles. The post-revolutionary period of constitutional democracy was abruptly dismissed as the creation of civilian politicians, aping Western rather than Indonesian ways. All this had some comical aspects. For example, the brave but hopeless communist rebellion against the Dutch colonial regime in 1926-27 was described as the RST of a series of treasonable communist conspiracies culminating in October 1, 1965. In the decade after Suharto's fall, some tentative rewriting of textbooks has occurred, but in general inertia prevails. Many once banned books have been republished, anachronistically, in the Suharto spelling, but the market for these books is basically limited to students and intellectuals. The general ignorance of the past is probably greater than at any time in the last century. The second, related, policy concerns Indonesia's Chinese minority. Very soon after October 1, the regime's media claimed that the masterminds of the failed communist coup had received a large clandestine shipment of arms from the PRC, and that party chairman D.N. Aidid had acted at the behest of Peking. There followed the sacking of the Chinese embassy and the suspension of diplomatic relations until 1990. Under Sukarno, the only substantial political organization for the Chinese minority, known as Baperki, had been a strong supporter of the president, who enjoyed excellent relations with Peking. Baperki had also allied itself with the Communist Party and left-wing secular nationalists. This body was now prohibited, many of its leaders were imprisoned, and a significant number of ordinary Chinese killed. Suharto followed this up by banning Chinese schools, any use of Chinese calligraphy, and the near-compulsory changing of Chinese personal names to more Indonesian-sounding appellations. Needless to say, the rationale for all this was that the Chinese had to be better assimilated and become like other Indonesian citizens. But in reality the Chinese were almost completely excluded from political power. Discrimination was rampant and systematic in the universities, the civil service and the armed forces. Over the 32 years of the dictatorship, only one Chinese ever became a cabinet minister, and this Gur, appointed only 2 months before Suharto fell, was a notorious crony. On the other hand, on the economic, financial side, Suharto surrounded himself with a small group of Chinese tycoons who, in addition to acting as his bagmen, built huge and successful business empires. Some of these people, sniffing the wind, began transferring their assets to Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, and elsewhere several years before the crash of 1997. The policy suited the dictator's book, since he both respected Chinese acumen and knew that Chinese wealth could not be converted into dangerous political power. Native Indonesians were another story. Below the level of the cronies, the Chinese, facing exclusion from most other options beyond private medical and legal practice, concentrated energetically on commerce and swelled the ranks of an already timid middle class. The concentration became so great that the old stigma of being economic animals became partly internalized. Yet there were a few impressive exceptions. Sohak Gie, a prominent student opponent of the Communist Party and of Sukarno's authoritarian populist rule, was the one and only person in the late 1960s to denounce in public the massacres of 1965–66. The Protestant lawyer Yap Thiam Hien was so courageous in defense of human rights that he ultimately became a national icon. Dede Edemo, on returning from graduate study in America, was brave enough to announce that he was gay, and over 2 decades tirelessly worked to help HIV/AIDS victims and to enhance the civic rights of gays, lesbians, and transsexuals. The playwright Ryan Asher dared to. Anderson, Suharto 55. Compose and stage politically colored plays and musicals, though these were soon shut down. Nonetheless, Suharto's policies made the Chinese more vulnerable than ever to popular envy and hatred, and Suharto's fall was marked by savage anti-Chinese riots in Jakarta and the old royal city of Surakarta. After Suharto, politically the Chinese have no vehicle of their own, though they are financially important to all the large parties today. Only 2 Chinese, to my knowledge, have become cabinet ministers. The more important of the pair, Kwik Kian Gie, was quickly dismissed because of his personal honesty and blunt attacks on corruption, in general, and the activities of the tenacious Chinese cronies in particular. Discrimination is still rife. Young Chinese know even less about Indonesian history than their native counterparts, and that goes for the history of the Chinese in Indonesia as well. Many parents, still traumatized by their experiences under the Suharto regime, try to send their youngsters overseas to study, often with the dream of following them into permanent emigration. One remarkable development, however, is that there has been no significant anti-Chinese riot over the past 10 years, which have otherwise seen a great deal of inter-ethnic and inter-religious bloodshed. I think that the ironic explanation is that the Chinese minority, maybe 1% of the population and scattered around the archipelago, is too small to matter in the open electoral politics where these larger conics are involved. Under Suharto, with his tight control over the public sphere, the Chinese were regarded as the least dangerous targets for social anger and resentment. Children of 1965. The Communist Party, as we have observed, was completely destroyed physically, politically, and morally. Among the elderly survivors of years of imprisonment there is no agreement on what actually happened in 1965 or who should be held responsible. No one, not even overseas, has attempted to write a serious account of post-revolutionary party history. Up till today, former members of any communist-controlled organization and their families have to carry ID marking the stigma. Most are very poor, having lost all their property after 1965. They are barred from many significant occupations, educational institutions, the bureaucracy, and parliament. 56 NLR 50. To the very end of the Suharto regime, its military and intelligence services continued to warn, in menacing terms, of a latent communist party, and more idiosyncratically, of a dangerous organization without organization. Seemingly oblivious, even today, of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, and of the delirious success of the capitalist routers in China, right-wing generals and modernist Muslim organizations continue to rant about communist conspiracies. When this interminable hetze will end no one knows. But there are some interesting things occurring, nonetheless. During his brief presidency at the beginning of our century, Abdurrahman Wahid, the maverick and charismatic leader of traditionalist Muslims, spoke out strongly for reconciliation a la Mandela and the end of stigmatization. He even asked Parliament to remove the constitutional ban on Marxism and Marxist writings. His many enemies made sure that this request was rejected, but the ban is no longer seriously enforced. One can find in bookshops today many texts about Marxism, and by dead communists, including D.N. Aidid, who was summarily executed 43 years ago. Suharto's fall has opened the way for a good many publications claiming, sometimes with evidence, sometimes on the basis of rumor and mystical signs, that the real mastermind of October 1, 1965 was Suharto himself. These circulate quite freely. The most surprising development has emerged in an unlikely place among young intellectuals and social activists from traditional Islam, who in many ways are showing themselves to be far more modern than the modernists. Taking a cue from Wahid, they can be found, even in remote rural areas, visiting and helping impoverished old communists and their families. They say they are doing this work as a kind of atonement for the conspicuous and ferocious role that their elders played in the 1965 massacres. Not long ago, a friendly meeting was held in the old Republican capital of Jakarta between women from the traditionalist Islamic sector and female survivors from the communist side. Muslims listened sympathetically to the elderly communists talk about their sufferings in 1965 and after. All went well till one of the victims started to describe in detail how and where she was raped and tortured. At this point one of the younger Muslim women stood up ashen-faced, stuttered a few unintelligible words, and fainted. It turned out later that from the account she could identify the sadist. He was her father. Anderson, Suharto 57. It is possible, indeed likely, that Wahid, a very shrewd politician, took his initiatives with the idea of getting votes from ex-communist families. 13. He knew that the modernist Muslims and the residual electoral machine of Suharto have no interest, to say the least, in this constituency. He also believed that the reborn secular nationalist party, assuming that the victims had nowhere else to go, felt they needed to make no appeals or concessions. Their party leader, Megawati, the wags call her Miniwati, Sukarno's daughter, has repudiated her father's ideological legacy and displays a thoroughly petty bourgeois conservative outlook. All this means is that there is no serious political party representing anything remotely left. Nor is there any immediate chance that this situation will change, especially given today's international environment. The old social base of the Communist Party has changed greatly over the past 40 years. The factory-based workforce has become, for well-known reasons, heavily feminized and based on short-term employment contracts. Organizing is very limited, and the old social divide along quasi-religious lines remains. Corporatist mentalities are still dominant in the bureaucracy. It is probably telling that the workforce's one modern hero has been a heroine, a brave East Javanese trade unionist who was raped and murdered by the local military for her persistent and vocal opposition to her employers and their security units. The peasants are still there, but population pressure, land grabbing, and the alluring suggestions of the mass media have brought huge numbers, especially of the young and active, into the cities. Peasant organizations are small and weak. In the late Suharto era and in the RST years after the dictator's fall, there were many enthusiastic and idealistic NGOs tolerated, up to a point, by the authorities because of their small size. But the return of political parties to power, and the successful holding of a series of free elections since 1999, has lured many NGO staffers into mainstream party political careers. Others are too dependent on ignorant and trend-happy sponsors in the north to be capable of much creative work. Quiescence. It says something that, in 2007, Indonesia was often cited as Southeast Asia's most open and democratic society. The competition was not heavy: Thailand under military rule, interminable authoritarian regimes in Burma, Laos, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Singapore, and the appallingly corrupt and violent regime of Gloria Arroyo Macapagal in the Philippines. With the melancholy help of the tsunami, peace has come to Aceh, and an intelligent, peaceable former rebel is now its governor. Perhaps exhausted by the bloodshed of previous years, the Moluccas are fairly calm. Concessions have been made to the Papuans. The important decentralization law, passed by Parliament at the height of the short wave of reform that followed Suharto's fall, has shifted power and money to the regional elites whom cynics dub mini Suhartos. Islamic extremism is a spent force. The press is pretty free, though mostly conservative. Yet there is one other phenomenon that needs to be noted. Indonesia's educational system today is mostly a dreary swamp. Up until perhaps the early 1960s, primary and secondary school teachers were, even if miserably paid, respected localgers, partly for their energetic role in overcoming widespread illiteracy, and partly for the contributions many had made to the colonial-era nationalist movement. The everyday word for teacher, guru, still had an impressive traditional aura. During the 1965-66 massacres, the occupational group that was proportionately hardest hit consisted of just such primary and secondary school teachers. Their emergency replacements were a mass of uninterested, unqualified placemen and placewomen who wanted a civil service job at all costs, and, of course, were completely loyal to the regime that hired them. It was this phalanx that really brought the pervasive miasma of civil servant-style corruption into schools: bribery, tea money, embezzlement of school budgets, and so on. This generation has now retired, but they are responsible for recruiting their successors. I have often asked young people which of their high school teachers they remember with either affection or admiration. Anderson, Suharto 59. Typically, the reaction is incredulity at my naivete. Suharto had no time for students, but he encouraged the spread of hundreds of diploma mills to sop up unemployment. Even in the better universities, teacher absenteeism has long passed the time when it was remarked on. Sidelines, real estate speculation, boondoggling state-financed research projects are the usual lures. There is no better evidence of Suharto's educational legacy than that the political elite sends even its stupidest and most antisocial children to be tamed and tutored overseas. This does not mean that the country lacks a lot of very intelligent youngsters, but many of them are part autodidacts, more dependent on each other and the internet than on their teachers. One of Winston Churchill's more acerbic bones mots was, "While there is death there is hope." Every year, the number of young people who only remember dimly or not at all what Suharto's Nuis Ordnung was like grows apace. It is nice that, after half a century, Pramo Edaya Anantatur has found a successor. The young Sundanesa Eka Kurniawan has published 2 astonishing novels in the past half-decade. 14. If one considers their often nightmarish plots and characters, one could say there is no hope. But the sheer beauty and elegance of their language, and the exuberance of their imagining, give one the exhilaration of watching the RST snowdrops poke their little heads up towards a wintry sky. Robin Blackburn. The Subprime Crisis. In the summer of 2007, many leading banks in the US and Europe were hit by a collapse in the value of mortgage-backed securities which they had themselves been responsible for packaging. To the surprise of many, the poisonous securities turned out to constitute a major portion of their ultimate asset base. The defaults fostered a credit crunch as all financial institutions hoarded cash and required ever-widening premiums before lending to one another. The Wall Street investment banks and brokerages hemorrhaged $175 billion of capital in the period July 2007 to March 2008, and Bear Stearns, the FT's largest, was rescued in March, at a resale price, by JP Morgan Chase with the help of $29 billion of guarantees from the Federal Reserve. Many of the rest only survived by selling huge chunks of preferred stock, with guaranteed premium rates of return, to a string of sovereign funds, owned by the governments of Abu Dhabi, Singapore, South Korea, and China, among others. By the end of January 2008, $75 billion of new capital had been injected into the banks, but it was not enough. In the UK, the sharply rising cost of liquidity destroyed the business model of a large mortgage house, leading to the RST bank run in the UK for 150 years and obliging the British Chancellor RST to extend nearly £60 billion in loans and guarantees to its depositors and then to take the concern, Northern Rock, into public ownership. In late January, Societe Generale, famous for its skill at financial engineering, indeed the winner that month of the coveted Derivatives Bank of the Year award from Risk magazine, reported that a 31-year-old rogue trader had lost the bank over $7 billion. The SOC Gen management began unwinding the terrible positions taken by this trader on January 21, contributing to a share rout on the exchanges and, it seems, to an emergency decision by the Federal Reserve the next day to drop its interest rate by 75 basis points. 64 NLR 50. The management of risk, especially systemic risk in the financial world, was evidently deeply odd. An important part of the problem was that core financial institutions had used a shadowy secondary banking system to hide much of their exposure. Citigroup, Merrill Lynch, HSBC, Barclays Capital, and Deutsche Bank had taken on a lot of debt and lent other people's money against desperately poor collateral. Prior to the US deregulation and UK privatizations of the 1990s, US investment banks would have been barred by the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933 from dabbling in retail finance, and Northern Rock would have remained a solid, and very boring, building society. The trigger for the credit crunch was rising defaults among US holders of subprime mortgages in the last quarter of 2006 and early 2007, as interest rates were inched up to protect the falling dollar. This led to the failure of several large mortgage brokers in February, March 2007, but the true scope of the problem only began to register in the late summer. Interestingly, the RST bank to report a problem was Deutsche Bank, which was forced to bail out 2 property-based funds in July. In October, the US Treasury encouraged 3 of Wall Street's largest banks, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of America, to set up a $70 billion fund to establish a clear value for threatened assets. This did not work. Analysts complained, the path they have taken of skimming off the cream from the top doesn't resolve the fact that there is poison at the bottom. 1. At the end of 2007, with the credit crisis still as bad as ever, the world's central banks tried to pump vast amounts of liquidity into the global financial system, but the impact was temporary, and the banks remained unwilling to lend to one another. Lawrence Summers, the former US Treasury Secretary, warned of a looming major credit crunch as if 6 months paralysis had been a mere bagatelle. This danger stemmed from the impaired asset base of major banks if more capital was not injected to the subprime debacle and the drying up of credit, themselves the consequences of deteriorating conditions, were hastening the slide to recession in the US and global economy. On February 10 US Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson confirmed that credit problems were still serious and persisting, with more expected. On February 29 two senior investment bankers David Greenlaw, Morgan Stanley, and Jan Hatzius, Goldman Sachs, and two economists Anil K. Kashyap, Chicago, and Hyun Song Shin, Princeton, published a study entitled Leveraged Losses, which cautiously estimated that losses from the subprime crisis were likely to total around $400 billion and cause a drop in GDP of between 1 and 1.5%. For you might think the title mainly referred to the plight of millions of mortgaged homeowners, but, as we will see, the destructive logic of over-leveraged assets was also at work in scores of financial concerns. The US President and Congress swiftly agreed a stimulus package of $150 billion, and on March 11 the world's central banks clubbed together to offer the banks $200 billion on easy conditions. But these supposed masters of the universe seemed caught in celestial machinery they did not control. On March 16 the US Federal Reserve intervened to avert the collapse of Bear Stearns and arrange for its purchase by J.P. Morgan Chase at a small fraction of its earlier price. The remaining investment banks were offered, for the rest time, direct loans at low rates, against the easiest collateral and incandescence. The credit crunch came as the climax of a long period of gravity-defying global imbalances and asset bubbles. Fear of recession had prompted the US Federal Reserve to keep interest rates low in 2001-06, and this in turn set the scene for cheap and easy loans. The world's financiers and business leaders looked to us householders, the consumers of last resort, to keep the global boom going. Robert Brenner gave an arresting account of the structural cause and systemic turbulence in the global economy in NLR in 1998. In a substantial afterword to the economics of global turbulence in 2006, he stressed that a contrived consumption-led boom in 2002-06 had failed to overcome weak profitability and investment. While labor productivity rose in these years, real employee compensation did not. The maintenance of the boom was made a little easier by cheap Chinese imports, but the vital ingredient in consumer buoyancy was a build-up of personal debt. Brenner characterized the demand-stimulating policies of the Fed and US Treasury as market Keynesianism 5. While Andrew Glenn and Giovanni Arrighi offered extra considerations, they too recognized that the bubble economics of 1995-2007 was not under control and that NANS had escaped the reach of the regulators. 6. According to the Federal Reserve's flow of funds data, total debt in the US economy rose from 255.3% of GDP in 1997 to 352.6% of GDP in 2007. Debt growth was strongest in the household and financial sectors. Household debt grew from 66.1% of GDP to 99.9% of GDP over the decade to 2007. But the most rapid growth was in the debt taken on by banks and other financial entities, which grew from 63.8% of GDP in 1997 to 113.8% of GDP in 2007. 7. A succession of asset bubbles fueled this growth in debt. Notwithstanding his famous remark about irrational exuberance in 1996, Alan Greenspan, the Federal Reserve Chairman, took no stern measures to dampen the share bubble of the late 1990s. Robert Rubin and Lawrence Summers at the Treasury did even less, with Summers insisting that ballooning share prices should be viewed as an increase in US saving. 8. In the early 2000s, Washington found compelling reasons to pursue a cheaper money policy. It wished both to devise a soft landing from the share bubble and to demonstrate that the US powerhouse was unscathed by terrorism. It became a national security priority to innate the purchasing power of US consumers. In the aftermath of 9/11, Americans had a patriotic duty to take on more debt. In order to keep consumption rising, and banks and regulators to make this possible. Banks were drawn to consumer debt because of a decline in their traditional role as custodians of savings and deposits, as this was increasingly assumed by pension funds and mutual funds, and also by a drop in the share of their earnings coming from traditional corporate NANs. Between 1997 and 2007, the share of total financial sector assets accounted for by the assets of depository institutions plummeted from 56.3% to just 23.7%, while the share of pension funds and mutual funds rose from 21% to 37.8%. Freed by deregulation, the banks found new business by converting consumer debt into tradable securities and then selling those securities to the funds, or other banks. In order to finance this operation, the banks themselves took on more debt, blithely assuming that the return on the securities would be comfortably above their cost of borrowing, and that they would anyway soon sell on the securities to someone else, in what was known as the originate and distribute model. It was difficult for anybody to know what was going on, or how just these assumptions might be, because much of the action was registered only on the bank's invisible balance sheet in a shadow banking system. 9 Jane D'Arista argues that these trends also conspired to undermine traditional policy tools, since the latter, especially interest rate changes and great dollops of extra liquidity, work in and through their impact on banks as depository institutions. 10. In what follows, I interpret the credit crunch as a crisis of financialization, otherwise put, as a crisis of that venturesome new world of leverage, deregulation, and financial innovation which Alan Greenspan celebrates in his recent memoir. I show how the pursuit of a market in almost everything led to a banker's nightmare in which key assets could not be valued. I urge that attention be paid to the ideas of Fisher Black, the improbable inventor of structured finance, who warned against loading up on risk when declining to become a founder member of long-term capital management. I evoke both the New Deal response to financial failure and the rise of consumer finance in the post-war world, before considering, in conclusion, what can be done today. Inside the shadow banking system. The very low interest rates of 2001-06 were hugely lucrative to the banks, allowing them to take on more debt, improve the terms of their business and expand its volume. They sponsored hedge funds and private equity buyouts, packaged their own mortgage-related financial instruments, arranged bond insurance, and furnished lines of credit to their own structured investment vehicles, SIVs, and conduits. These bets were usually leveraged by extra helpings of debt, with some institutions, the investment banks and hedge funds, borrowing to buy assets worth as much as 30 times their capital. This is how the protagonists of the 2007-08 crisis became heavily leveraged concerns, often, as we will see, indebted to one another. The bank's embarrassment in changed conditions has at least one element in common with the plight of the heavily mortgaged house buyers. In both cases, borrowers were squeezed by rising costs and weakened revenue to sell the underlying assets in a falling market. First, the home buyers faced higher interest rates in 2006-07, then the banks and their special conduits ran into an even sharper jump in their borrowing costs in August 2007. Sophisticated and lavishly paid financial professionals should at least have spotted the problem, but they seem to have been deceived by their own legerdemain. As a Financial Times report put it at the close of 2007, while investors are scrutinizing some of the industry's best-known names, a specter will be silently haunting events, the state of the little-known, so-called shadow banking system. A plethora of opaque institutions and vehicles have sprung up in American and European markets this decade, and they have come to play an important role in providing credit across the system. 11. This hidden system had expanded rapidly in the 1990s and 2000s as a consequence of deregulation, which allowed many financial institutions to take on banking functions and loosen the rules that govern borrowing and lending. Following the collapse of Enron, it was revealed that several leading banks had helped the company fool investors and regulators by devising a multitude of off-balance sheet special-purpose entities. To the surprise of many, the subsequent legislation did not introduce an outright ban but allowed, under Rule 46R of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, the holding of vehicles off balance sheet so long as the bulk of the rewards and risks lie with others. 12. While other investors had some exposure, the banks, as owners of the SIVs, have learned the hard way that structured finance products can generate less controllable losses than simple assets, whose value can never dip below zero. Fantasy valuations. Martin Wolf has compared the high bank prots of 2006 with long-run equity returns. While the latter run at about 7%, the return earned by US, German, French and Italian banks in 2006 was around 12%, and UK banks returned 20%. 13. These high rates of return wreaked leverage, thin capitalization and risk-taking. The miracle of banking has always lain in the fact that bankers' liquid assets are much less than their outstanding loans. This stems from the credit-creating function of banks. The central banks, as lenders of last resort, are there to ensure against bank runs, as the Bank of England reluctantly proved when, with help from the UK Treasury, it bailed out Northern Rock, and as the US Federal Reserve showed when it subsidized the sale of Bear Stearns. The central banks supposedly control their risks by establishing strict asset qualifications and capital/loan ratios. Level 1 capital for UK banks was only 4% of total outstanding liabilities at the close of 2007. The US banks claim to be better capitalized, with 8 to 9% of level 1 capital, though Citigroup had dropped to 7.3% at that time. They are meant to stay above 8%. These are not generous levels of capitalization but were still deceptive in that they hid problems created by the lending spree off balance sheet with leverage rendered invisible and liabilities rated as assets. This became apparent as the banks were forced to recognize the collapse of the secondary, hidden, banking system. Constituted by off-balance sheet SIVs, conduits, and bank-sponsored hedge funds. The slow-motion collapse reeked at reporting periods and rules of disclosure. The SIVs held scores of billions of dollars of credit derivatives, at model prices, reacting great optimism or even sheer fantasy. Within specified time limits, however, the bank's accountants are obliged to mark to market, that is, set a market price on them. The best assets, level 1 assets, are those which can be valued simply by consulting a Bloomberg screen, where their price at a given moment will appear. Level 2 asset values are based on a model which relates them to an index of similar traded assets. Level 3 asset values are based simply on models, with no directly traded element, a form of guesswork, or, in troubled conditions, a wish and a prayer. By August 2007, mortgage-based securities were difficult to sell and those based on subprime mortgages could scarcely be given away. They had never qualified for level 1, but now they did not make level 2 either. On November 8 The Economist noted, among Wall Street RMS, the soaring amounts of level 3 securities now exceed their shareholder equity. 14 In the case of Citigroup, its collateralized debt obligations, DOs, alone were worth more than the equity value of the bank, forcing it, in subsequent weeks, not just to search for new investors, but to offer the latter preferred shares or convertibles that greatly diluted the holdings of their existing shareholders. A convertible is a bond insofar as it has a prior claim on the company's revenues but converts to a share above a given strike price. 15 By April 2008 the IMF was estimating that total losses were likely to come to $945 billion. Global banks are likely to shoulder roughly half of aggregate potential losses, totaling from $440 billion to $510 billion, with insurance companies, pension funds, money market funds, hedge funds, and other institutional investors accounting for the balance. 16 However, these funds, especially insurance and pension funds, also have large shareholding stakes in the banks, so will suffer heavy indirect losses. Indeed, most of their losses are collateral damage since their direct holdings of subprime DOs were minimal. Low interest rates tempted many homeowners to go deeper into hock by remortgaging. As Robert Brenner showed, the asset bubbles RST technology shares and then houses help to maintain the mirage of a buoyant economy and consumption growth, but only at the cost of growing personal and corporate indebtedness. 17 Non-financial corporations, especially the auto companies, had long offered consumer credit since this was the only way to maintain sales volume. Now homeowners were encouraged to treat their houses like ATMs. By 2003, some 18% of the disposable income of us consumers was required to service debt, yet neither the Federal Reserve nor the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, moved to crack down on the securitized mortgage bonanza. Those who felt wealthy could build a McMansion, while the majority, with their earnings, still aspired to the comfortable lifestyle portrayed in TV and magazine ads. Low teaser rates led millions of the poor to believe they could own a home. By 2007, weak housing and consumer debt were both hovering around the $1 trillion mark. For some time, Nance houses had teamed up with retailers to shower so-called gold and platinum cards on all and sundry, with the hope of ratcheting up consumer debt and subsequently charging an annual 18 or 20% on money for which the banks themselves were paying 3 or 4%. These high rates of return whetted the bank's appetite for dubious lending. By February 2008, after more than a year of wilting prices, the number of us homeowners with negative equity rose to 8.8 million, or 1/10 of the total. 18 Because houses seem such good collateral, the total home mortgage debt was around $11 trillion, of which a little over a tenth was either subprime or almost equally doubtful Alt-A. Credit card debt rose to just short of $1,000 billion, with automobile debt a little lower at around $700 billion. In these cases, the asset backing the loan is really the earnings capacity of the borrower, not the refrigerator or the car. Contagion. How bad could it get? Very bad, some believe. Nouriel Roubani of the Stern School of Business, NYU, has come up with a total of possible losses for the US economy that runs to several $trillion. Martin Wolf describes it as a recipe for the mother of all meltdowns, the bursting of the housing bubble could wipe out between $4 trillion and $6 trillion in household wealth. Subprime mortgage losses he puts at $250 to $300 billion, then there will be consumer credit defaults, the downgrading of bond insurers, a meltdown in the commercial property market, the bankruptcy of a large bank, the collapse of several leveraged buyouts, a wave of corporate defaults, a fat tail of companies has low profitability and heavy debt, the crumbling of the shadow financial system, a collapse of stock prices, a cascade of hedge fund failures, and a severe credit crunch. After all this, one scarcely needs to add a vicious circle of losses, contraction, and resales. 19. Wolf insists that this is a possible scenario indeed. The bankruptcy of a large bank prediction came true within less than a month, and that global linkage will be quite strong. Wall Street sneezes, a debilitated US economy catches a nasty virus, and the world comes down with you. Of course, some of these disasters may be milder than feared, and the authorities would try to prevent each element in the catastrophe, but according to Roubani, the regulators do not have the right instruments to avert much of the damage. Indeed, some of the problems of today stem from past attempts to put off the inevitable recognition of losses. If losses are not recognized and subordinated shareholdings expropriated, then it will remain unclear where new capital injections need to be made, and stagnation may ensue, as it did in Japan in the 1990s. 20. Chain of irresponsibility. How on earth could such risks build up? The source of the problems, which surfaced in 2007, though some had warned about them years earlier, did not lie only in the US deficits or the Fed's easy money policy. It also lay in an institutional complex and a string of disastrous incentives and agency problems riddling an overextended system of financial intermediation. To start with, take the incentives relating to those notorious subprime CDOs. New subprime mortgages rose from $160 billion in 2001 to $600 billion in 2006, by which time they constituted 1/4 of mortgage originations. The salesman responsible for this surge received a generous commission for each new loan, paid upfront but expressed as a proportion of the redemption payments to be made over several years. Brokers happily signed up ninjas no income, no job, and no assets by the 100,000. This behavior was directly encouraged by their incentive structure, while legislation dating back to the 1960s had relaxed credit standards for the low-paid and jobless without reckoning with the likely consequences. The Bush administration's vision of the ownership society somehow latched onto codicils of Johnson's Great Society to encourage the poor to take on housing debt at the pinnacle of a property bubble. The quality of the arrangements made for poorer mortgages was manifestly inadequate. They had no insurance provision and also avoided the real problem, which is the true extent of poverty in the United States and the folly of imagining that it can be banished by waving the magic wand of debt creation. 21 Indeed, the subprime borrowers were lured into inherently bad deals by those low teaser rates that bore no relation to the large payments required of them down the line. The bad mortgage bets were to be hugely compounded by the investment banks that purchased the mortgage debt for resale, supposedly according to the originate and distribute model: take on debt, repackage it, and sell it on. As a report in the Wall Street Journal explained, upfront commissions and fees are well established on Wall Street. Investment banks get paid when billion-dollar mergers are signed. Firms that create complex new securities are paid a percentage off the top. Rating services assess the risk of a new bond in return for fees off the front end. 22. Just to complete the picture, one should add that such fees are not only garnered by those in investment banks who construct and sell asset-backed securities. On the day his employer announced a write-down of over $8 billion, a managing director at an investment bank explained that the bank's own senior risk assessment officer had received a bonus of $21 million in the previous year for his part in the great CDO bonanza. What was more, this executive still did not report directly to the board. Returns on risk. The subprime mortgage meltdown perfectly illustrates the perils of naturalization and what I have called gray capital, great clouds of institutionalized savings, including private pension money, entrusted to financial industry insiders. I have previously explained how the growth machine of the 1990s and 2003-06 widened inequalities and was based on unsustainable mountains of debt. 23 At a certain point the burden of debt repayment would extinguish the prospects of more credit. Lulled by success, the banks faced a Minsky moment, in which the new risks and instabilities of a naturalized capitalism would storm through the markets. 24. The banks themselves borrowed to buy up subprime lenders, some even with convictions for predatory lending, because this gave them access to just what they craved: rubbishy assets. They had supposedly discovered how to limit their own exposure, while raking in the charges, by repackaging poor debts as CDOs and selling them on to their clients. Risky debt was potentially far more profitable than good debt because the latter is expensive to acquire and can never be worth more than par, while the value of the former was heavily discounted, and optimism about repayment prospects and the ingenuity of structured finance led to high resale prices. 25. With direct access to subprime mortgages, the banks and hedge funds had enlarged scope for bundling them together as CDOs, in ways that supposedly spread and insured the risk. Thousands of mortgages would be consolidated into one instrument and the resulting pool of debt subdivided into 10 tranches, each representing a claim on the income accruing to the underlying mortgages. The lowest tranche represented the RST to default, the second the next poorest paying assets, and so on up to the senior levels which were least likely to default. The bottom tranche of the CDO, designated the equity, was both vulnerable and valuable, and the mezzanine portion also attracted a good return. The senior ones, the top 70 to 75%, were more difficult to sell because the reward and, it was thought, risk were quite low. The different tranches' vulnerability to default was hedged by taking out insurance, at rates varying according to the perceived level of default risk. Note that a feature of the securitizing and tranching process is that the holders of a tranche would not know which specific mortgages they held until the default rate within a specified period became clear. Depending on the precise wording of the bundled security, the different classes of holder could also end themselves, if there was a default spike, bundled together in awkward and unexpected ways. The generally buoyant conditions of 2003-06, with low default rates and low interest rates, meant that CDO insurance was cheap. The purchaser was assured by those assembling the CDO that it came with a secure hedge and that the whole package had a AAA grade from the ratings agencies. The complexity of the CDO with its accompanying insurance made the entire credit derivative product difficult to value. Unsold portions could be sold at model prices to CIVs or conduits, set up with the bank's own credit. These prices reeked of trust in the banks and the ratings agencies that had produced and evaluated the products. At the height of the CDO boom, the ratings agencies were deriving half their income from such fees. 26. The CIVs were off balance sheet, so that the bank's stake in them was an asset, while the liabilities stowed away did not show up. Institutional investors could be persuaded to buy the CIV's supposedly high-quality, short-term commercial paper, allowing the vehicles to acquire longer-term, lower-quality assets, and generating a profit on the spread between the two. The latter included large amounts of mortgages, credit card debt, student loans, and other receivables. Like those, the CIVs are tranched with the bank holding the equity. For about 20 years those dealing in CIVs and conduits did very well by exploiting the spread between the return from the commercial paper they sold to investors and that from the CIVs asset base of securitized receivables, but this disappeared in August 2007, and the banks were left holding a very distressed baby. 27. Market ignorance. While the party lasted, the big banks could not get enough mortgages to feed their CDO assembly lines. The banks' frenzy to acquire subprime mortgages became so intense that they encouraged brokers to skimp on the credit checks required by standard due diligence. In return for immunity from prosecution, Clayton Holdings, a company that vetted home loans for many investment banks, is reported to have delivered documents to Andrew Cuomo, New York's Attorney General, showing that its clients, the banks, had allowed it to waive through many exceptions to the normal lending conditions and then conceal the high number involved. The report itemizes serial irresponsibility. 28. The complexity of the CDOs and CDSs credit default swaps, the financial instruments which insure bondholders, generates new risks: documentation risk, operational risk, ratings risk, counterparty risk, liquidity risk, and linkage risk among them. At the height of the CDO/CD surge, thousands of mortgage bonds were being packaged and rated every week. Sometimes the back-office paperwork lagged, skipped stages, or was out of sequence, leading to unexpected complications. On November 15, 2007, it was reported that an Ohio judge had dismissed 14 foreclosures brought on behalf of investors in pooled mortgages, on the grounds that they had failed to prove their ownership of the properties they were trying to seize. 29. Traditional subprime lenders had tended to cover particular localities about which they built up detailed information. They also had teams who would assess potential borrowers according to quite complex criteria, and collection agents who would retain contact with the mortgage holder. But the large mortgage brokers and investment banks had a different modus operandi. In the days of J.P. Morgan, the banks rated trust even more highly than collateral. But then they were dealing with a relatively restricted number of wealthy individuals and businesses. The ballooning of individual debt offered a vast market, but with little scope for personal knowledge and judgment. Fair Isaac and other personal credit rating agencies believed that the creditworthiness of any customer could be distilled into a single three-digit number, reacting the statistical probability of default. 30 borrowers and brokers learned how to manipulate the scores. As the growth of negative equity raised defaults, this algorithm became quite unreliable. In normal times, those who hold a mortgage on their house will be greatly concerned to maintain payments, but for the almost 9 million or more with negative equity, the attraction of simply walking away is great. As soon as they believe that the property is worth less than their debt, they have an inducement to put the keys in the post, surrendering the asset and escaping the debt. 31. The mortgage issuers should have ignored the Fair Isaac scores and taken due note of market risk. After all, default rates correlate more strongly with the trade cycle than anything else. But this factor was ignored, as were the signs from deteriorating credit tests. In a market that had been rising for years, there was still money to be made by assuming it would last a little while longer, long enough to distribute. and many believed that business cycles were becoming so mild, and counter-cyclical action by the monetary authorities so strong and effective, that consumer defaults were dwindling. The investment banks were playing a fast-moving game of pass the parcel. According to breathless at-world accounts of globalization, loans could be bought one day, packaged overnight in India, and sold on to institutional investors the next day. The sooner the sale, the better the risk profile. But by 2006 the supply of CDOs exceeded demand. Many public sector and deemed Binet pension funds declined to buy the CDOs, because they suspected them or were not sure how they worked. But those with mutual funds and 401(k) retirement plans were often less well served by their fund managers. There was also demand from other financial institutions, especially hedge funds, who liked the fact that the CDOs came with impressive credit ratings and could indirectly be used to bolster their asset base. Several of the major banks themselves developed a taste for the decorative qualities of their fool's gold. Even if they knew defaults must be in prospect, they believed they could hedge against them or invest only in well-protected CDS. Furthermore, the money management arms of the banks had some scope for palming off the well-rated derivatives on the less wary of their institutional clients. Thus in January 2008 the Secretary of the Municipality of Springeld, Ma, complained that Merrill Lynch, manager of the authorities' fund, had sold its CDOs for a total price of $13.9 million on the understanding that they were safe assets. By November 2007 they were only worth $1.2 million. Fearful of the consequences for its reputation, Merrill Lynch repurchased the assets at the sale price. 32. Tremors. A protracted sequence of reporting periods attached to the various financial services and products delayed the impact of the subprime crisis. The earthquake did not bring down everything at once. The default rate jumped in the second half of 2006. By February 2007 it became clear that defaults were running at a level that was likely to take down Countrywide, one of the largest mortgage brokers in the US, in a move prompted by the Fed. Bank of America offered to rescue Countrywide and guarantee its business, but the deal dragged on for months. In early March 2007 the New York Stock Exchange suspended New Century Financial, a company which had taken on insurance obligations for submerged trans-CHES of mortgage debt for most of the big banks. The CDO trans-CHES in the sieves and conduits were now dubbed toxic waste by insiders. In the context of a credit crunch and mortgage default rise, this colorful phrase had a very exact meaning. The CDO trans-CHES turned from being steady earners into a source of loss as their return fell below the interest that had been promised to investors in the conduit's commercial paper. As beneficial owners of the sieves and conduits, the banks had to end a way of meeting their obligations to the holders of the commercial paper which had been issued in their name. Sale of the securitized mortgages and other receivables was imperative, but no one wanted to buy them. Leveraged assets become a curse when the asset value turns negative. In the epoch of financialization, households have been encouraged to comport themselves as businesses, for example taking out a second mortgage because their home has risen in value. But many householders remain cautious as they realize that they want to go on living in their home. Financial intermediaries, to a far greater extent than households, actively adjust their balance sheets in response to changes in asset prices. Exception made of their ASHI headquarters, the banks get no use value from the assets on their balance sheet and are obliged to chase a monetary return. Greenlaw, Hatzius, and their co-authors contrast the pattern of response from households and financial concerns. Financial intermediaries react in a very different way to the fluctuations in net worth as compared to households or non-financial RMS. Households tend not to adjust their balance sheets drastically to changes in asset prices. In general, leverage falls when total assets rise. However, the picture for financial intermediaries is very different. There is a positive relationship between changes in leverage and changes in balance sheet size. Far from being passive, financial intermediaries adjust their balance sheets actively. 33. This behavior by financial intermediaries, the authors believe, made a critical contribution to the mortgage bubble, with regard to the subprime mortgage market in the United States. When balance sheets are expanding fast enough, even borrowers who do not have the means to repay are granted credit, so intense is the urge to employ surplus capital. The seeds of the subsequent downturn in the credit cycle are thus sown. But once contraction sets in, balance sheet pressure runs powerfully in the opposite direction and the banks are obliged to hoard cash. The super-leveraged conduits and sieves aggravated the pattern, as they had been set up with access to automatic lines of credit from the parent institution. Greenlaw & Co. explain. As credit lines were tapped, the balance sheet constraint at the banks must have begun to bind, making them reluctant to lend. The fact that bank balance sheets did not contract is indicative of this involuntary expansion of credit. One of the consequences was that banks sought other ways to curtail lending. Their natural response was to cut off, or curtail, lending that was discretionary. The seizing up of the interbank credit market can be seen as the conjunction of the desired contraction of the balance sheets and the involuntary lending due to the tapping of credit lines by distressed entities. 34. Balance sheet pressures were ramped up as accounting deadlines kicked in. The bank's auditors wanted their clients to accept large write-downs on these assets. But to do so was to make deep inroads on their capital base, and, for the weaker, this raised the specter of collapse. While grappling with conduit-related balance sheet pressure, they also had to keep a weather eye out for other threats, notably those arising from key insurance. Bond insurance. A string of bankruptcies among the heavily leveraged would test the market for credit default swaps, CDSs. Municipal bond insurers, known as monolines, enjoyed AAA rating because of this conservative specialization. Pension funds and other institutions were heavily invested in the monolines, with holdings amounting to $800 billion at the close of 2007. However, some years back the monolines diverted and took on insurance for corporate as well as municipal bonds, still claiming that their bond-only insurance remit was of limited risk. 35. The meager capitalization of the large bond insurers weakened their credibility, notwithstanding their past ratings. The search for more exciting returns had drawn them into branches of corporate and financial insurance that overstretched their capital base. An institutional investor complained that AMBAC, a monoline with equity capital of less than $5 billion, insured the debt of California, the world's sixth largest economy. 36. If the monolines lost their coveted AAA ratings, this would sharply raise their cost of capital. They escaped downgrades by means of discrete capital injections arranged by several of their clients, including the banks. Shareholders suffered dilution, but the prospect of collapse was staved off. It is possible that the Federal Reserve helped to promote this outcome, as it undoubtedly did with the buyout of Bear Stearns. The saving of Bear Stearns and Countrywide by means of takeovers was a win both for their bondholders and for those concerns that had insured their bonds. 37. Indeed, when a company teeters towards bankruptcy, bondholders and shareholders can have quite different interests. A rescue at resale prices can punish shareholders but leave bondholders relatively unscathed. We have seen that the securitization boom helped to make up for a stagnation or decline in the bank's fees from corporate lending and underwriting IPOs, rights issues etc. in 2001 and after. Indeed, the banks, helped by their role in packaging and selling all manner of credit derivatives including mortgage-backed DOs, achieved remarkably good profits right up to the actual outbreak of the credit crisis. This was true of both the historic investment banks and the commercial banks, albeit that, in the aftermath of deregulation, this distinction was breaking down. A residual contrast was that the investment banks are prime brokers and engage in large amounts of proprietary trading, risking their own money but in ways that are often difficult to fathom. Where commercial banking operations loom large in a financial group, as they do at J.P. Morgan Chase, the balance sheet tends to be stronger, hence its ability to absorb Bear Stearns. However, credit derivatives had appealed to both types of financial concern, helping to blur the distinctions between them. Cassandras and others. Warren Buffett warned in 2002 that derivatives were financial weapons of mass destruction. In a letter to the shareholders of Berkshire Hathaway, he conceded that Berkshire's main business, reinsurance, was itself conceptually close to the use of derivatives, the latter being calibrated bets on a pattern of future events not unlike those made by an insurer. He pointed out that there are widely shared risks in the derivatives world and that there is no central bank assigned to the job of preventing the dominoes from toppling in insurance or derivatives. He also observed, "Many people argue that derivatives reduce systemic problems, in that participants who can't bear certain risks are able to transfer them to stronger hands. On a micro level, what they say is often true. Indeed, at Berkshire, I sometimes engage in large-scale derivatives transactions in order to facilitate certain investment strategies. Charlie Munger and I believe, however, that the macro picture is dangerous and getting more so. Large amounts of risk, particularly credit risk, have become concentrated in the hands of relatively few derivatives dealers, who in addition trade extensively with one another. The troubles of one could quickly infect the others. On top of that, these dealers are owed huge amounts by non-dealer counterparties. Some of these counterparties are linked in ways that could cause them contemporaneously to run into a problem because of a single event. Linkage, when it suddenly surfaces, can trigger serious systemic problems." 38. Buffett complained that the way banks account for their holdings of derivatives was completely impenetrable and made a mockery of the disclosure requirements placed on them. The derivatives revolution, on this reading, was the most decisive step towards deregulation. Buffett was also clear that the banks were riddled with principal, agent problems. "I can assure you that the marking errors, i.e. the errors made in marking to market in the derivatives business, have not been symmetrical. Almost invariably, they have favored either the trader who was eyeing a multi-million-dollar bonus or the CEO who wanted to report impressive earnings, or both." Alan Greenspan, whose job it was to monitor such problems, preferred to remain a cheerleader for the financial services industry. Addressing the Futures Industry Association in March 1999, he insisted that any new regulations on derivative products would be a major mistake. "Regulatory risk measurement schemes," he added, "are simpler and much less accurate than banks' own risk measurement models." 39. His view chimed well with the repeal of Glass-Steagall that year and the passage of the Futures Modernization Act, sponsored by Congressman Graham, Leach and Bliley and signed into law by President Clinton in 2000. When Greenspan came to write his memoirs, he explained, "I was aware that the loosening of mortgage credit terms for subprime borrowers increased financial risk. But I believed then, as now, that the benefits of broadened home ownership are worth the risk." 40. By the time this was published, the mirage of broader home ownership was beginning to melt away, menacing his brave new world of rising productivity and low unemployment and innovation. Some of Greenspan's colleagues, however, were alarmed by his cavalier approach to swelling debt. Ned Gromlich, a Federal Reserve governor, queried the chairman's approach in 2000 and later drew up a detailed indictment asking why super-sophisticated mortgage products were being foisted on the poor. 41. Others in touch with the Federal Reserve System were also concerned. In 2004, the Fed published a paper by Michael Gibson outlining how vulnerable CDOs were to the business climate. They could come unstuck very quickly if a recessionary breeze unsettled the interlinked O of payments. 42. The US regulators seemed to ignore the broad issues of linkage and correlation risk. No doubt they were loath publicly to draw attention to the risks courted by the banks, their civs, and their insurers, or the linkage between them. Investors large and small had no viable way of tackling linkage or default correlation risk. Insurance costing 400 basis points would wipe out any profit in holding these assets. As we have seen, many public sector pension funds did shun the CDOs and CDSs, which is one reason why the investment banks were caught with so much inventory on their hands. The managers of these funds are inclined to be cautious and to pay attention to the warnings of informed commentators. Two men were well placed to anticipate these problems, yet failed to do so, Robert Rubin and Henry Paulson. Rubin was a respected director at Citi and could have ensured a much smaller exposure to the risky instruments. He was at the forefront of the financial revolution in the 1980s, when he recruited the ace risk evaluators to Goldman Sachs, where he then worked. Henry Paulson as Goldman chief ensured that the bank would emerge almost unscathed from the subprime debacle. Yet at the Treasury he took no public or effective steps to avert the catastrophe. Were there aspects of the problem that simply eluded these super-intelligent and deeply informed financiers? Or were they blinded by faith in the market, or in the ability of the financial community to regulate itself? To the fog of financialization. The subprime debacle and its sequels train a spotlight on financialization. When properly embedded in structures of social control, finance can help to allocate capital, facilitate investment and smooth demand. But if it is unaccountable and unregulated, it becomes sovereign in the reallocation process, and can grab the lion's share of the gains it makes possible, including anticipated gains before they have been realized. The problem is aggravated as financial intermediaries proliferate and take advantage of asymmetries in access to information and power imbalances. Such distortions multiply as financialization takes hold. It is boosted as the logic of finance becomes ubiquitous, feeding on a commodification of every aspect of life and the life course: student loans, baby bonds, mortgages, home equity release, credit card debt, health insurance, individualized pension funds. 43. Financialization also encourages corporations to privilege financial functions and to see themselves as chance collections of assets which, as circumstances change, must be continually broken up and reconfigured. While the individual is encouraged to think of him or herself as a two-legged cost and profit center, the corporation is simply an accidental assemblage to be continually chauffeured in response to eating market signals. Resort to leverage in the financialized world supposedly enables individuals and corporations to get rid of unrewarded risk and maximize outcomes. While the word debt has a negative ring to it, the word leverage is positive. Indeed, it is now often used as a verb, as we leverage our assets in order to reach for the stars. Forgetting that Archimedes' lever had a purchase point, the financial engineers aspire to move the world without securing the land on which they stand. In their philosophy, all that is XED melts into air. This gives them some insight into capitalist motion but no sense of its limits. In contemporary capitalist conditions, especially a gray capitalism riddled with defective links between principals and agents, financialization becomes hugely destructive. Two processes that took hold in the 1950s and 1960s nourished financialization: new principles of consumer credit, and the rise of institutional finance and fund management. In the post-war period, American retailers and manufacturers constructed a new world of revolving credit and option accounts, eventually culminating in the credit card. 44. Fostering consumer credit soon became critical to the success of a wide range of businesses. The Commercial Credit Corporation, CCC, offered its services to retailers who lacked sufficient expertise or capital to set up their own lending operation. General Electric offered finance to purchasers of its wide range of consumer durables, laying the basis for the emergence of the mighty GE Capital, responsible for 42% of group profits in 2000. General Motors expanded the General Motors Acceptance Corporation, GMAC, as of the late 1960s, a finance arm which accounted for nearly all group profits by the close of the century. Louis Hyman concludes, rather than forced down on consumers and retailers by banks, credit practices trickled up to financial institutions as retailers responded to the limits on their capital. 45. Diners Club, American Express, and Visa picked up and developed such already established lending practices. The powerful trend towards financialization was also evident in the rise of institutional investment pension funds, insurance, mutual funds, and college endowments. Indeed, it was often they who supplied the capital needed to finance the new credit arrangements, with different financial intermediaries taking generous fees as both fund managers and lenders. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, cooperatives, housing associations, and insurance companies organized on a genuinely mutual basis, i.e. owned by their members, not private shareholders managed to bring down the costs of intermediation by cutting out the commercial middlemen. But the consumer revolution of the 1950s and 1960s was driven by large-scale commercial retailers and their banks. In later decades many genuine mutuals were marginalized or broken up, with members receiving a modest payoff in the event of privatization. Theoretical models. The financial surge was accompanied by a revolution in finance theory that was pioneered as much by those advising institutional investors as by economics departments, since most of the latter took no interest in the world of everyday finance. The global turmoil and computing advances of the mid-1970s gave great scope to a new theory of financial economics and a practice of financial engineering. Its principles and methods were incubated by economists and financial professionals, who were both intrigued by the novel credit conditions and ideologically hostile to the well-ordered world of the post-war boom, with its government regulation, managerialism, hierarchy of leading corporations and increasingly influential fund managers. Fisher Black, 1938–95, who straddled the world of finance and academia, was the most theoretically fertile and ambitious member of the emerging school. On the one hand, Black was co-inventor of one of the financial world's most intensively used instruments, the Black-Scholes options pricing formula, and on the other he sought to arrive at a new equilibrium model. In the mid-1960s Fisher Black was asked by the Investment Company Institute, ICI, a fund managers consortium, to prepare evidence which it could submit to forthcoming congressional hearings, showing that fund managers were doing a good job for their clients' pension funds, college endowments, and investors in mutual funds. In conjunction with two academics also working on the problem, Michael Jensen at Chicago and William Sharp at Seattle, Black commenced a collaboration that was to redesign the capital asset pricing model, underlie the Black-Scholes options pricing mechanism, and earn his other collaborators, Myron Scholes and Robert C. Merton, the Nobel Prize for Economics in 1997–46. However, to the disappointment of his commercial sponsors, Black and his associates, after analyzing decades of share price movements, found no evidence that fund managers added anything to the value of their assets. The ICI omitted this embarrassing conclusion from the published report. 47. The financial engineers pinpointed the contribution to share performance made by a particular management by separating it from share price movements which simply reeked at overall shifts in the stock market or industrial sector. On average, they found, half of share price movement is not company or sector specific but reeks overall market trends. Sector trends accounted for 10% of price changes. The logic of this approach led to a host of share indices, such that investors could bet on their movements to screen out risk and secure reward. This was the origin of risk arbitrage, or the exploitation of asset mispricing in the wake of such market events as a hostile takeover bid. 48. Black urged that the prudent investor should be thoroughly diversified and intolerant of unrewarded risk. These watchwords of financialized investment have unexpected dimensions. For Black, diversification should extend through time as well as within the universe of assets currently available. The same nominal asset in 3 days, or 3 years, was not, in fact, the same asset because, as the Greek philosopher pointed out long ago, you cannot step in the same river twice. But Black's stress on longitudinal diversification also supported dynamic hedging, in which the portfolio is continually reassessed and recomposed. Aversion to unrewarded risk can prompt either a reasonable attempt to remove this, e.g. currency, inflation, or interest rate risk, which can be done by hedging, or a continuous search for risks that carry a reward. This idea often informs the leverage with everything approach. Leveraging the assets in a portfolio allows greater diversification. While remaining invested in one set of assets, the investor can mortgage them and establish a claim over another set, perhaps by buying an option or taking out a short position. Such procedures may also minimize tax. Black's respect for strong economic forces working themselves out through an inescapable overall equilibrium made him a critic of both monetarists and Keynesians. Monetary policy was always impotent in the face of changes in what people want. Black favored uncontrolled banking, including the waiving of all deposit ratios. In Banking and Interest Rates in a World Without Money, he invoked the advantages of a passive banking system, quoting James Tobin to the effect that in such a world, the real economy would call the tune for the financial sector, with no feedback in the other direction. 49. Black expressed various views concerning the efficient market hypothesis, according to which market prices wreaked all available information at a given point in time. He did, however, formulate a version he could accept in the following terms. We might deem an efficient market as one in which price is within a factor of 2 of value, i.e. the price is more than half of value and less than twice value. By this definition, I think almost all markets are efficient almost all of the time. Almost all means at least 90% or 50%. Many would regard such wide parameters as a very loose concept of efficiency. But Black liked approximations. The Black-Scholes model itself does not aim at great exactness. For Black, the market price oscillated around the efficient price, just as Marxist economists hold that market price oscillates around value. Indeed, the idea that price and value wreak socially necessary labor time itself implies a remarkable approximation to efficiency. 51. Black remains a contradictory and enigmatic guru. He took further than anyone else a model of equilibrium that treats human beings as bearers of human capital who must maximize their returns. Perry Mehrling explains how he experimented with diet, sex, and drugs in pursuit of this idea. He was the prophet of leverage because he believed that only the indebted had the single-minded focus on performance that equilibrium demanded. Disconcertingly, this concept functions rather like accumulation in a Marxist account. In the pursuit of diversification, he alternated spells in academia with work on Wall Street. But when approached by the Chicago board with the idea of basing the derivatives market on his option pricing formula, he declined to become involved and observed, options are an exciting way to gamble, and the Chicago Board Options Exchange wants to act as the gambling house, and take its cut. There's nothing wrong with that, but if we are to permit this form of gambling, it seems logical to tax it as heavily as the government taxes betting on horse races. 52. Risks and uncertainties. The quantitative Nance pioneered by Black always wanted to know the worst-case scenario: how much would be lost in the case of a protracted collapse of the market. The banks that were knocked for six by the credit crunch all used elaborate measures for their value at risk, VAR. These have proved to be beset by odds. They do not cope with the unexpected, and prompt replication or reinforcement of untoward events. Years of low volatility led to reduced VAR scores. Feeding bad news into these systems prompted sell signals that aggravated the dangers which the measure had initially highlighted. 53. The 1987 crash had revealed a similar problem with computerized program trades. The afflicted patient is often not the best judge. Regulators with access to a better constructed VAR could act more rationally than those gripped by a tidal cash ebb. It would not be difficult to bring the visible balance sheet closer to the real balance sheet by requiring published, board-approved levels of VAR and proper disclosure of all liabilities pertaining to associated enterprises. SEC links show that the VAR implied by trading activity at the major investment banks doubled between May 2006 and November 2007. 54. In recent years, as we have seen, Wall Street banks have felt obliged to take greater risks with their own resources because of a contraction in their revenues from corporate finance itself, a reaction of low investment in the US economy. They not only sponsor hedge funds but increasingly come to resemble them as they use their position as prime brokers to leverage up their bets and pursue arbitrage. The Austrian free market critique of socialism had insisted on the irrationality of administered prices, as administrators could never know the host of local possibilities that might unsettle any given set of comparative prices. The practitioners of quantitative finance believed that the Black-Scholes Merton options valuation model had established a new path to valuation, enabling financial products to be assigned valid prices. The prestige of this device set a precedent for pricing over-the-counter direct, institution-to-institution sales of derivative products. As Mackenzie explains, Many of the instruments traded in this market are highly specialized, and sometimes no liquid market, or easily observable market price, exists for them. However, both the vendors of them, most usually investment banks, and at least the more sophisticated purchasers of them can often calculate theoretical prices, and thus have a benchmark fair price 55. The theoretical model persuaded the purchasers of CDOs that they had paid the right price, notwithstanding the absence of a market, just as it seemingly reassured the banks that they had no skin in the game. In gray capitalist conditions, the concepts and techniques of the financial engineers begin to undermine and corrupt the market mechanism. Part of the problem is that these techniques are often used to game less well-informed players, escape tax, or promote a constant reshuffling of assets. As the current crisis shows, they can even deceive the deceivers. To some extent the fault lies in the abuse of financial techniques, rather than in the techniques themselves. The Nance house's short-term horizon, their lack of commitment to working collectives, and their susceptibility to insider abuse, are all typical of actually existing capitalism. More broadly, today's institutional investment gray capitalism has tolerated or spawned financial malpractice often dressed up in the latest jargon of the quants and engineers. Derivatives and deception. A well-regulated stock exchange is a phenomenal source of information for all market participants. It generates second-by-second data concerning the volume and price of trades, and its settlement system registers the identity of buyers and sellers. The analytic feats of the financial economists were themselves based on such data. Yet the advent of structured finance generated a gigantic volume of direct trades between institutions whose details were only known to the participants. These over-the-counter transactions exceeded stock exchange transactions by the turn of the millennium, and led the exchanges to skimp on procedure in order to remain competitive. Here we have both the cause of the credit crunch and the ultimate irony of the Western crusade to marketize the globe. A great wave of securitization aimed to turn even the most unpromising cash prospect, or intimate personal ambition, into a tradable. It succeeded in submerging the world's main capital markets in a deluge of non-performing and unpriced securities. The fog of gray capital descended on the financial districts, shrouding the great banks and clouding the view of investors and regulators alike. In order to grasp today's capitalism we need financial analysis, but the phenomenon of financialization sucks oxygen from the atmosphere. It privatizes information that should be public, just as it commercializes everyday life and promotes a pattern of uncreative destruction in which enterprises and work teams are continually broken up and reassembled to take advantage of transient arbitrage gains. In addition to helping financial institutions game their own customers, the techniques of financialization allow big capital, large corporations and wealthy individuals to escape tax and skim the holdings of small shareholders. Note that most pension funds and charitable endowments, but not us mutual funds, are limited by fiduciary rules from much exposure to hedge funds or exotic derivatives. A further corollary of proliferating financialization is that the regulations governing credit creation were loosened and then almost entirely ignored. Reckless credit expansion has long been the primrose path to financial crisis and collapse. 56. The post-1972 takeoff of financialization coincided with advances in computing capacity and the discovery of new mathematical techniques for valuing options and constructing derivatives. To begin with, these techniques were used mainly to reduce uncertainty and hedge currency risk. But before long it became clear that derivative swaps could be used to bamboozle tax authorities and shareholders. Financial engineering could convert one type of income stream into another, or an asset into income or the other way round, reducing or avoiding tax. Derivatives could also be used to rein the techniques of fund management and strategies for merger and acquisition. The more responsible pension funds avoid hyper-trading programs and stick with long-term investment strategies. But they do use derivatives to hedge their positions. While several financial products serve no useful purpose, we should not expect a generalized rejection of all options and derivatives. Instead, it will be necessary to distinguish, as the IRS already tries to do, between derivative contracts that really do seek to hedge risks and those whose only rationale is to cheat the tax authority and confuse the unwitting shareholder. There are already calls for proper regulation and registration of these instruments and of the shadow banking system as a whole. More and better regulation is indeed needed, but will regulation be enough? It is worth recalling that nationalization was born in a quite heavily regulated world, with some of its techniques designed to frustrate and defeat the regulators, just as others aimed at releasing value. Lessons of the 1930s. The 1920s share bubble, and the bank runs of 1929 and after, prompted a wave of regulation, including the passage of Glass-Steagall in 1933 repealed by Clinton in 1999. For a long period, roughly 1929 to 1972, the scope for nationalization was limited, RST because of the sharp national contraction of the Great Depression and then because of the extensive coordination of the Bretton Woods system and post-war economy more generally. 57. The centrality of banks, and the role of property bonds in the current crisis, bear an eerie resemblance to the onset of the Great Crash. Joseph Schumpeter stressed how the tumbling of property prices in Florida precipitated the collapse of a speculative bubble centered on property bonds. For Schumpeter, the stock market falls were secondary to the impact on the banks, which in turn wreaked the bursting of a credit bubble. He pointed out that the 1929 crash exhibited the classic features of the onset of a Huglar cycle. Named for the economic historian Clement Huglar, this cycle began with a devastating national crisis and credit famine, which then took its dreadful toll on industry and agriculture. Schumpeter was already aware of the particular role of housing investment in economic turbulence. Nothing is so likely to produce cumulative depressive processes as such commitments made by a vast number of households to an overhead financed to a considerable extent by commercial banks. 58. This time around, speculative financial instruments based on property mortgages have also collapsed, with Florida again an epic entree. Despite many unknowns, it is reasonable to suppose that US GDP will stagnate rather than suffer anything like the crushing decline of the 1930s. Nevertheless, the loss in potential output could be large. Greenlaw and his colleagues estimate a conservative 1 to 1.5% of GDP, as we have seen. So far, both politicians and regulators have sought to tackle the crisis by prompting the banks to come up with their own solutions, rather than by devising new instruments of regulation. The Brown government wavered for 6 months before taking Northern Rock into public ownership. In the United States, neither the Fed nor the Treasury have shown a clear determination to expose losses and recapitalize the affected institutions. Even Herbert Hoover established the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, a public agency designed to resuscitate threatened assets, which eventually made a huge contribution to reviving the US economy. The New Deal response to the crisis also comprised, in addition to Glass-Steagall, the setting up of the Homeowners Loan Corporation, HOLC, in 1933, the introduction of the Securities and Exchange Commission in 1934, the passage of the Social Security Act in 1935, and the establishment of a Federal National Mortgage Association, now more familiarly known as Fannie Mae, in 1938. While the HOLC was supposed to head off mounting foreclosures, Fannie Mae was designed to secure and subsidize prime residential mortgages. The HOLC bought mortgages in default from the banks and offered the borrowers lower repayment terms. Within 2 years, the HOLC had received 1.9 million applications from distressed homeowners and successfully renegotiated 1 million mortgages. It closed in 1951 after the last 1936 mortgage was paid off. 59. While the HOLC was dealing with subprime borrowers, Fannie Mae made it easier and cheaper for prime borrowers to get a mortgage, using its federal guarantee and tax-free status to organize a secondary mortgage market that underwrote any residential mortgage up to a certain value. The guarantee and tax exemption enabled Fannie Mae to borrow at cheap rates which were passed on to the individual borrowers. This partial decommodification of the residential mortgage market subsequently proved a great success. In 1968, Fannie Mae was semi-privatized and allowed to raise capital from investors, but kept its federal guarantee and remained exempt from taxation. These subsidies enabled it to nance the process whereby, over the subsequent 40 years, over 50 million householders acquired ownership of their homes. However, the semi-privatization can now be seen as a huge mistake, since it allowed the two government-sponsored enterprises to take on inordinate amounts of debt in a bid to promote securitization and boost earnings. 60. The more general problem here, also seen in the privatization of so many British building societies, is the hostility to even partially decommitted social forms and an infatuation with the corporate model. 3. Meltdown. By August 2007, the malaise caused by the collapse of mortgage-backed instruments had spread to the whole CDO section, and it was this that created the credit crunch. The penny now dropped that these amazingly complex financial instruments constituted an important part of the assets of a whole string of financial institutions. Hedge funds had also fancied them, being neither squeamish about their quality, nor quizzical about structured finance. They knew there was no active market in derivatives, but believed in their model value and in the insurance they carried. In some cases, including those worst hit, the hedge funds were themselves spin-offs from an investment bank, which would extend them credit to make margin calls. Part of the problem with CDOs is that the salaries paid to bank employees and financial lawyers match a wholesale operation dealing with thousands of mortgages, but not retail inspection of each lowly mortgage. 61. Shortage of deliverable items and practical restrictions on settling CDs contracts, meanwhile, has in some cases led to so-called protocols and cash payments worth less than the hedged amount. In another paper for the Federal Reserve, dated October 2007, Michael Gibson RST stressed the benefits of credit derivatives of all types, and then itemized the multiple risks stemming from their complex or intricate sequencing and coordination. 62. The collapse of CDO valuations, and the doubts about CD's coverage, wreaked at mutual distrust among those holding the securities rather than simple incomprehension. The credit crunch was a product of the banks' justified doubts concerning one another, as well as the quality of the underlying assets. The banks knew how to assess the problems of the CDOs, because they had helped package them. Their in-house finance PhDs had enough information to know whatever the complexity just how dubious these assets were, despite their AAA grades. They were aware that fear of contamination would take its toll on securities, including some that, in the fullness of time, might be okay, likewise that the insurance wrappers around these products might disintegrate just when really needed. The credit crunch has taken a toll on all mortgage securities and on the very concept of the CDO and CDs. It will prompt great caution. But it will not wipe out all derivative trades, since these are too useful to the financial system, and too widely diffused within it, to be simply abandoned. The nominal total of CDSs is no less than $48 trillion, or 3 times the size of US GDP, though many overlap and cancel one another out, making the real total much smaller. CDO issuance over the last VE years was $1.6 trillion, while outstanding financial securities total $10.8 trillion. The Federal Reserve has offered greater liquidity to the banks, but it is very likely that their problem is solvency, not liquidity. The paper by Greenlaw and his co-authors explains. Liquidity injections by the central bank are an invitation to the financial intermediaries to expand their balance sheets by borrowing from the central bank for on-lending to other parties. However, a leveraged institution suffering a shortage of capital will be unwilling to take up such an invitation. Recognition of this reluctance is the key to understanding the protracted turmoil we have witnessed in the interbank market. 63. These authors admit that US-style low interest rates help the banks by allowing them to roll over their existing loans at more favorable rates, but they do not lead to new loans. If the major banks are forced to reduce the book value of their CDOs by 50 cents on the dollar, this will wipe out the equity value of their businesses and make them technically bankrupt. Banks which face this danger include Citigroup, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, and Morgan Stanley, but there are likely to be surprises too. Of course, no major bank will be allowed to fail. Instead, the authorities will devise rescues, buyouts and mergers. Rather than the stern treatment meted out to Enron and WorldCom, we shall see socialism for bankers as public money is mobilized to prop up Nan's houses that are too big to fail. The Bear Stearns rescue was hard on shareholders but not bondholders or counterparties. J.P. Morgan, the purchaser, is the beneficiary of a Federal Reserve guarantee covering $29 billion of assets held by Bear. In the weeks following this rescue, the Fed lent a broadly similar sum, in condens, to several other banks, with Level 3 securities as collateral. The main alternative to the injection of public funds would be further input from sovereign wealth funds. Altogether, at the beginning of 2008, there was as much as $900 billion in vulnerable CDO bundles, including quantities of subprime, Alt-A and better debt. These assets do have value, but it is difficult to know exactly what this is, because they can only be sold at an absurd discount. Some will make a killing by acquiring undervalued distressed assets. 63 Greenlaw et al., Leveraged Losses, p. 43. Blackburn, Subprime Crisis 97. But how to tell good bets from dead losses? In an attempt to rebalance portfolios, some banks have resorted to barter, swapping credit derivatives to achieve a supposedly more advantageous mix. The losses chalked up by the banks hit their shareholders and some juniors in the stricken sector. Financial stocks have dropped on average by a quarter or more, with some doing much worse. However, the senior executives who brought these great losses on their shareholders have still been awarded handsome payoffs by tame boards of directors. The CEOs of two Wall Street banks left their jobs in 2007 clutching lavish rewards for failure, $160 million for Stanley O'Neill at Merrill and $90 million for Charles Prince at Citigroup. At Bear Stearns, the rescue left shareholders with $10 a share compared with $170 a year earlier. One-third of the bank's shares were held by its employees, many of whom will also lose their jobs. Board members lost heavily on their holdings, but will remain very rich men, since during the great CDO bonanza in which their bank was a lead player, they had earned fees and bonuses of tens, or even hundreds, of millions. Senior and medium-level bankers continued to receive lavish compensation despite the dire results. Morgan Stanley announced a $9.4 billion loss in the last quarter of 2007 but still increased the size of its bonus pool by 18%, arguing that the losses had been concentrated in structured NANs and should not blight the rewards of those who continued to be profitable. Employee compensation generally runs at 50% of an investment bank's revenue. In 2007 this rose sharply and in some cases came close to 100% or 64. The bank's shareholders have undergone severe losses. The largest shareholder in Citigroup is the Saudi investor Prince Al Walid, whose booming oil assets offset his banking losses. But there are certainly swathes of pension funds and small investors who will feel the pain. They may not have held much in those, but, since they have to invest in the whole market in the interests of diversification, they do have stakes in many financial corporations. One report claimed that pension funds lost $110 billion in the RST month of 2008 alone. 65 in 2007. 116 funds led lawsuits against their managers, for losses ranging from 28 to 84% on supposedly safe investments. State Street, with $2 trillion of pension funds under management, has already put aside $618 million to cover legal claims. 66. The most direct victims of the crisis have been 2 to 3 million US mortgage holders or their tenants who have lost, or will lose, their homes. Younger women, African Americans, and other minorities were overrepresented. The credit crunch deepens a recession which shrinks wages and the job market, and will make student loans more difficult and expensive to obtain. It is holding up countless municipal improvements, including the building of social housing. In the longer run there may be some benefit, since it has exposed how insurers and ratings agencies combine to overcharge municipalities for their bond insurance. And the crisis affects many outside the US, with the highly nationalized UK economy already taking a heavy hit. 67. The looming danger is some mixture of a protracted recession, like Japan in the 1990s, until bank losses are purged from the system, and a wider dislocation like that of the 1997-98 Asian crisis. Because this is a convulsion brought on by Anglo-Saxon nance-driven capitalism, it will have a character of its own. Japan did not have hollowed-out industries, a negative savings rate, or an infestation of untested, unpriceable structured nance. Treasury gambits. Henry Paulson has, from the inception of the crisis, put the main emphasis on urging the banks, bond insurers, and other financial concerns to come up with their own solutions. But this has had little impact. Thus the Super SIV, which he endorsed in September 2007, had to be abandoned in January 2008. On January 28, Hugo Dixon inquired in the Wall Street Journal, "Is anybody in charge?" 68 within days Paulson was assuring Charlie Rose, the TV interviewer, that he was working on a new and comprehensive regulatory template, to cover mortgage origination, securitization, bank asset ratios, off-balance sheet entities, disclosure, and the construction and sale of derivatives. When it was published in March, it became clear that he had not abandoned his faith that the financial community should regulate itself, or at least appear to do so. The plan laid some disclosure requirements on the investment banks and hedge funds, but there were to be no regulatory powers. The credit crunch has created emergencies in which the Treasury and Fed have had to intervene, but so far as possible this has been dressed up as self-help and auto-regulation. Hence even the takeover of Bear Stearns by JP Morgan only proceeded, as we have seen, because the Fed assumed $29 billion of risk from the former, an arrangement cleared with the Treasury Secretary. The resale of Bear Stearns dealt harshly with an outriding and unloved bank, which had itself declined to join the rescue of LTCM in 1998. It left unanswered the capital adequacy doubts that dogged other Wall Street concerns. The Federal Reserve has cut short-term interest rates sharply, supposedly as a way to stimulate the US economy. But its overriding concern is with the well-being, or even survival, of core financial institutions. The banks are always slow to pass on lower rates to customers. 69 With banks able to borrow on the easiest collateral at 2.25% interest, they continued to charge over 6% for even the most solid mortgage prospect. That there is much in life beyond the ken of quantitative finance is no revelation, but that its practitioners so badly miscalled the odds is strange. Thus Matthew Rothman, a Chicago PhD and head of quantitative equity strategies at Lehman Brothers Holdings, declared after a few bad days in August 2007, "Wednesday is the type of day people will remember in Quantland for a very long time. Events that models only predicted would happen once in 10,000 years happened every day for 3 days." 70 In fact Benoit Mandelbrot had long been skeptical, while Nassim Nicholas Taleb, himself a trader, warned that quantitative finance has a blind spot when it comes to fat tails and black swan events. 71 Fisher Black wrote an article on the holes in black shoals and another on how to exploit them. 72 One hole in black shoals is that it assumes a normal distribution and will be wrong-footed by a fat tail. With financial data there is often a problem of a sample size that is not large enough to capture their variance over a significant time period. In a long-term perspective, the information available to someone basing themselves on today's financial data is very limited. By excluding the future, it is impossible to estimate whether the tail is fat or not. While Fisher Black knew that time could play havoc with the theorems of Nance theory, the general run of quantitative economists naively believe in a simple numerical discount rate which can be used to calculate the net present value of a future stream of income or payments. This attenuating process, also brought on by mark-to-market and fair value accounting, robs the future of its most unsettling characteristics. It is at once unpredictable and carries the past within it. Financialization encourages households to behave like businesses, businesses to behave like banks, and banks to behave like hedge funds. But what, then, is the fate of the hedge funds? How can we know when they are successful? The relative frequency of Taleb distributions in financial markets makes it very difficult for even expert institutional or individual investors to assess the performance of hedge funds. In such markets there is, in any one year, a high probability of making a good return and a low probability of huge losses. But over 20 years the low probability rises to levels where perhaps 1 in 10, or even 1 in VE, such funds will be wiped out. The hedge fund manager is paid 2% of fund value each year and 20% of the annual capital gain. Even managers of funds that are wiped out after 20 years will walk away very rich. The credit crunch has already taken down several famous hedge funds and inspired radical doubts concerning the hedge fund formula. Martin Wolf cites a study which shows how difficult it is to devise incentives that are truly aligned with the interests of investors. Obvious possibilities include rewarding managers on the basis of null returns, forcing them to hold a sizable equity stake, or levying penalties for underperformance. None of these solutions solves the problem of distinguishing luck from skill. The RST also encourages managers to take sizable risks when they are close to the return at which payouts begin. Managers can evade the effects of the second alternative by taking positions in derivatives, which may be hard to police. Finally, even under the apparently attractive null alternative, it appears that any clawback contract harsh enough to keep unskilled managers away will also discourage skilled ones. 73. There remains the question, when and to what extent will the financial crisis become a crisis for the real economy? After 6 months of financial near paralysis, the US economy was still growing and the New York Stock Exchange was seemingly in denial. There were signs of a slackening pace, but these were aggravated, rather than caused, by the credit crunch. After all, it was the housing bust which prompted the crunch, not the other way round. A leitmotif of writing about the US economy in 2001 and after was the low level of domestic investment and the decline in loans made to non-financial concerns by banks. Instead, financial institutions lent to, and traded with, one another. Greenlaw, Hatzius, and their colleagues have explained how the balance sheet levered financial accelerator communicates shocks from one interconnected financial sector to another, intensifying the losses. 74. For a while, what was left of the real economy could limp along since it was not dependent on financial credit, but what of the fat tail of heavily leveraged corporations? They might only comprise 5% of the total, but their failure could still set off a new round of write-downs. The April 2008 IMF report politely raised the issue of bankruptcy when it stated that its estimate of $945 billion of losses suggests potential added stress on bank capital and further write-downs, combined with losses to non-bank financial institutions. The danger is that there may be further reverberations back to the banking system as the deleveraging continues. 75. For tackling the credit crunch. The collapse of the mortgage bubble and the damage it has done to both the financial system and real economy reveal the failure of Anglo-Saxon capitalism with its deregulation, privatization, and belief in the alchemy of financialization. While parts of the shadow banking system serve no useful purpose and could simply be suppressed, other functions are potentially useful and could be discharged by a responsible public body. The banks are closing their sieves, but the law which allows them to hide liabilities off balance sheet remains. The US and British authorities have both mobilized huge resources to rescue the banks from their own folly, and the bailout may be far from over. For both households and financial concerns, the burden of debt remains, and can bring them down. The banks will need support if they are to deleverage by reorganizing their business and restoring solvency. The use of public resources to achieve this should carry a price if it is not to encourage a repetition of such behavior, moral hazard, as the economists call it. Financial corporations that benefit from public intervention, as did J.P. Morgan, could also be obliged to issue preferred stock to a public holding fund. In the US, this might be the state-level Social Security Trust Fund network. Alternatively, a new social fund regional network could be established in this way. Since all have benefited from the low interest rates, all could be required to contribute. The power to impose a capital levy could also be deployed to prevent new bubbles. If the proceeds were redistributed from those who spend their dividends to a future-oriented fund that reinvested its income, it would help to contain inflationary pressures. Another area that requires reform is accountancy, dominated by just 4 large companies, and accounting standards, where the mark-to-market approach has been pro-cyclical, encouraging the boom-bust cycle. A public audit agency, and a diverse set of accounting standards, could tackle the problems of an industry where auditors are too often in cahoots with the auditee. 76. There is likewise a case for only allowing expert publicly owned bodies to function as hedge funds, and converting private equity into public equity concerns. Another model that might be considered is the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, a public body that operated in the years 1932 to 1946. It invested a total of some $39.50 billion, in contemporary terms nearly $4 trillion, to combat recession and, after 1940, to organize war production. It created a swathe of new productive facilities, acquiring an equity stake in return. This enterprise was hastily liquidated in 1946 because it had succeeded too well. It was portrayed as an un-American institution, and several of its best managers were hounded as Soviet spies. 77. A further example of a bailout mechanism is the Resolution Trust Corporation set up by the US Congress in 1989. This body used federal money to rescue the stricken savings and loan concerns. The RTC assumed ownership of all assets, selling these off once the market had recovered. In this way the RTC accomplished a huge federal injection of funds but was eventually self-liquidating. The RTC worked, but its successes became an opaque way of subsidizing the banking sector. 78. It would have been better if both RFC and RTC had remained as public bodies, helping to diversify the economic landscape and maintain levels of investment and security. Recapitalization expenditures should be seen as part of the capital budget, not as current expenditures. Jean-Charles Rochaith points to the success of the Norwegian approach to its banking crisis in 1988-92. 3 of the country's largest banks were taken into public ownership and their shareholders expropriated. The banks were so successfully rehabilitated that when they were eventually sold back to the private sector, the government made a significant prod. 79. At least some of this was channeled to the country's 2 public pension funds, one of which is dedicated to investment in the local economy. More generally, the old Anglo-American formula of the national debt is inappropriate in a world beset not by individual risk but by large-scale common shocks like climate change, aging, and market turmoil, as has been recognized even by some of the most conservative and cautious states as they build up future funds and sovereign wealth funds. The incoming Labour government in Australia has announced that it will continue to build the country's future fund. Norway, Singapore, South Korea, and China are other examples. The Norwegian Finance Minister insists that his country's government pension fund, with assets of $350 billion, pursues an ethical agenda and a high degree of transparency in all aspects of its operation. It has long-term investment horizons, avoids leverage and adds liquidity to the market. The fund rigorously eschews political posturing or politicized investment decisions. We promote the ethical foundation by exercising ownership rights and excluding companies from the fund. In cases where it is possible to encourage a company to put in place systems that reduce the risk of ethical infringements, the use of ownership rights is the preferred option. 80. Nowadays many public sector and social funds prefer engagement, putting down motions at AMS on such issues as dangerous industrial processes, denial of worker rights and exorbitant executive pay rather than simply boycotting the stock. One should be careful not to exaggerate what is achievable by such means, still less pose them as an alternative to popular campaigns, legislation, and trade union action. This is still state capitalism, and is usually far removed from real accountability. But in the shifting and treacherous sands of nationalized capital markets, the sovereign wealth funds have been a factor of stability. Given this potential, there is every reason to argue that they should be financed by regular capital levies, with the added advantage that such levies can, as Schumpeter pointed out, counteract bubble economics. 81. The national scale of regulation that emerged in the 1930s, and was globally coordinated by the Bretton Woods system, now needs to be revised and extended at international level. Indeed, Keynes and Dexter White always meant the IMF and World Bank to have greater powers, for example to prevent one country from running a lengthy period of surpluses. In the context of the current crisis, these institutions, each with a new head, will certainly try to get in on the act. The clauses of Basel II that allow banks to use their own valuation models need to be struck down. John Eatwell and Lance Taylor have for some time been urging the case for a World Financial Authority. 82 Their warning that the international financial system was likely to be dangerously volatile has been borne out by events. In associated work, Jane D'Arista has urged the case for what she calls a macroprudential framework, which would ensure pension deposits rather than financial institutions. 83 Elsewhere she has written of the need for a new reserve system which takes account of the spread of financial functions and insists on appropriate reserves being held by all entities that undertake them. D'Arista argues, in terms that might apply to any central bank or to an international authority. Creating a reserve system that extends the Fed's influence over the financial system as a whole requires that reserves be issued to and held by financial institutions as liabilities to the central bank. Shifting reserves to the liability side of financial institutions' balance sheets would permit the monetary authority to create or extinguish reserves for both bank and non-bank financial RMS. 84. Joseph Stiglitz has also identified critical weaknesses of the current global financial regime. 85 The time has come to re-examine the helpful checklist of proposals made by Walden Bello and others following the Asian crisis of 1997-98. 86 It is now widely recognized that offshore financial centers allow wealthy corporations and individuals to make a mockery of taxation and national regulation. The German government's demand to obtain disclosure from Liechtenstein signals a new approach. The broader concern must be to embed financial institutions also at the level of states and regions. The solution to the huge problems outlined above is not to abandon money or finance but to embed them in a properly regulated system, to progressively transform the very nature of the corporations and banks in terms of both ownership and functioning, and to create a global network of social funds, financed in the way envisaged by Meitner, and a global system of financial regulation. The shadow banking system must be brought under control and new principles observed by all those who offer derivatives for sale. The latter are a product of human ingenuity and should not be feared as an alien force. But their workings do need to be rendered visible and responsible. George Soros calls for a clearinghouse or exchange with a sound capital structure and strict margin requirements to which all existing and future contracts would have to be submitted. 87 Perhaps a global network of publicly owned derivatives boards should be established with a monopoly on derivatives trading. The actual and potential costs of the credit crunch are already huge, but they must be seen as part of a wider distemper of financialized capitalism, with its yawning inequalities, stagnant wages, and loss of social protection. Global imbalances make China, Japan, and Germany the world's leading exporters of capital, as the world's poor struggle to deal with rising food and energy prices. This is shaping up to be the worst crisis to hit global capitalism since the interwar years. The prestige of capitalist institutions has already suffered a damaging blow and will suffer further as the crisis hurts those in the real economy. But only practical, radical and transformative actions to tackle the wrenching consequences of the crisis can ward off stiff doses of capitalist medicine, which for many will be worse than the financialized malady they will be designed to cure. Times, April 3, 2008. Liu Shi dying. Casino colony. Metropolitan disorders 5. And the sweltering afternoon of May Day, 2007, a rare mass protest of construction workers, local civil servants and others took place in the streets of Macau. Thousands of demonstrators took to the streets with banners bearing a range of slogans against corruption, for housing rights and better livelihoods, against the index of illegal labor and chanting calls for the resignation of Macau's chief executive, Edmond Ho-Hwa. The march was organized by a coalition of 6 small labor unions but was joined along the way by many sympathetic bystanders. At the junction of Avenida do Coronel Mesquita and Avenida de Almeida Ribeiro, in the heart of the old Portuguese colonial city, an altercation with the police over the protests route turned into a series of scuffs, and one citizen was seriously wounded as a policeman read VE gunshots. 1. The protests were evidence of the social tensions caused by the dramatic economic growth in Macau, which paradoxically has been increasingly integrated into the circuits of global capital since its sovereignty was returned to mainland China in 1999. Foreign investment has poured in, the vast majority from overseas casino operators who have driven a phenomenal expansion of the territory's gambling sector. Macau is the only part of the PRC where gambling is legal and, in a stark demonstration of the one country, two systems principle, the Chinese authorities have since 2001 enthusiastically opened the region up to casino entrepreneurs from the US. Macau now has almost as many casinos as Las Vegas, and recently overtook it in terms of revenue. 2. The casino boom has had a far-reaching impact on the territory's landscape, social fabric, economic life, and everyday culture, transforming it from colonial outpost to what? 110 NLR 50. Las Vegas casino entrepreneur Steve Wynn breathlessly called the most dramatically changing place on the planet. 3. Located at the mouth of the Pearl River Delta, 20 miles west of Hong Kong, and bordered to the north by Guangdong Province, the territory comprises the Macau Peninsula and the islands of Taipa and Kaloana, linked to the mainland by 3 road bridges, each over a mile in length. The historic Portuguese center of the enclave retains a Lusitania Navur cobblestone streets, colonnaded squares, pastel yellow and green churches and houses combined with Chinese monuments, the Ama Temple, carved stone gateways. But much of its picturesque colonial architecture has now been submerged beneath a wave of high-rise construction, as luxury hotels, apartment buildings, entertainment complexes, and mega-malls have mushroomed across the landscape, blocking out such landmarks as the 19th-century lighthouse on Gia Hill. Relentless reclamation projects have expanded the quantity of land ripe for development. The sea inlet that formerly separated Taipa and Kaloana is now a stretch of dry land called the Cotai Strip, expressly modeled on Las Vegas's main thoroughfare, where 20,000 hotel rooms are currently at some stage of construction. As the May Day protests indicate, however, the benefits of growth have been shared far from equally among Macau's 540,000 residents. 4. A new wave of radicalization appears to be taking place among local workers. This is a revised version of an article originally published as Macau's Neocolonialism in the Taiwanese journal Sixiang Reaxian, 7, November 2007. I am very grateful to Qian Yongxiang for his help with various aspects of this essay. Who feel betrayed by the economic liberalization process, a spontaneous movement for the protection of social rights that reveals some of the structural tensions of China's reorientation to the world capitalist market. Decolonization has taken place alongside capitalist expansion, propelled by domestic elites and sanctioned by Beijing's pro-market turn. In this respect, Fanon and Memi's diagnosis of African neocolonization following independence remains remarkably relevant for an understanding of Macau's post-colonial formation. Old and new, internal and external forces are in play. 5. Uniquely, however, in the transformation of Macau since its handover to China, 3 overlapping historical processes have been at work: the tangled legacy of Cold War and colonialism in East Asia, the explosive growth of a global leisure sector, fueled by deregulated capitals, bringing radical new social inequalities in its wake, and the deep-seated contradictions of China's modernization project. The result has been a post-colonial arrangement marked by many of the problems besetting the PRC's dynamic development, but also by specifically Macanese constraints and conditions. Imperial beginnings. Gambling has, of course, been Macau's most important source of income for the past 2 centuries. After Portuguese traders were granted the right to permanent settlement in the peninsula in 1557, paying ground rent to local representatives of the Chinese emperor, it had initially operated as a more general trading center, a hub for European activities in Asia, and intermediary for Chinese trade with Japan. The forcible opening of China's ports to British mercantile interests after the Opium War, and the 1842 cession of Hong Kong by the Qing, meant that Macau was no longer the exclusive entrepot in the region. With Portugal's imperial power declining under the New World market conditions, Macau's traders turned to gambling, slavery and opium to generate profits. 6. The coolie trade of the late 19th century exported thousands of slaves annually to the New World, and lucrative opium processing was farmed out to Chinese syndicates. Prostitution was run by Macau's triads, within a colonial regulatory code. The Portuguese governor issued the RST gambling license in 1847. Portugal's grip was strengthened with the signing of the 1887 Treaty of Friendship and Commerce, which recognized its sovereignty over the enclave. 7. Under colonial rule, Macau's political system was tightly controlled by Lisbon, which determined all major decisions and policies. All high-ranking government posts were occupied by Portuguese, and the participation of Chinese citizens was extremely limited. The character of rule continued unchanged during World War II, when Portugal's neutral status allowed for a friendly Japanese presence, and after the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in 1949, when the territory became the locus of intense rivalry between communists and Kuomintang. The situation was only decisively altered by the anti-colonial upsurge of 1966, commonly known as the 12-3 incident. When the Macau police violently suppressed a pro-Beijing neighborhood organization seeking to build a school on Tapa Island, protests erupted in Chinese communities led by communists, energized at least in part by the Cultural Revolution on the mainland. On December 3, further police repression sparked a riot in which demonstrators angrily smashed colonial statues, stormed the city hall and destroyed government documents. The colonial authorities called in troops, 8 were killed and hundreds wounded in the crackdown. Under increasing pressure from both the local Chinese population and the government on the mainland, the Portuguese governor backed down and issued a formal apology. The political scene was transformed radically as a result. The PRC's allies in the colony were massively bolstered, and all pro-Kuomintang bodies were officially closed. 8 pro-Beijing groups, including business organizations and unions, formed a broad-based, cross-class alliance which came to control the terrain of civil society. 9. This CCP-backed establishment, voicing a national developmentalist rhetoric, garnered a certain legitimacy in the decolonization sequence as a counterweight to colonial rule, characterized by bureaucratism, corruption, and lack of accountability, with the governor appointed by the President of Portugal given a free hand to administer Macau yet subject to no sanction from the population. Following the overthrow of Kitano in 1974, Lisbon moved to grant limited political freedoms in Macau, setting up a tame, largely appointed legislative assembly in 1976. While the new dispensation seemed to offer more political autonomy to the territory, in practice it signed the incorporation of a handful of elite Chinese into the colonial regime. 10. Beijing for its part now downplayed its claim to sovereignty over Macau, keen to use the territory as a point of contact with the outside world, and to ally itself with the US against the revisionist Soviet Union. It now did its utmost to get Macau and Hong Kong taken off the list of colonies yet to attain self-determination, a necessary precondition for future political moves to regain the last remaining Chinese territories under foreign administration. 11. The mid-1970s saw a Sino-Portuguese diplomatic reconciliation and, reportedly, tacit agreement that Macau was under Chinese sovereignty but Portuguese administration. This understanding paved the way for the 1987 Sino-Portuguese Joint Declaration, which agreed that sovereignty would be transferred to the PRC in 1999. The effect of this rapprochement was to make local Chinese groups less combative, and more cooperative with the colonial authorities. A further, longer-term cost was a profound depoliticization, reducing citizen participation. Not only were internal dissenters and democratic discussions impermissible within pro-Beijing groups, but all serious attempts to wreak on colonialism and capitalism were quashed in the name of security and stability. In that sense, the national identity propagated by these groups degenerated into empty slogans, a shell serving simply to advance the interests of the elites. Transitions. In the 1970s and 80s, Macau benefited from the development of labor-intensive export-oriented manufacturing. Preferential US tariffs and cheap labor attracted Hong Kong entrepreneurs to the peninsula, and by 1984 manufacturing accounted for 36% of GDP. But the tide now turned, as China opened up to foreign capital, resulting in a deep restructuring of the region's economies. Macau was soon undercut by lower-cost rivals. Factories shifted to the Pearl River Delta and Southeast Asia, where the cost of labor was much lower. In Macau, large numbers of workers were forced into increasingly precarious employment, and the weight of the gambling sector increased once more. The RST monopoly rights over gambling activities were granted to the Tai Hung Company in 1937, but the sector was only fully industrialized after 1962, when the monopoly was taken over by the Société de Tourisme et Diversos de Macau, STDM, jointly operated by Hong Kong and Macau businessmen, and headed by the magnate Stanley Ho Hung Sun, later known as the Casino King. STDM opened the Agship Casino Hotel Lisboa, introduced Western-style games and constructed eats of high-speed jetfoils which brought millions of gamblers and tourists from Hong Kong to Macau each year. STDM rapidly grew into Macau's biggest private enterprise, with its gambling tax payment making up about half of the government's annual budget by the early 1990s, representing a third of Macau's GDP. Though STDM's license ended in 1986, it was extended to 2001 by the Portuguese authorities without the approval of either local notables or Beijing, causing fury among both. By the late 1990s, the dominance of the city's economy by STDM had become a significant source of disaffection with the outgoing colonial government. For many, Stanley Ho's casinos embodied rampant corruption and the authorities' failure to tackle organized crime. Scores of murders and arson attacks took place on the fringes of the gambling industry, and STDM's casinos were surrounded by loan sharks, gaming chip traders, hangers-on and other parasitic elements whose cutthroat competition frequently resulted in gangland violence. In a 1998 survey, 60% of respondents felt that the deteriorating social order was the most serious problem of the time. A sharp fall in investment in the wake of the Asian financial crisis brought a severe recession, fueling further public resentment towards the decrepit colonial order. There was thus a general sense of hope about the prospect of rejoining China, with many seeing the 1999 handover as an opportunity to end the enclave's economic stagnation. Macau's return to the motherland, unlike Hong Kong's, was generally welcomed, in the belief that Beijing would assist in the enclave's modernization. The chief executive appointed by Beijing in December 1999, Edmund Ho Hua, benefited from extensive local political connections. His father, Ho Yin, had been a wealthy businessman and banker widely regarded as the unofficial governor of Macau. Founder of Taifeng Bank, Ho Yin had also played a lead role in the 1966 protests against the colonial government. On entering office, Edmund Ho consolidated his legitimacy by promoting more local ethnic Chinese to government posts and, working closely with mainland public security organs, clamped down on organized crime and gang activity. The presence of the People's Liberation Army was also instrumental in enforcing the new stability. Ho's popular appeal was based on the notion of Macau people governing Macau, Arangao, but the political setup was as undemocratic as its colonial predecessor. Like the governor under colonial rule, the chief executive was vested with strong powers to repeal bills, dissolve the assembly and set the legislative agenda, and was responsible only to Beijing. His nomination was approved by a pro-Beijing committee made up of business leaders, trade unions, and other docile groups. This small clique election, Xiao Kwanzaa Suanju, ensured that pro-government forces controlled the political arena, clearing the way for the establishment to embark on market reforms without resistance from the legislature. 14. Ho's economic policy has focused on creating conditions favorable for foreign investment. Tax cuts and generous business loans helped to pull in billions of dollars of foreign capital, stimulating record growth rates. 29% in 2004. Ho wanted to make the enclave a hub for trade and financial activity between the PRC and Portuguese-speaking markets in Africa and Latin America, and to forge closer tourism and trade links with the mainland. Some 10 million Chinese tourists have visited Macau over the past 4 years. Thanks to rising employment and a significant improvement in law and order, Ho's administration enjoyed immense popularity. A 2004 opinion poll showed approval ratings of 70%. The most pressing question on the public agenda since the handover, however, was liberalization of the gambling sector. Here Ho's administration successfully manipulated popular animosity towards STDM to present liberalization and overseas investment as a panacea. Foreign casino operators would help modernize casino management, improve the quality of the gambling sector, restore law and order, diversify the economy, create more jobs and increase government revenues from gambling taxes. Macau's old-fashioned, sleazy gaming parlors would be transformed into state-of-the-art attractions, leading to a tourism boom. That would make Macau an international metropolis able to compete in the world market. Though some concerns were voiced about possible security problems resulting from such drastic changes to the casino industry, few went so far as to oppose Ho's liberalization project. With unanimous support from his political circle, he moved to secure Beijing's backing for his unabashedly neoliberal casino restructuring measures. On the anniversary of the handover in December 2000, Ho presented his case to President Jiang Zemin and Prime Minister Zhu Rongji, who agreed and reassured him that mainland Chinese companies would be barred from entering Macau's gambling market. The Chinese government's approval was the critical hurdle to be cleared before international capital could be allowed to operate in the territory. In July 2001, the Macau legislature passed a licensing bill that broke up the monopoly franchise. Bidding for 3 operating licenses was opened, drawing tenders from 21 companies from the US, Australia, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Britain and Taiwan. On February 8, 2002, STDM's monopoly formally ended as the government announced the winners. Wynn Resort, owned by Las Vegas gambling tycoon Steve Wynn, Galaxy Casino, part owned by American casino mogul Sheldon Adelson and Hong Kong property magnate Lui Chi-Wu, and Stanley Ho's Société de Jagos de Macau, SJM. The licenses were granted for a maximum of up to 25 years, and did not specify how many casinos each concessionaire could run. This new liberalized configuration of the gambling sector opened the way to a radical transformation of Macau, and its effective recolonization by casino capitalists. Las Vegas in China. Never have so many recognizable brands assembled in one place at one time to create a new international tourism destination almost overnight, boasted Las Vegas Sands president Bill Widener. 15 Ever since Sheldon Adelson's 1 million square foot, $240 million casino Sands Macau, the RST casino in the enclave not to be owned by Stanley Ho, and the RST American gambling venture in China began its operation in May 2004. Macau's urban landscape, social fabric, employment conditions, corporate structure, and everyday culture have been drastically remade. Mega casinos and hotel towers have sprung up across the Macau Peninsula, Taipa and Kaloana, and Hong Kong Property Development (RMS), real estate agencies and dealers have flooded in to speculate in its property market. With the American casinos have come the attendant market-oriented entrepreneur culture and consumerism, which have thoroughly penetrated all spheres of social life, and subsumed Macau's citizen subjects into the cultural and ideological functions of the market. The opening of Macau is seen as the most significant event for the Las Vegas operators in 25 years because of the size of the potential market. 16 Adelson announced that this is the beginning of a new era, not only for Macau but also for the whole Asia-Pacific region, remarking that his vision for the future was to transform Macau into Asia's Las Vegas. 17 The Venetian Macau, Adelson's second massive casino and hotel resort complex, opened in August 2007 and is strikingly similar in style to his Venetian resort in Las Vegas. Built on the reclaimed land of the Cotai Strip for $20 billion, the resort includes gondolas owning past replicas of St. Mark's Square and the Campanile, and piazzas lined with boutique shops. Where does glamour meet romance? asks the hotel website, where does indulgence meet excitement? Where do thrills meet luxury? Steve Wynn, for his part, claimed Walt Disney as one of his major inspirations, telling reporters that he became fascinated by the possibility of creating an entire fantasy land or an alternative reality, in a small corner in a foreign world that will be forever Las Vegas 18. In response to the challenge, Stanley Ho's Casino Consortium is gradually adopting a more American-style approach to its operations. In December 2007, he opened Fisherman's Wharf, Macau's RST theme park, which occupies the shoreline between the ferry pier and the Sands Casino. Along with an artificial volcano, it has buildings in a bewildering array of styles: a Roman amphitheater, Dutch-style brick houses, a Babylon-themed casino, an African village and a Tang Dynasty shopping mall. But despite Ho's struggle to develop a number of non-gambling attractions, his casino empire is breaking up at an accelerated rate under pressure from his US rivals. Since the opening of the Sands and Wynn resorts, SJM's market share had been decreasing sharply. Some anticipate a further shrinkage to 25% in 2009, from its 60% peak in 2006. 19 In 2007, the Venetian's gross receipts slightly exceeded those of SJM, the RST time that Mr. Ho's company lost its number one spot among Macau's casino operators. 20. The scale and speed of Macau's casino expansion has been remarkable. By the end of 2007, the territory contained 4,375 gaming tables, half as many again as the year before, and 13,277 slot machines, twice the number in 2006. The amount collected in gambling taxes almost doubled between 2004 and 2006. As a proportion of government receipts, direct gaming taxes rose to 71% by 2007. 21 Such dizzying success led to condensed predictions from the likes of Adelson, who assured journalists that Macau's gaming market would generate enough growth to ensure sufficient business for all casino operators, and that there would be as many as 10 Las Vegases in Asia. 22. The market expansion has been greatly assisted by the terms of the three gaming concessions, which, RSTLY, allow holders to split sub-licenses off the primary licenses, a situation that corresponds with market fundamentalists' claims that the worst thing Macau can do is continue to limit the number of license holders. An open-ended casino market, said one enthusiast, will spur creative one-upmanship. And the resulting spectacle will be Macau's only chance to make itself the global gambling destination officials want. 23. The entry of the three casino operators in 2002, with fulsome support from the Ho administration, was in that sense the thin end of a rapidly widening wedge of operators. By the end of the year, Adelson had quietly split off from Louis Chiwu's Galaxy Casino Consortium as a sub-licensee. In 2004, US Entertainment Consortium MGM secured a $1 billion joint venture with Stanley Ho's daughter Pansy to open a grand casino resort in the Macau Peninsula, and shortly thereafter Wynn Resorts sold a sub-concession for $900 million to casino operator PBL, controlled by Australia's richest man, Kerry Packer, who in turn set up a joint venture with Melco, run by Stanley Ho's son Lawrence. A second significant feature of the licenses is that they place no limit on the number of casinos each concessionaire, or sub-concessionaire, can run. The operators now negotiate directly with the government on land acquisition for future casino projects, and the city administration has been only too glad to oblige. 24. The casino construction boom has been a fertile breeding ground for corruption. The most common form is in the allocation of land, granted to developers through closed-door negotiations with the government. Macau's land policy requires plots to be granted for limited periods through public tender, but all but 2 of the 300 plots bought since 1999 have been sold privately with the approval of the chief executive, who has argued that prices may be pushed too high during bidding if land were to be sold in open auctions. 25 Property developers and casino operators have, of course, been the beneficiaries of these transactions, though there is a long queue for public housing in the populous northern district, One of the Ho administration's RST moves was to suspend all public housing construction projects. Instead, government largesse has been lavished on gambling concessions, which have been charged land premiums far below the market rate. In 2005, for example, a site on the Kotai Strip, originally zoned for use by a university, was rezoned for a casino project at a low premium. Another controversy was raised in March 2006, after the municipality granted a massive plot of land to a company, but a month later the company sold 80% of the land to another group for more than 9 times the original amount. Despite the regime's pledge to combat corruption, many believe that the scandal surrounding Edmund Ho's close aide, the Secretary of Transport and Public Works, A.O. Manlong, responsible for several controversial projects including overspending by 4 billion patakas, $500 million, on facilities for the East Asian Games in 2005 is just the tip of the iceberg. 26. Social upheavals. At the 2004 celebrations for the 50th anniversary of Macau's handover, Chinese President Hu Jintao openly praised Macau as a model of reunification. But the high economic growth rates obscure a series of structural dislocations that have fueled resentment among the public. The gambling expansion has brought about not only rampant corruption, but also a widening gap between rich and poor. Macau's Gini coefficient has risen from 0.43 in 1998 to 99 to an estimated 0.48 in 2006. Income distribution is drastically skewed, with the highest 20% of households earning half of all income. Although in 2006 Macau's GDP per capita surpassed that of Hong Kong, around 70% of the territory's employed population falls below the average income. 27 tycoons such as Sheldon Adelson have benefited most handsomely. Forbes magazine in 2006 listed him as the 6th richest person in the world, with a personal fortune estimated at $20 billion in 2007, up from holdings of $3 billion in 2004, when his Sands Macau began operating. The liberalization of the gambling sector has produced a hugely expanded demand for labor, leaving local businesses, small shops and restaurants short, and facing rapidly rising rents amid the property boom. Local teenagers and students have dropped their studies, lured by the generous starting pay packages for croupiers. More than 45,000 people, including 17,293 croupiers out of Macau's total workforce of around 300,000, are now directly employed by casinos, up 50% from last year. With entertainment and related services also included, the proportion rises to 36% plus 13% in construction. 28. The senior positions in gambling, however, are often led by people from the US, Hong Kong, Australia and elsewhere, creating an income gap between locals and expatriates within the sector, where non-resident workers make an average of nearly 22,000 patakas, $2,800, per month, 1.5 times more than locals. Moreover, the casino and construction sector's growing demand for labor has led to a large influx of non-resident workers from the mainland and Hong Kong. To ease the acute manpower shortage while also saving on costs, contractors and subcontractors have hired large numbers of unlicensed workers drawn from the unemployed populations of Guangdong and Fujian provinces. Willing to work for half the salary of locals, they are mostly put to work at night to avoid detection. In 2005, foreign labor accounted for an estimated 60% of the total employed population, and more recent reports suggest that there could be as many as 100,000 illegal workers in Macau, accounting for 1/5 of the territory's population. 29. By including the influx of foreign workers in official statistics, the authorities have been able to massage the unemployment figures down to 4% in 2006, from 6% in 2003. But the massive importation of foreign labor has created discontent among the local population, who claim they have been robbed of employment opportunities and forced into temporary jobs. Despite the building boom, several participants in the May Day demonstrations, for instance, claimed that local construction workers secure only 10 days of employment each month. Economists and the local press have acted together to disarm labor unrest by presenting a dearth of local talent and skilled workers as the main cause of Macau's problems, necessitating the importation of labor from elsewhere. Local residents are told that their worsening livelihoods are necessary for the city to keep up with economic development and take part in international competition. 30. Trade unions have been incapable of protecting their members from the ravages of market forces. The pro-Beijing Federation of Trade Unions and neighborhood associations are subsidized by the government, and key officials are frequently appointed to the legislature or administrative bodies. These unions have worked to safeguard the government and prevent their rank and li from actively participating in critical social movements. This depoliticization of organized labor, and its manifest incapacity to address deep-rooted social inequalities, have been important factors pushing local workers and social activists into forming various movements for self-protection, such as those behind the May Day 2007 protests. Large sections of Macau's population, meanwhile, have been excluded from even precarious employment. The inhabitants of the overcrowded and poverty-stricken northern district bordering the Macau-Zhuhai checkpoint, predominantly made up of immigrants who came from Guangdong and Fujian in the 1980s and 90s, are struggling to stay above the poverty line. Older workers, many of them previously employed in the city's textile factories before these were relocated to the mainland, have been squeezed to the margins of the enclave, and have suffered a sharp drop in living standards since Macau's neoliberal restructuring. Amid rising property prices, rents and cost of living in nation rose from 1% in 2004 to 5.4% in 2006. The unemployed urban poor are forced to make a living smuggling food and goods between Macau and Zhuhai every day. Yet despite the avalanche of revenues from gambling, the Ho administration has sought to minimize any responsibility for alleviating poverty. The ruling discourse has naturalized Macau's rapidly increasing social cleavages as transitory and inevitable features of the city's modernization. Recolonization. The post-handover trajectory of Macau has been shaped by the expedient principle of one country, two systems, which has facilitated a deepening of China's capitalist reorientation alongside a rationalization of the status quo in the territory. The period since 1999 has seen no fundamental change in the logic of colonial power relations, instead witnessing increasing inequalities under the rule of local elites in alliance with transnational capital. With democratic rights and freedom of the press severely limited, there have been few opportunities to contest the casino capitalist order. But as breakneck development has exhausted the social resources that previously served to shape popular consent, the political frontier has begun to shift, new problems and contradictions are emerging. The May Day 2007 protests have been followed by a series of popular mobilizations contesting the neoliberal regime. On October 1, 2007, the PRC's National Day local activists organized a spectacular drive-slow protest against a new traffic law that heavily penalized parking offenses. On December 20, the 8th anniversary of Macau's handover, some 2,000 protesters took part in street rallies calling for democratization and social justice. Unlike previous marches, this one was joined by hundreds of young people calling for freedom of speech and expression, and election of the chief executive by universal suffrage. Such mobilizations are evidence of a new oppositional culture arising amid these rapid social changes. This has prompted some discussion of such questions as workers' and citizens' rights, poverty, inequality, and the role of the municipal government, unfolding in the pages of the mainstream Macau Daily and the University of Macau's Journal of Macau Studies. Mobilizations to protect Macau's architectural heritage, such as the Gia Lighthouse, have also drawn attention to the effects of the unbridled construction frenzy. 31 To date, however, the debate among both mainland and local scholars has been dominated by the type of free market and harmonious society rhetoric favored by Beijing, implying that economic liberalization will automatically lead to social progress. 32 Yet the abstract application of the Western model serves mainly to foreclose any historical analysis of present social conditions, while the discourse of the harmonious society derives mainly from the desire to neutralize or repress the Potential turbulence of popular movements. 33. Both would aim to occlude the experiences of working people that have been at the heart of Macau's recent protests and to obscure the conditions that have made its decolonization a process of recolonization. Reshaping the enclave into the new gambling capital of East Asia whilst subordinating its population still further to the fortunes of the market. Sovereign impunity. Alberto Toscano. Reviews. Over the last decade, the Florence-based philosopher of law Danilo Zolo has emerged as one of the most principled and scholarly critics of the doctrine of military humanitarianism that has followed the West's victory in the Cold War. His latest book, La Giustizia dei Vincitori Victor's Justice, analyzes the 20th century recasting of the legal status of war and proposes a genealogy of the international tribunals, from Nuremberg to Baghdad, in which it has been embodied. In a sense, the work may be regarded as the third of a trilogy, beginning with Cosmopolis, Prospects for World Government, 1995, English publication 1996, and continuing with Invoking Humanity, War, Law and Global Order, 2000, English publication 2001. Zolo himself has described Cosmopolis, a panoramic critique of liberal cosmopolitanism and juridical universalism, as a way of working through his shock and dismay at Norberto Bobbio's salute to Operation Desert Storm as the harbinger of a new international legal order, founded on individual human rights. Invoking Humanity extended this analysis to the Kosovo conflict. It contains a scathing account of the Yugoslav War Crimes Tribunal at The Hague, under Carla Del Ponte, and its political and financial collusion with NATO, and a rigorous dissection of disquisitions on ethical cosmopolitanism by Habermas and others. If relations between war and liberalism have played a major role in his recent writings, Zolo has been preoccupied with the broader questions of law and power from the beginning of his intellectual life. Born in 1936, in Review the Croatian city of Rijeka, then Fiume, and under Italian rule he studied jurisprudence and then worked as an assistant to the radical Catholic mayor of Florence, Giorgio La Pira, a strong proponent of disarmament during the Cold War. In the following decade, Zolo moved closer to the Della Volpian school of Marxism and wrote widely on law, criminology, and politics. In a climate of heightened tension and terror threats during the late 1970s, he defended the practice of democratic legality garantismo against the government's recourse to emergency laws, with which the PCI colluded. During this period, Zolo produced important work on bourgeois right and the withering away of the state, notably Stato Socialista e Libertà Borghese, 1976. Imminent critiques of classical Marxism's insufficient and Rousseauian attention to law and the state presaged his turn, in the 1980s, towards an engagement with German and Anglo-Saxon social and political theory, including the work of Giddens, Hurst, and Beck. Zolo now developed what he termed a realist theory of democracy, turning from the legitimating vocabulary of parliamentary consensus rights, sovereignty, deliberation, representation to study the actual functioning of liberal polities. His interest in the ideas of Otto Neurath and Nicholas Luhmann was apparent in, respectively, Reexive Epistemology, 1986, English 1989, and Democracy and Complexity, 1987, English 1992. In contrast to most of the Anglo-German social theorists, however, Zolo's response to the wars of the 1990s was to become more sharply critical of the international liberal order. The works from Cosmopolis onwards combine a long-standing if often unspoken pacifist impetus with a multidimensional realism, which embraces not only state power politics but ethological discussions of human aggressivity, anthropological debates about cultural difference and the crucial role of economic inequality and exploitation. Initially, the overall tonality was a tragic one. Witness the proposal in Cosmopolis for a weak pacifism rather reminiscent of Freud's exchange with Einstein on war. As the casuistries seeking to legitimate brute force and dispossession have congealed into official discourse, however, a steelier note has entered Zolo's work. Arguably, La Giustizia dei Vincitori, a potent and articulate j'accuse against the manipulation of international law as an instrument of American power, is his most incisive denunciation of the politicization of justice to date. It provides both a welcome guide to the instrumentalities of the system, abounding in vital details and historical erudition, and an uncompromising polemic against the impunity of the Lords of Peace. As his title suggests, Zolo's central thesis is that contemporary international law, hallowed as the domain of impartiality and universalism by liberal cosmopolitan theorists such as Bobbio, Habermas, and Ignatieff, in fact produces an asymmetrical and retributive form of justice from which consideration of the winner's crimes is systematically excluded. La Giustizia dei Vincitori comprises a number of reworked essays and interventions which build on Zolo's previous research, tackling themes from the definition of war crimes to the doctrine of preemption, from empire to terrorism. Though the 7 chapters to a certain extent stand on their own, each bears a relation to the central argument of the book, that, behind the veneer of humanitarianism which characterizes the criminalization of war, there lies an instrumentalization of international law and legal institutions to meet the needs of a US-dominated world order, deeply marked by inequality and injustice. Its essence was pithily summarized by a dissenting Indian judge at the Tokyo International Military Tribunal in 1946, "Only lost wars are international crimes." Zolo's starting point is Carl Schmitt's insight in the Nomos of the Earth, that the outlawing of armed state aggression, starting with the Wilsonian cosmopolitanism of the League of Nations, in reality served as prelude to unlimited and dehumanizing forms of warfare. For Schmitt, Zolo suggests, the Great War had signaled the end of the Jus Publicum Europaeum, the Westphalian system based on sovereign state equality with its recognition of the justus hostis, the legitimate enemy. The new order of the world suggested a return to the just war model of Christian scholars, itself a reelaboration of the Israelites' holy war, with its ethico-political dimension. With world peace supposedly guaranteed by the despatialized League of Nations, war was reasoned as an international crime, one that could be imputed to an individual as easily as to a state, as in the calls to try the Kaiser in the wake of World War I. Building on Schmitt's periodization, Zolo presents a genealogy of 20th-century international law and its move from a concept of justus hostis to one of the aggressor as criminal, with the expansion of law beyond domestic jurisdictions. In this diagnosis, the post-Westphalian order legitimates a no-holds-barred onslaught against those deemed as the enemies of humanity. Yet the ethical universalism that initially saw itself embodied in the League of Nations has proved unable, or unwilling, to generate genuinely impartial global institutions for the exercise of law beyond national sovereign jurisdictions. It ends by subscribing to a Manichaean vision of conflict, pitting humanity against barbarism, at the behest of the dominant powers. La Giustizia dei Vincitori then turns to examine the corrupting amalgam of law and military triumph constituted by the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal. Against the consensual view of Nuremberg as a paragon of virtue, Zolo sees it as the institution par excellence of winner's justice. As he points out, the tribunal was established by the Allied Powers' London Agreement of August 8, 1945, 2 days after Hiroshima and 2 days before Nagasaki. But the perpetrators of nuclear destruction would not be tried at Nuremberg. Review whose jurisdiction was limited to the defeated state. Here, as in the even more instrumentalist tribunal in Tokyo, Zolo highlights the double standard that exonerates the victor's crimes whether of jus ad bellum, resort to war, or jus in bello, conduct in war, while prosecuting those of the enemy in ways that break with myriad legal principles, from habeas corpus and the right of appeal to the rules of admissible evidence and the non-retroactive character of law. Zolo argues that the Nuremberg model conforms to Otto Kirchheimer's definition of political justice, in which the differential functions of justice and politics are annulled and the criminal justice process becomes characterized by the ritual theatricalization of politics, the personalization and stigmatization of the enemy, and the procedural legitimation of expiatory sacrifice. The victorious powers granted themselves impunity and with no pretense of impartiality appointed the prosecutors and judges from their own ranks. The rights of the accused were at the discretion of the judges. Sentences were envisaged as exemplary and retributive, evoking biblical models of expiatory punishment. The crimes of aggression that Nuremberg was designed to punish were left remarkably ill-defined. As Zolo notes, the UN Charter lacks a workable definition of aggression, and it was therefore left to the UN Security Council, through Article 51, to decide whose deeds should count as such. As to the efficacy of criminalization in preventing war of aggression, the supreme international crime, according to the judges at Nuremberg, since it contains within itself the accumulated evil of the whole, Zolo suggests that it is enough to point to the American War on Vietnam, or the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan to judge its results. The same double standards of victor's justice apply to the international law on occupied territories, formulated in the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949. While military occupation in Kosovo, Iraq, Lebanon, or Palestine, for example, has routinely been the outcome of a war of aggression, Article 64 states that the invading power may abrogate local laws if this is necessary for the occupier's security. As Zolo writes, by a sort of magical normative transubstantiation, the fact that armed aggression has succeeded, setting in place the military occupation, produces an immediate amnesty of the supreme crime itself and legitimates its outcome. The sovereign exemption of the great powers evinced inter alia by the very structure of the UN Security Council, a sedimentation of relations of force among the World War II victors, is an intrinsic dimension of this legal order. Zolo explores in some detail the criticisms leveled at the Nuremberg Tribunal by its contemporaries, including Hannah Arendt and Hans Kelsen. Review. The renowned Austrian jurist Arendt had cast grave doubt on the victor's motives, while pointing out that the accused's crimes of aggression had not been deemed as such by the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact, for example, at the time they were committed. Kelsen's critique, appearing on the heels of his inutiile Peace Through Law, was still more damning. Nuremberg was so odd that it should serve not as precedent but as negative example, like original sin. In fact, the model of the Nuremberg Tribunal was largely mothballed during the half-century of the Cold War. It was only after 1990 that it was resuscitated by the now global victors, in a series of ad hoc tribunals. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia was set up at The Hague in 1993, followed by the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda at Arusha, Tanzania, in 1995. 3 years later, the statutes of a permanent international criminal court were approved, and the ICC was established at The Hague in 2003. In addition, there has been a proliferation of mixed jurisdictional instances in Cambodia, Sierra Leone, Kosovo, East Timor, at which national ordinances were applied by international judges. Finally, in 2003, an Iraqi special tribunal was established in Baghdad. The Yugoslav tribunal, anatomized in detail in Invoking Humanity, provides Zolo with an almost pure example of the Nuremberg model. Set up by the UN Security Council following an initiative by the Clinton administration, and largely funded by the latter, it breached every norm of impartiality. Its prosecutors collaborated extensively with NATO, liaising personally with the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe and the UN Secretary-General about modalities of cooperation and assistance. EFA and S4 troops functioned as judicial police, pursuing investigations and undertaking searches and arrests. NATO's 78-day bombardment of the remains of Yugoslavia in 1999, the supreme crime, was discounted. The tribunal's jurisdiction was retroactively applied to the constituent states of Yugoslavia from 1991. The accused were selected as much by mass media pressure as on strictly juridical grounds, and for calculatedly political theatrical effect. Despite the fact that they had been appointed by the UN, Zolo argues, the relationship between the occupying powers and the tribunal's prosecutors, Louise Arbour and Carla Del Ponte in particular, was little different to that between the Allies and their equivalents at Nuremberg, Robert Jackson, Hartley Shawcross, François de Menthon and Roman Rudenko, notorious for his role in Stalin's show trials. The Rwanda tribunal, meanwhile, proved a catastrophe. 6 years after it had been set up, 120,000 pre-trial detainees still languished in desperate conditions. In the end, it was abandoned in favor of the local Gacaca court system. The ICC, for its part, proved the rule of sovereign impunity by exception. The US did not run it but sabotaged it, granting its own troops exemption from prosecution by dint of a UN Security Council review resolution, and then proceeded to exact bilateral impunity agreements with ratifying states, that they would not surrender us nationals to the court. Congress, meanwhile, passed the Hague Invasion American Service Members Protection Act of 2002, authorizing the use of force to free us, and selected Allied personnel from the ICC's cells. To date, no trial has been held there. The Iraqi tribunal was, of course, pointedly constituted as a national juridical process by the Americans, but, as Zolo points out, it shares many of the attributes of the international Nuremberg model. Its statute issued from the Iraqi Governing Council, which had itself been appointed by the Coalition Provisional Authority, under the US military governor Paul Bremer, and possessed no legislative powers. The tribunal's judges were selected on clearly political criteria, with no pretense of impartiality, and operated on the basis of statutes written by American jurists. The trial of Saddam Hussein reproduced and radicalized the logic of stigmatization and retributive vendetta that dominated the Nuremberg trials, reducing it to a propagandistic theatricalization of justice that did nothing to serve the democratization of Iraq. In these tribunals, as in the convoluted justifications for the 1990s imposition of no-fly zones in Iraq, Zolo traces the development of a politics of humanitarian intervention unmoored from any genuinely universal institutional or normative basis. Financially and ideologically inextricable from their Atlantic sponsors, their ad hoc and ad hominem criteria reproduce inequalities of power and influence. In this respect, following Kelson's criticisms of Nuremberg also echoed by Arendt and by Hedley Bull, in the anarchical society Zolo sees the enforcement of international law as offering, not impartial justice, but the continuation of aggression by other means. Placed at the disposition of the great powers, the inspirational Kantian and Kelsenian message of world peace through world law, with its promise of guaranteeing an end to war through juridical means and universalist institutions, has proved to be an instrument of what Hans Morgenthau once called the cosmopolitanism of the Holy Alliance. Zolo is scathing in his account of the hypocrisy that joins a selective criminalization of war to the normalization of great power aggression, albeit often as undeclared conflicts and low-intensity warfare. In his analysis, war emerges as a prosthesis of us-led globalization, frequently justified by its apologists in terms of a juridical and humanitarian universalism. The latter's partiality and incoherence are subjected to closely argued critique. From Nuremberg to Baghdad, international jurisdiction over war crimes has been predicated on victory, and the crime of aggression has never been dealt with through a truly universalizable procedure. The victors always retain their fundamental immunity, and it is they alone who set the terms of legal, not to mention political and moral universality. Zolo carefully unpicks the forms of collusion between liberal humanitarian ideology and military intervention which, because it presents itself as the expression of a universalist morality, evades any legal or normative oversight. Thus what initially appears as a commendable humanist impulse treating individual human rights as a principle superior to that of state sovereignty in the international order turns out, given the deeply partial conditions for enforcing international law, to provide carte blanche for warmongering outside of any legal or diplomatic constraints. In the absence of the humanitarian world order that their position requires, the Kantian defenders of juridical pacifism from Kelsen to Babayo, Rawls to Habermas ND themselves justifying, in the name of human rights but with a kind of realist caveat, forms of military and political power that are entirely outside the law. Thus, while the West's military might is presented as the armed wing of Amnesty International, the trumping of sovereignty by human rights in fact ensconces the untrammeled sovereignty of one great power. In this respect, for all the differences that separate them from such perspectives, juridical pacifists end up aligned with those such as Michael Walzer who seek to revive notions of just war as more or less organic to us foreign policy. The result is summed up here as an imperial monotheism, in which war is founded on humanitarian fundamentalist principles. In developing this critique, Zolo deftly focuses on Babayo and Ignatieff, enlisting their doubts on the philosophical coherence of the universalism of human rights to attack their defense of the same. Yet the results are not always convincing. Turning Ignatieff against himself, Zolo goes on to denounce the intolerance, aggressiveness, negation of cultural diversity and complexity of the world that characterize all universalisms. This tendency to blame juridical universalism itself, rather than its political instrumentalization, can lead him to treat the power projections of the West as in some sense the manifestation of a homogenizing Eurocentric dogma of rights, one that might be countered by recognition and regulation through multilateral institutions of the plurality of cultural and normative constellations. Thus Zolo sometimes identifies the absence of cultural context and differentiation as the real error of international law as it currently stands. Though attention to debates on social or collective rights and economic inequality is welcome, addressed here through the work of Kimlicka and Sen, there is a risk of realism collapsing into cultural relativism when Zolo sympathetically refers to the doctrine of Asian values as an example of the need to accept normative plurality in the international order, as if these values were somehow the natural expression of cultures rather than the ideological instruments of modern states, no less review than the doctrine of humanitarian intervention. In these respects it may be said that Zolo is still burdened by a notion of complexity which functionally differentiates between the legal, the cultural, the political, and the economic, rather than treating them in their connectual or dialectical entanglement. Zolo holds out hopes that Europe and China may one day offer an alternative pluralism of powers, an opening towards an archipelago of cultures. This is unconvincing. What historical basis is there for thinking Euro or Sino-capitalism any less self-interested than the American brand? It is not universalism that is the problem with international law, but the fact that the latter's universal application is an impossibility within a radically asymmetrical political, economic order, since powerful states will always use its statutes to clothe their interests and frame its jurisdictions to suit their needs. In its lucid delineation of the manner in which they do so, Logistizia dei Vincitori makes a memorable and eloquent contribution. Review Sudhir Venkatesh, gang leader for a day, a rogue sociologist crosses the line. Penguin, London and New York 2008, £18.99, hardback 320 pp, 978 0713 99,993 40 years ago the topic of slums was a lot hotter in the United States than it is now. The Cold War was on, and Soviet propaganda could make hay with America's urban riots in the mid-1960s. The Black Panthers organized armed patrols, set up free school children's breakfast programs and formed alliances with such urban gangs as Chicago's Blackstone Rangers. American radicals started organizing in the ghettos. In 1966 Malcolm X, the man who really frightened America's ruling orders, was assassinated, probably with police connivance, in New York. Amid the uprisings that followed Martin Luther King's murder on April 4, 1968, the young Panther leader Bobby Hutton was gunned down by Oakland cops, having surrendered after a police onslaught on the house he was living in. In December of the following year the Chicago cops, with FBI assistance, murdered Panther leader Fred Hampton in his bed. It was open season on the Black Panthers, many of whom were killed. Spiro Agnew, Nixon's vice president, advised a sense of distance from urban policy. "If you've seen one city slum you've seen them all," he nonchalantly declared. Enlightened opinion duly looked the other way, and that is how it has been ever since. When slum dwellers nally did press upon public attention, as the Ud waters in New Orleans forced them onto the roofs of their homes and then onto the elevated stretches of Interstate 10, armed police blocked the exit ramps. Plans rapidly unfurled to knock down the big public housing projects, bulldoze the low-income neighborhoods and disperse the poor blacks into the hinterland. In New York, as Forrest Hilton described in a 2007 Counterpunch article and Deborah and Roderick Wallace before him, in A Plague on Your Houses, 1999, city agencies, the Rand Corporation, and the intellectual artificers of planned shrinkage conspired together as nichers of whole neighborhoods, even boroughs. Between 1970 and 1980, 1.3 million white people left the city and some 600,000 blacks and Latinos were displaced within it, as thousands of homes were confiscated, abandoned by bulldozers or burned down in huge gentrification programs. If you add up the forcible clearances of poor people across the past 40 years, from New York and the East Coast across the heartlands and on to San Francisco and Los Angeles, you have a chronicle of forced displacements, totting up to many millions of people, which still continues. Today, in sync with this historical arc, the vast slum projects on Chicago's South Side known as the Robert Taylor homes, setting for Sudhir Venkatesh's gang leader for a day, no longer exist. The bulldozers started rolling in the early 1990s, only 30 years after the mini-city of 28 high-rises went up. It was constructed on French modernist principles, a 2-mile by 2-block concrete desert in which the Chicago Housing Authority had very loose authority over 27,000 people, 99.9% black, 95% are jobless and on welfare, over 40% of the heads of household being single mothers. Venkatesh's colorful and sympathetic memoir is a snapshot, like those you see stuck on posts alongside American highways where a car or truck took its human cargo into the hereafter. This is not the reminiscence of a denizen of the projects, but of a sociologist who encountered the homes at the start of the 1990s in their terminal stage, dangerous and LTHY, controlled by drug gangs, the cops present mostly to accept bribes or extort levies from the gangs at gunpoint. Born in Madras and raised in comfortable middle-class academic circumstances in Southern California, Venkatesh embarked on his PhD in sociology at the University of Chicago in 1989. The dominant guru in the department at that time was William Julius Wilson, famous for arguing in such books as When Work Disappears and The Truly Disadvantaged that, contrary to depictions of ghetto blacks in right-wing bestiaries, which spoke of psychological, intellectual, and even genetic deficits, the core problem was work. Without stable, well-paid jobs, any community will slide downhill, with blacks at the bottom of the heap. Venkatesh soon got bored poring over data sets and yearned to scrutinize actual poor people. In the case of the University of Chicago, as with many other top-tier American campuses, desperately poor black people were available for scrutiny only a few blocks away. Wilson was embarking on a big new study of poverty and told Venkatesh to put together a questionnaire and start interviewing. To the homeboys lounging about in the stairwells of the projects, selling crack and fending off competition, Venkatesh must have been an odd sight, a tall, dark-skinned fellow with a ponytail and a tie-dye shirt, memento of his deadhead cultural affiliations, Irishing A. Coburn, U.S. Slums 141. Review researchers clipboard and asking, how does it feel to be black and poor? They gore him as a member of a Mexican gang, or an Arab, and hold him till the gang leader, JT, a college dropout with a talent for organizing, assays Venkatesh's academic credentials, his origins, and in short order says he can stay around, thus setting Venkatesh on a path that would eventually lead him to Harvard and then to Columbia University. His 10 years of research in the Robert Taylor homes have already yielded 2 formal academic works, in 2000, American Project, The Rise and Fall of a Modern Ghetto, and in 2006, Off the Books, The Underground Economy of the Urban Poor, as well as a documentary, Dislocation, in 2005. That same year, he made a much-noticed appearance in Chapter 3, Why Do Drug Dealers Still Live with Their Moms?, of Stephen Levitt and Stephen Dubner's best-selling Freakonomics, about the economics of crack cocaine at the retail level. Venkatesh does little more than gesture in a sentence or two about how exactly he earned the trust of JT and other powerful people in the projects, such as the tenant leader, Ms. Bailey. In keeping with this laconic, understated mode, one has the sense now and then of a book written in something of a hurry. He does not broach the subject of his own ethnic origins, but it obviously helped that he is not white. At all events, the laid-back personality that led JT and others to trust young Sudhir emerges clearly from his descriptions, at once sympathetic and detached, of slum life and the endless battles of the very poor to make it to the end of the day in one piece. His dry Indian eye allows him to sketch in vivid detail the entrepreneurial hive at the Robert Taylor homes. The projects come alive in Venkatesh's glancing descriptions: urine-soaked stairwells inhabited by squatters and cruised by hookers, the 16-story building's bleak outside corridors savaged by Chicago's winter winds, welcoming apartments in which heroic mothers raise their kids and cram souvenirs played with soul food as he writes up his notes. His posture is genuinely one of respect. The gang members are not the super predators demonized by the right-wing criminologists who dominated discussions of the ghetto and of the justice system's stance toward gangs in the late 1980s and 90s. They are humans given scant choices. You want to understand how black folks live in the projects, Ms. Bailey tells Venkatesh. Why we are poor. Why we have so much crime. Why we can't feed our families. Why our kids can't get work when they grow up. So will you be studying white people? Declining a pose of moral affront, Venkatesh's particular talent is to have figured out how the building functions as a collective business enterprise, how the truly desperate squeeze $100 a month out of recycling trash, how the hookers rate their services. He had one huge stroke of good fortune in the form of a secret gift of the gang's business accounts, conscientiously maintained by JT's bookkeeper, T-Bone. Using T-Bone's notebook, he established exactly what the junior drug vendors in JT's army, the Black Kings, were making, minimum wage, hence the need to live with their moms. JT himself was pulling down from $30,000 a year, up to as much as $100,000 at his apex. The books methodically recorded the levies extorted by the gang from local shopkeepers, from the squatters, from the hookers. Venkatesh explains how a vast urban slum was actually governed by innumerable quid pro quos and intricate contracts which, being unwritten and with the rule of law not accessible to its inhabitants, were enforced by the threat or the direct exercise of violence. Adopting a moated Candidian posture as the West Coast naif in darkest Chicago, Venkatesh lets the reader know early on that, yes, he witnessed more or less mutely some bad stuff, initially when JT beats up an elderly squatter called C-Note who refuses to quit working on a car in an area the gang want to use for basketball. "I told you, nigger," JT said, his face barely an inch away from C-Note's, "but you just don't listen, do you?" He sounded exasperated, but there was also a sinister tone to his voice I'd never heard before. "Why are you making this harder?" He started slapping C-Note on the side of the head, grunting with each slap, C-Note's head hopping back and forth like a toy. Then JT's henchmen pushed him to the ground. They took turns kicking him, one in the back and the other in the stomach. It takes C-Note 2 months to recover from the beating. Venkatesh writes a few pages later. JT and I resumed our normal relationship. I kept my questions to myself. While I was by no means comfortable watching drug addicts smoke crack, the C-Note affair gave me greater pause. He was an old man in poor health, he could hardly be expected to defend himself against men twice his size and half his age, men who also happened to carry guns. But I didn't do anything. I'm ashamed to say I didn't confront JT about it until some 6 months later, and even then I did so tentatively. This observer/participant theme weaves its way uncertainly through the book. Venkatesh's academic advisors remind him that witness of criminal activities renders him liable to subpoenas and even charges of criminal conspiracy. More experienced ethnographers caution him against excessive involvement with his subjects. Venkatesh's own entrepreneurial instincts prompt him to assert too shrilly the originality of his research methods, i.e., directly observing poor people, and also to contrive the signally unconvincing chapter that gives the book its title, Gang Leader for a Day. It is plain enough that Venkatesh was nothing of the sort. Under the careful eye of J.T. Review and his lieutenants, he is allowed to make a few inconsequential decisions before surrendering the imaginary role. It is as a participant that Venkatesh makes the astounding move of revealing to JT and Ms. Bailey the actual earnings disclosed to him by the small-time hustlers, hookers, and marginal players, whose connivance he has fostered down the years. Furious at the news of tiny prots undeclared to them, JT and Ms. Bailey promptly exact retribution, thus earning Venkatesh the well-merited suspicion of his erstwhile informants. Remorseful across several pages, he never really explains his shameful conduct, and one can only conclude that it was the pride of the business analyst that led him on. He could not resist strutting his stuff to JT and Ms. Bailey. History sidles Bree into the book. Old black men muse nostalgically about the days of the Black Panthers, who offered the ghetto social services along with incendiary politics. An older woman, Cordella Levy, recalls how women used to run social life in the projects before the possibility of decent local employment disappeared and the drug gangs came in, establishing the cash nexus and rule of force as the motor of social relations. It was a time for women, Levy says, a place for women. The men ruined everything. This brings us back to young men like JT, who beats up C-Note. Eventually Venkatesh asks him why, and JT answers, C-Note was challenging my authority. I had niggers watching me, and I had to do what I had to do. The sense of insecurity and impermanence in jobs, relationships, lodging, life itself that so imbues the lives of poor people takes over Venkatesh's book in its null chapters. The Robert Taylor homes are scheduled for demolition, and amid the rubble lies JT's empire, as a federal onslaught puts many of the Black Kings behind bars. There is uplifting talk about new and improved housing opportunities for the displaced residents, but the reality is the same as the fate of the poor of New Orleans, dismal exile to remote and squalid lodgings or trailer parks, torn from all familiar ties, as the old projects are pulled down to make way for gentrification. Venkatesh says that T-Bone got 10 years for drug trafficking and died in prison. He gave a slightly different account in Freakonomics. JT gets out of the gang business, but his barbershop fails. He thought he was going to be the hero of Venkatesh's book, but presumably by now has realized that this was a role the author had reserved for himself, crowing on the last page that he was a rogue sociologist, breaking conventions and outing the rules. Of course, the roguery has done him no end of good, and Gang Leader for a Day will probably end up as a movie. And the moral is? But no, there is no moral of the sort Venkatesh's supervisor William Julius Wilson might have written about how to GHT poverty. Both of Venkatesh's earlier books, published by Harvard, are less glitzy and substantively more interesting than Gang Leader for a Day. Politically, they are less muted, locating their material against the backdrop of the institutional racism of us society. American Project is the quasi-academic precursor to Gang Leader for a Day, with an introduction by Wilson and a useful complement of notes and citations situating Venkatesh's research in contexts less vulgar than the preening rogue sociologist of this latest work, whose genealogy can be swiftly traced to the rogue economist Stephen Levitt, preening on the cover of the irksome and similarly vulgar Freakonomics. Venkatesh's Off the Books is a very interesting portrait of 10 blocks on Chicago's South Side, with valuable material about the city's politics in relation to the urban poor. The discussions of the limited impact of Mayor Harold Washington and the sympathetic account of the community preachers are among the book's memorable pages. By contrast, the Venkatesh of Gang Leader for a Day is a hustler, perhaps hoping to clamber into the pop sociological big time. It is still an interesting memoir, with a thoroughly modern, albeit rather chill feel, rather like the new name for the low-rise mixed-use development that has replaced the Robert Taylor homes themselves, named for a 1940s crusader for decent housing for blacks in Chicago. The new zone is called Legends South. The spirit of Clinton's globalization offensive of the 1990s, as of the wave of deregulation and privatization on which it was premised, was famously captured by Francis Fukuyama's end of history thesis. In his vision, the world had reached a point where no credible alternative to the combined operation of liberal democracy and capitalist economy could any longer arise. By implication, any resistance to the preeminence of the West in the geopolitical arena lacked historical legitimacy from the start, just as people across the globe would do better to forget about social change. Hence globalization could entail humanitarian intervention without a UN mandate, a global mission for NATO, and fresh steps to replace Social Security with workfare. Under Clinton's successor, Washington sang from a different hymn sheet, Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations thesis claimed that geopolitical cleavages far deeper than those of the Cold War were being exposed beneath the rubble of the Soviet collapse. If the West were to retain its global preponderance, it would have to negotiate tectonic shifts drawing on millennia-old ethical and religious sources, and more particularly, meet a Confucian, Islamic challenge. Aspects of this approach, as well as more down-to-earth concerns, guided the Bush administration's disastrous interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, with the unwavering support of Downing Street. Yet the degree to which the fallout of the Anglo-American crusade has undermined the coherence of US foreign policy is illustrated by the fact that China, a key adversary for Huntington, has not yet been subjected to the full impact of Western pressure. The PRC has been allowed to develop its industrial economy to the point where internal contradictions in the areas of labor supply and pollution rather than in international relations are forcing a slowdown. For us ideologists, however, as Thomas Friedman put it in a 2006 New York Times article entitled "Contending with China," when the history of the present era is written, the trend that historians will cite as the most significant will not be 9/11 and the US invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. It will be the rise of China and India. How the world accommodates itself to these rising powers, and how America manages the economic opportunities and challenges they pose, is still the most important global trend to watch. The implication, then, is that the United States must somehow extricate itself from the current confrontation with the Islamic world if the historical preeminence of the English-speaking West and its hold on the levers of the capitalist world economy are to be maintained. It is not just policy intellectuals who think like this. At home, the Bush administration has generated a broad opposition that feeds on more than just aversion to the war in Iraq. There is a widespread feeling, fueled daily at the country's gas stations, that the era of US preponderance in the world is drawing to a close and that the American way of life is singularly ill-prepared to deal with urgent challenges, not least that of environmental change. This groundswell is energizing the Barack Obama campaign to win the Democratic nomination for 2008. At the time of writing, the Clintons still have a few more cards to play, not least the 800 or so delegates that the party machine will allocate on top of those won through the primaries. But there is something out of the ordinary about Obama, and it is perhaps no coincidence that he, and not Hillary, has received most donations from prestigious universities, Harvard, California, and future-oriented enterprises like Google, whilst the traditional Wall Street supporters of the Democrats are still spreading their bets. So far Obama has mainly spoken of hope and change, though he appears to be the candidate best placed to appeal to a sense of social justice and with the greatest potential to mobilize the traditionally non-voting 40 to 50% of the electorate. His campaign has not yet succeeded in developing a coherent foreign policy stance that would dovetail into a broader ideological program. Yet only through such a project can the ruling class aim to absorb the aspirations of American society, connect them to the business strategies and property concerns of the upper layer of society, and translate it all into a strategy that will reinforce US hegemony at home and abroad. Any prospect of hope or change will always be mortgaged to that overriding aim. In God and Gold, Britain, America, and the Making of the Modern World, Walter Russell Mead makes no secret of the fact that he aspires to be a Vanderpijl, Atlantic Ideology 149. Review guiding spirit in the formulation of such a program, to which he hopes to attract one constituency that is not part of the traditional Democratic mass base, America's evangelical Christians. Mead reaches his conclusions via a broad historical analysis of the determining socio-political constellation of our time, the Anglophone West, conceived at once as the progenitor, product, and guardian of liberal capitalism, a formation whose legitimacy is, for the author, beyond dispute. The virtues of the Anglosphere, in this account, arise in Weberian fashion from the English Reformation, which produced an individualistic and optimistic people, characterized by a dynamic combination of profound personal piety and social openness to economic, cultural, and political change. The challenge ahead, however, is to incorporate the tolerant spirit of the Protestant thinker, Reinhold Niebuhr. By granting the Islamic world a breathing space, a more restrained posture would allow the West to regroup and reposition itself for a new round of what Mead calls the permanent revolution of the capitalist system, which has served it so well for so long. God and Gold, then, is not a scholarly work so much as a contribution to a strategic consensus, whose anchoring in the existing system is never mentioned, let alone questioned. In his earlier works, Power, Terror, Peace and War, 2005, and Special Providence, American Foreign Policy and How It Changed the World, 2001, Mead had already positioned himself as a national ideologist, attempting to articulate a coherent formula for a patriotic internationalist foreign policy, within which economics, morality, democracy would be central concerns. In Special Providence this was explicitly counterposed to the evils of a Kissingerian continental realism that had been responsible for the failures of the Nixon and Ford administrations, and was thankfully abandoned by Carter and Reagan. Intrinsic to this project is the ideological validation of the concept of a US foreign policy. As such, Mead worries that the masses lag too far behind their leaders on this question, having a regrettable tendency to regard overseas interventions as un-American. His books aim to set them right. Special Providence offers a sort of core curriculum for American civics, delineating what Mead sees as the four basic schools: Hamiltonian, Wilsonian, Jeffersonian, Jacksonian, of a long-standing American foreign policy tradition, unfortunately subordinated to continental realism during the Cold War. The present need for a popularly accessible foreign policy formula is clearly spelled out. The coming sacristies of blood, treasure, and comfort are likely to be more formidable than ever before. Mead, like Fukuyama, Huntington, and so on, aims to be an organic intellectual of the American ruling class, one who thinks ahead to conjure, if still tentatively, how a coalition of social forces might be assembled behind a coherent policy. A review of such a work is bound to signal that, whatever its intellectual merits, we have before us an argument made on behalf of sponsors, who, as Thomas Ferguson describes in Golden Rule, can play a major part in deciding on candidacies and often on actual election outcomes. As Henry A. Kissinger, Senior Fellow for Foreign Policy at the Council of Foreign Relations, it is Mead's remit to chart a possible course for the United States' role in the world. Such policy planning does not proceed in isolation. The CFR is extensively interlinked with transnational bodies such as the Bilderberg Conferences, the World Economic Forum and the Trilateral Commission, in addition to a whole roster of foundations and trusts that sponsor individual proposals. Both Fukuyama's and Huntington's works were enhanced by the ubiquitous Olin Foundation, a bastion of the Reagan Revolution with military connections that date back to Olin Industries' gunpowder empire, the hospitality extended to Fukuyama by the Rand Corporation, or the support for Huntington by the Smith, Richardson Foundation, another pillar of the American right, must necessarily preface the question of whether Fukuyama engages properly with Hegel or Huntington's work meets the test of historiographical accuracy. The sponsors of God and Gold include the Pew Forum on Religion and Public Life, the Woodcock Foundation and the Henry Luce Foundation. And just as John Locke in his day discussed his ideas RST with Lord Shaftesbury, Mead has probed from the insights of George Soros and others, as both the acknowledgments and his discussion of the Open Society make clear. But the pews of Philadelphia occupy pride of place. They are fundamentalist Presbyterians who made their money mainly in oil and, again, are part of the core constituency of the American right. Even so, their enduring interest in religion has moved along with the times, and Mead's handling of the topic must be a contrast to what the family had been accustomed to hearing from Billy Graham. The Pew Research Center's endings that the Iraq adventure has vastly increased sympathy for bin Laden in the Muslim world whilst generating aversion to the Anglo-American War on Terror certainly resonate in the book. From the days of Walter Lippmann, packaging strategic advice in a bestseller has been used to gain broader acclaim. God and Gold, too, is set up as the popularized version of its own message. Chapter titles like Goldilocks and the West, The Walrus and the Carpenter, Britain and America, patrolling the beaches of their maritime liberal empire, the gyroscope and the pyramid, and so on, convey the tone of the work. Such borrowings from Lewis Carroll and other nursery classics do not necessarily help to clarify the strategic dimensions of the social forces analyzed, nor do they sit entirely easily with the extensive quotations from Milton, Dryden, Longfellow, and others through which the author seeks to capture the essence of the Anglo-Saxon attitudes he analyses. Mead's starting point is the burden of Cromwell's 1656 address to Parliament, "Who are our enemies, and why do?" Vander Pijl, Atlantic Ideology 151. Review: They hate us. In his view, an unnecessary and poorly planned war in Iraq has seriously reduced public support for the Atlantic Alliance. The insensitivity of Bush and Blair, intoning pieties about individual rights, the virtues of liberal economic policy, the need for massive revolutionary upheaval in the Arab world, and the universal principles of moral law, has only made things worse. The maritime system has interests that require continued and even deepening US engagement in the Middle East, but the historic relationship of the maritime system with the Arabs makes that engagement very difficult to sustain. There is no way forward without a much deeper encounter between the United States and the Arab world, and this encounter cannot succeed unless the carpenter can learn to talk less and listen more. Mead's recommendations on how to scale back the crusading rhetoric focus on the writings of Niebuhr, famously hailed by George Kennan, architect of the Cold War containment strategy, as the father of us all. It is through Niebuhr's concept of sin that Mead believes evangelical Christians can be made part of the critical mass sustaining the required turn of US foreign policy. In his classic Moral Man and Immoral Society of 1932, Niebuhr argued that surrendering to group loyalties made people far more prone to sinfulness than they would be on an individual level. This view was probably as much inspired by the state corporatist drift of the interwar years as by foreign policy, but in the context of the early Cold War it could be used to moderate claims of righteousness on the part of the West that might otherwise trigger a nuclear confrontation. Indeed, as Mead renders Niebuhr's argument, the larger and grander the abstraction, the less critical we are of the claims, and the less need we feel to recognize the just claims of those who belong to competing camps. The domain of religion is one in which unrestrained self-righteousness may easily develop, but in Mead's view, the most vocal segment of religious opinion in the United States, the evangelical Protestants, has the presence and power to create a significant new mass of public opinion that is responsive to Niebuhrian ideals. As their movement has gained ground over the decades, more mature and responsible intellectuals have come to the fore from its ranks. Such figures may contribute to a broad coalition that will underpin a turn away from liberal imperial zealotry towards a new policy, which would recognize the legitimacy of the claims made by Islamic intellectuals that, throughout modern history, their societies have been subjected to imperialist heavy-handedness and aggression. Mead offers a gallop through Christendom's encounter with the Muslim world and presents some sobering facts. In the Ottoman Empire's retreat from the Balkans in the 1912-20 period, 2/3 of the Muslim population of the region, 27% of the total, was displaced, driven out, or killed. 1 in VE Turks today descends from Balkan refugees. Ever since the Crusades, Arabs, Turks and Muslims generally have found themselves targeted by the West. No corner of the Muslim world was or is safe from this unrelenting onslaught. Mead's survey, however, appears to stop in 1924. The fate of the Palestinians, somewhat more to the point than the fall of the Ottoman Empire, goes unmentioned. There is barely a whisper about unconditional US support for the Israeli occupation and settlement of the West Bank. Imperfect is the strongest adjective he dares to use about Israel. Indeed, Mead's generally vigorous prose twists itself into euphemisms on this sensitive subject. We must come to terms with the very complex ways that our support for Israel affects the ways that Arabs interpret American motives and actions. He suggests a shrinking from the brutal realities of the Israel-Palestine conflict that entirely undermines his plea for a Niebuhrian understanding towards the Islamic world as the best way to maintain the structures of Anglo-American world power, the guarantor of the maritime system. What are the enduring features of this system? The states making up the Anglophone West, as the preface to the UK edition informs us, do not necessarily march in step, but they do tend to reach similar if not identical conclusions about what needs to be done, from a longer-term perspective. Since the Glorious Revolution of 1688 that established parliamentary and Protestant rule in Britain, the Anglo-Americans have been on the winning side in every major conflict. The Manichean view under which these wars were launched and fought is painted here in its true colors. Woodrow Wilson's utterance in 1918, on the eve of the Versailles negotiations, that there is a great wind of moral force moving through the world, and every man who opposes himself to that wind will go down in disgrace, may suggest contemporary echoes in the themes of the Obama campaign. However, as Mead rightly emphasizes, these proclamations of anal spiritual cleansing, brought about by the military power of the United States and its allies, signally failed to produce an enduring peace. The solemn announcement of the end of history turned out to be premature every time, as new challenges arose. Yet the capacity to adjust has allowed the Anglophone West to recapture the initiative on every occasion so far, and God and Gold's larger purpose is to explain why this is so. According to Mead, it is the ability to rewrite, at each juncture, a new operational version of eternal truth to match changing circumstances that has allowed the liberal Atlantic world to reproduce its hegemony in the face of adversaries adhering to more rigid principles. Whether this propensity is being squandered, now that the war on terror is sting dissent in the core Anglophone societies, remains to be seen. But in a sense Mead's book is testimony to an enduring capacity for resurrections from policy disasters, this time, from the Bush, Blair debacles of Afghanistan and Iraq, Guantanamo and Belmarsh. The middle section of the book, Anglo-Saxon Attitudes, expounds on the origins of this ability to rebound from near catastrophe and prevail. Here God calls the tune, albeit in a surprisingly deistic way, allowing his truest believers to be exible in following the faith. Indeed, if there is a fundamentalism at work in Anglophone society, it resides in the pragmatic interpretation of the most sacred injunctions rather than in their strict observance. Mead focuses on Christianity, but the implication that this is a broader mindset is never in doubt. Myth and religion, as well as poetry and theory, are ideational superstructures on an instinctual substratum. Without them, human society would lack the ability to chart a direction beyond the primitive drives for solidarity and continuity. Religion, in the definition of Henry Bergson used by Mead, can either operate in a closed society, as a static set of rules, or in an open society, as part of the apparatus that enables its members to adjust to change. In modern history, the Popperian open society has been the society shaped by capitalism. True, just as the capitalist mode of production was prefaced by mercantile activity in the city-states of North Italy and the trading networks of the Hanseatic League, the open society had its precursors too. But the form of open society that appeared in the Netherlands and the English-speaking world was more robust, expansive, and long-lived than the open societies of earlier historical eras. This was connected to their embrace of capitalism and expressed in what Bergson called dynamic religion. For while one would expect an open society to produce enlightenment, and enlightenment then to be articulated as secularization, the paradoxical fact is that the countries which are in most respects the most thoroughly modernized by any definition that rests on economic and technological progress, Britain of the 19th century, the United States today, are significantly more religious than most. Anglophone piety, then, all along coexisted with scepticism and historical relativism, ever since the Act of Supremacy that created the Anglican Communion in 1534. Its RST Archbishop, Thomas Cranmer, articulated this when he pointed out that there was never anything by men so well devised or so surely established which in age and continuance of time hath not been corrupted. Hence, in Mead's words, two ideas in creative tension have coexisted for half a millennium in the Anglosphere. On the one hand, God exists and reveals his will regarding moral rules and religious doctrines to human beings. On the other hand, human understanding of these revelations remains partial and subject to change. This might have been a recipe for enduring success had it been applied cool-headedly and not been corrupted by the Anglo-Saxons grandstanding as the chosen people. Thus Polk's Secretary of the Treasury proclaimed that whatever obstacles might arise, ultimately the predominance of our Anglo-Celt-Saxon Norman stock shall guide the nations towards this great confederacy which would ultimately embrace the globe we inhabit. Even so, as Mead argues in a chapter entitled The Protocols of the Elders of Greenwich, though a set of common principles can be discerned, there was never an explicit master plan. By doing what came naturally, by following the logic of their geography, culture, and society, the British and then the Americans happened on a way of managing their affairs in the world that provided for a flexible and durable form of global power suited to their circumstances while committing them to a less difficult set of tasks and conics than other leading powers have faced. These other powers could only respond with envious bitterness, born from frustration. In the crudest section of the book, a chapter entitled How They Hate Us, Adolf Hitler and Karl Marx, Charles Baudelaire and Pope Pius IX are thrown together into an ill-tuned anti-Western choir, whilst Martin Heidegger, who at some point did sign his letters Heil Hitler, is presented as solely consumed by anti-Americanism. This then made him, Heidegger, long popular among Western communists via Jean-Paul Sartre, before enjoying a new vogue in the Muslim Middle East among some who envy his principled anti-Americanism a useful tool. And so on, most of it assumed to be so deeply rooted in common knowledge that no references are needed. What remains is the insight that Anglophone society was unfailingly orthodox in the pragmatic understanding of its holiest writ. Its operating principles left even the most sophisticated opponent looking fossilized, hopelessly stuck in the past. As if anticipating the insights of modern physics, a distinction between changing surface phenomena of which the observation depends on the mode of measurement, and a deeper reality which itself eludes being truly known, has historically characterized the English-speaking mindset. Capitalism itself is described as operating through such a layered structure, the dizzying intersection of innovative, apparently anarchic actions aimed at securing competitive advantage hides a set of ground rules that remain XED. Mead's example of how shrimp farming destroys Southeast Asia's mangrove swamps to feed insatiable US demand and ultimately, destroys itself as well is a telling illustration of the aggregate irrationality of subjective, market-driven rationality, although the author would not go that far. The political culture of Anglophone society, too, is apparently unrelated to anything XED, it functions almost weightlessly, as a set of political values that can accommodate the clashes of opposed interests without blowing up. The party system, its manifest form, provides just the format to achieve enduring exibility. Class tensions can be ventilated and adjusted, after a gilded age of robber barons, a progressive income tax can, if the majority wishes, redress the social balance. There is no way that a contender state seeking to match the achievements of the West and imposing central control to guide the effort can enjoy such a lack of principled direction. Again, the author does not explain how below these surface phenomena, a class structure largely immutable in its basic patterns remains the underlying reality. But then we are reading ideological formulae in the making, not social science. It is not just bad luck for Mead that, soon after he wrote that the great English-speaking countries have had the deep and exible financial markets that provide greater prosperity, a financial crisis mocks these very words. The rampant corruption in the global circuits of money capital centered on Wall Street and the city which the crisis reveals can no longer be attributed to reckless mortgage policies. There are structural internal contradictions at work that were identified by more critical authors from the 1980s onwards. It is here, in the coming together of financial crisis, accelerating erosion of the geopolitical preeminence of the English-speaking West, and looming environmental catastrophe, that the limits of the scenario offered by God and gold may become evident. But if Mead's central assumption is valid, others in the West will come up with alternatives soon enough.